Stream Lab has been a little fuckety lately. That's always great. There we go. You better boop. Where'd it go? Where did the thing go? I want to get some music. I found a thing, but there we go.
Come on, dog. Close the doors now, I guess. There you go, dog. Jeez. Oh, fucking hell, dude. Okay, fucking grief, bro. Oh, that felt good. Oh, god damn. Well, fuck this work day, but I'm just glad I have my weekend now. That's all that fucking matters, so... I'm so annoyed at people that call the fucking because. So I even wrote a note being like, "Yo, because so and so called out, I'm not doing certain shit just because like it's already hard enough to just deal with normal closing duties, and frankly, have to close someone just like kind of slow as fuck on closing shit up. Good kid and everything, but it's like he really does take his sleep time doing everything, and it's just like, bro, I'm like way far the fuck ahead, and I'm basically having to like kind of catch up on that stuff more so than anything else because fucking it just takes so long dealing with shit. It's like goddamn, dude, because I need to like make sure that like my shit gets done. That includes deep clean stuff, and it's like, and I can't do all that, and nor will I. So it's just like, we'll just have to accept it and just deal with whatever's there tomorrow, and they can yell at the other guy for calling out. Like, I ain't taking no onus on it outside. I'd be like, yeah, my shit most certainly probably would have been done. I wouldn't have to worry about it, but because, they called out, there's, like, I had to end up doing everything else, like production, cooking, for customer stuff because they kept coming asking for a bunch of chicken. We end up like I had to basically just do my normal duties and that was it. There was no fucking way that they're gonna get that shit done. But whatever, that's on them, not me. But yeah, that's like kind of really their bullshit to deal with. If there isn't, unfortunately, like any way for them to like full on, deal with that when it comes to having to like address those problems, then that's not my issue. If they don't have people that like cover it, or whatever. Go. Goofy dog. Oh, goofy dog. Alright, well, let's see what's happening for the tube for today. Let us see. Let's see what random bullshit and then we can riff on or lack thereof. The hell's this? RFK put a dead bear in his trunk? Oh my god, you know what? I actually did kind of hear about that a little bit. I might low-key try to find that because, like, bruh. Whoa. Like, what's with RFK, like, being such a fucking freak, dude? Like, sticking dead bears in his trunk? Like, what the Dude, what is with our politics in this country? Got a dude fucking, like, having just a dead bear in the trunk and just, like, leaving it in the middle of New York for just, like, no reason. Besides just, like, oh, I have to, like, take a flight and I can't, like, skin it or whatever, so, oh, well, I guess I only get to keep it, here in the streets or whatever. It's such a fucking weird thing, dude. Like, bro, it's like I almost like grow weary of like the absurdity that our politics can be sometimes. It's just like Jesus Christ. Shit, wait, what the hell is this? So wait, what is this? My buddy Mornak sent me something from the other day. Didn't even notice it. But what the fuck is this? The whites endorsing Kamala are getting more stereotypically white dudes. White dudes for Harris worked. What? I guess you have him over to TikTok. He is sampling from this one account. Wait, what? So, where you look at his biography, you would have to see he lives in the Lower East Side, Manhattan. Describes himself as a social justice warrior. He's not stereotypically white by any means whatsoever. It's just an act, and you fell for it. Damn, a singer and songwriter. You're for social climate justice. Finn Witt and preventing a Trump dictatorship. Oh my god, bro. Wait, so this is like a thing? Is this like a irony, or is this like a real thing? Like, what the fuck? Real men are not afraid to put a woman in power. Like, oh my goodness. So I guess, like, the dude is a troll? Fake movement. Show me his voter registration card and how long he's been registered that way. Pay the actor, that's not 56 or gonna y'all were to suck at a segregation attempt. What? Segregation attempt? Whites and like, so white dudes for Harris worked, like, not, honestly, I doubt it. Not really. This seems just like some troll bullshit. And I think some people are able to at least find that out or notice it and point it out and be like, hey, you all got duped because you're all stupid. Like, didn't, like, Elon Musk, try to push this? Because I thought I saw something about that. Doc of the RFK found a deep end to jump off. Yeah, I kind of noticed that a little bit. I'm going to see if I could try to find a little something about that. Actually, you know what? I know exactly where I can go to. Hold on. I got a little something myself. I just need to find it. No. Because I was actually listening to Demon's stream from earlier today while I was working, and she was talking about it, and that's where I found the drop. Because it goes into full video, and plus, Kyle does a full screen shit. I love Kyle, but...
Did you all see that RFK Jr. planted a dead bear?
I found a random bear on the side of the room that was dead, and I decided to just hide in my trunk for the holes of it,
I heard about that, which is deranged. Okay, let's hear it. Alright, here we go.
Oh, a little too far ahead.
Let's do a
little too far ahead, oops.
Let's do it. Let's hear what he has to say for himself. Let's do it. Whoa!
How in the holiest of fucks did RFK think beating the New York Post to the story would make him look better? It doesn't. From what I would get, it doesn't. The fact that he's just so like, yeah, I accidentally killed a baby bear, and I decided to just keep it in my trunk for, like, all goddamn day, and I realized, oh, wait, I have to take a plane home. I can't, like, go visit the fam to let them gut it or whatever the fuck. I don't know what he planned on doing with that. Honestly, like, I want to know what his, like, excuse was for holding that thing. Like, why? Like, what is his fucking excuse for that, dude?
In New York up in the Hudson Valley, and I was supposed to meet them there at like maybe 8 or 9. I was driving up,
and I'm assuming this was recently too. Like, this wasn't like, oh yeah, back in 74. Like we were driving around New York. Like, this was like the other day, basically.
Early, like 7, and that woman in a van in front of me hit a bear and killed it, a young bear. So I pulled over and I picked up the bear and put him in the back of my van because I was going to skin the bear, and it was very good condition, and I was going to put the meat in my refrigerator. And you can do that in New York State. You can get a bear tag for a roadkill bear.
you can get a bear tag for a roadkill bear, so I was gonna just, do that on my own, but I realized I couldn't actually do that because I don't got enough fucking time for that, so I decided to leave in the middle of New York. Guarantee it was him, not the woman in front. I mean, well, wait, what do you mean? Like, with the... Wait, with, the story, or, back in my day thing? Wait, what? I guarantee it was... Well, yeah, wait, with hitting the bear? Of course it was him. He's admitting it. He's telling the story oh, yeah, I guarantee he killed the bear. Well, yeah, he probably, driving around, in his van or whatever, he ran it over unintentionally because it ran across the road, but he was like, oh, well, I think I'll just take it so I can skin it and keep the meat, might as well. So in his mind, which frankly I could kind of see the innocuous, oh, he claimed the woman in front killed it. Oh, well, I didn't, see that exact immediate part of it. I think he's lying, he hit it. All things considered, it sounds like he did. It's even if I just missed that, I would just assume he did, considering how he's telling the damn story.
For a roadkill bear. And
roadkill bear.
Then we went walking, and I had the bear in my car. And then we had a really good day, and we went late. We were catching a lot of game, and the people really loved it, so we stayed late. And instead of going back to my home in Westchester, I had to go right to the city because there was a dinner at Peter Luger's Steakhouse. And at the end of the dinner, it went late, and I realized I couldn't go home. I had to go to the airport, and the bear was in my car, and I didn't want to leave the bear in the car because that would have been bad. So that would have been bad, there would have been a bunch of flies, maggots, and all sorts of, stuff, and that would have been bad. And the smell would have been atrocious, and you could never get it out. I know a thing or two about that. I've forgotten bear carcass in the trunk before, and it's not good. Not good. But,
in a strange way.
I wonder if Trump has seen this yet. Oh, yeah, he probably has. And this is just so weird, man. It's he's telling it it's just oh, it's just some people just do this sometimes. And it's no. And I like that weird thing where it's oh, I was going to go home and gut it and, fucking skin it, get the meat off of it and put it in my refrigerator. But you're also going to go to the fucking airport later that same night. Obviously, you're just... I feel like he's trying to just downplay some other weird thing he had going on with that. Does he got a weird thing about picking up dead animals or some shit? Is this some unironic weird serial killer tendencies that we just haven't noticed about him? I thought roadkill bear meat is even decent. Well, bear meat is bear meat. If the bear literally just got killed because he ran it over, it's freshly killed. It's not really that much different from a gunshot wound. It's just that now you've kind of tenderized the meat with a gigantic death machine car, running it over versus a bullet. So, outside of, I guess, the meat being a little more tender, it's bear meat is bear meat. So, if it's been sitting there for a couple days, then yeah, that ain't gonna be good. In fact, it's gonna be rank and probably bunk. Or even hours old. But if it's oh, killed bear instantly, by accidentally running over or some shit, well, then it's gonna be no different if you shot it. Just far less blood, basically. RFK also bragged about being friends with Epstein and a bunch of other terrible people. Yeah, because RFK likes to brag. That's kind of a thing about him. That's why I kind of believe, some of the shit that he says in a weird way, because he's a braggart. Yeah, he is a major braggart. He likes to, try to be part of the in club, which if you think about it, I think kind of makes sense, because he's got, the Kennedy name in a way, but, pretty much every other Kennedy is way more known than he is. In fact, his own family doesn't really like him. So in a way, almost due to his own name, he has something to prove. So he's always trying to brag and be yeah, I met all these people and I've done this. So I don't really necessarily blame that about him. But if anything, it just makes it amusing because he keeps putting his mouth, he keeps putting his foot in his mouth. So, apparently, so maybe he was catching an important flight to meet up with Epstein. Wait, so this dead bear thing happened in 2014, so a decade ago?
I really do think that RFK
Weird.
Jr. would be the perfect president for this era of America. And I don't mean that in a policy way. His policies are stupid, ill-formed, almost identical to most Republican, policies. But RFK Jr. represents, like, he perfectly reflects the insanity of America at large at this current moment, doesn't he? Like, what is this? What is any of this?
I kind of, yeah.
Who gets themselves?
I mean, I can't really necessarily disagree that much. Because, I mean, he wouldn't be trying to run for president and being like a known name that's doing this, like, if he wasn't. So, I mean, I can't really disagree too hard. Policy-wise, yes, trash. But
into these types of situations, except for a deranged American. And also, who deliberately tells this story while being filmed? You know?
Because he's a braggart, like, he likes to brag. I mean, he's the Kennedy, he's got something to prove of his name, he wants to try to be, like, just as good as, like, JFK or some shit. Like, he's trying to be that guy, even though he never will. Even he knows this, so he's just saying, fuck it.
Like, why would he... what is...
I mean, even the way he's kind of slasher is like, yeah, like, he's just kind of having this, like, yeah, whatever, fuck it kind of look. It's like, I just want something to prove to everybody. How in the world did he keep the secret for 10 years? It makes me wonder if he's done this more than once. Like, it makes me wonder if this is just the one time where it's just a weird story of a usual pattern of his. Like, oh yeah, usually I could just go home and I didn't know what would know the advisor. Right? But it's the one time where it's like, oh, well, I had to, leave it in the middle of the street in New York City. Or it's like the one time where he didn't. So I don't know, man. I really don't know.
From telling the story and having someone film it. Just, This is so post-COVID America right here. This is like half of Americans in the post-COVID era. No, that's not right. This is like a solid third of Americans, but that's like the same percentage of Americans who are politically active. So I feel like that's why I feel like he would be the most representative president. Like, if America wanted to be honest to the world, RFK Jr. would be the president. Because...
I mean, yeah, if we were honest with ourselves in a weird way, I think that would be the case. Like, America would be like, yeah, he's the crazy, quirky uncle we all love. But he's also not a crazy MAGA chud, and he's also not a crazy commie from back in the day. So, he's the cool uncle. Dude, motherfuck, dude, I guarantee you that's, like, where the vibe is with the shit.
When he would go and talk to foreign leaders, they would see RFK and they would be like, oh, okay, yeah, so this is the political culture of America right now. You know? Does that make sense? I hope that makes sense. Please don't vote for RFK Jr., for the love of God. A lot of us will die, and we won't deserve it. I'm just saying, please don't.
At that time, this was a little bit of the redneck in me. There'd been a series of bicycles.
Oh, there's a little bit of that redneck in me, I tell you what. I look forward to seeing how you spin this one. Man, this dude has a political acumen of mayonnaise. Dude, he might as well be. The accruement of just straight pure mayo.
The bike lanes, and a couple of people got killed, and it was...
The redneck? Is he a redneck?
Huh?
I don't think that... If I was to think of any person who fits the category of redneck, RFK Jr. would be like the farthest thing from it.
He's like the opposite of a redneck.
Now, if he had said, like, this is the brain-cooked hippie in me, maybe? If he had said, now this is the, like, alien-fearing conspiracy theorist in me, but redneck?
This is like this is the quirky side of me. If he said that, it's like, this is the quirky side of myself a little bit coming out.
Come on.
It's
he was just talking about going hawking. He was just falconing. He was just talking about going falconing in New York. That's redneck to you? That
sounds like, no, let's go so falconing. No, yes. It's like, that's not exactly the most rednecky thing ever.
With your friends, that's like one step away from going to a royal fox hunt. What are you talking about, my man?
every day, and people had been badly injured. Every day it was in the press. And so I thought, I wasn't drinking, of course, but people...
What? So, I wasn't drinking, of course. That means he was drinking. What the fuck? Wait. What? Can we just play that back? Hold on. What?
And so I thought, I wasn't drinking, of course. But
the fact that he even stopped is like, not me, McFly, no. It's like, dude, must have been slushed. Oh my god, man. What the fuck is he doing?
Why would you say that? Why would you volunteer that information? I wasn't drinking. Did anybody assume that you were drinking?
Now I am. I mean, like, why would you say that unless it's like, well, how'd you hit the bear? Were you drinking and didn't notice or something? But like, then it'd be like, well, I wasn't drinking, no. You know, then that would make sense. But he just literally, apropos of literally nothing, just drops that information. It's like, why would you do that? That pretty much just means, yeah, you were slosh, bro. This actually explains everything. This does. He was, being a drunkard and being a braggart about it now. He was drunk driving, fucking hit a bear, and thought, oh, well, I could probably use the meat and the skin off of this. Drunkenly puts it in his fucking car. And then he realizes later that day, oh, I gotta go to the airport later. Oh, why do I even have this beer? Fuck. And just ditches it in the middle of the road, bro. Oh my god.
We're drinking with me who fought this.
He was drinking all day, hit a bear, put it in his van, continued all day, forgot about his flight, ditched the bear. Yeah, like, dude, oh my god. Wow. Dude, what? What is kind of funny? Like, in a vacuum, that does sound like a redneck-ass story. It feels like some Georgia boy or some shit, traveling like the foothills, and he accidentally, hits a bear because he's going to his favorite lake spot with the boys, and they pre-drank like a 12-pack already, and it got 2 more for the trip, It's like, it's like that scenario, but it's RFK being a weirdo and a fucking, like, goober. It's like, dude, honestly, Demo ain't necessarily wrong. It's like, there's almost a weird Americana about this, almost. In a weird way, there kind of is. Like, because this sounds like a story your weird, quirky fucking uncle, like, that is very distant, but every now and then, whenever you see him in, like, the off-ball family reunion or some shit, you're kind of curious about him, because he always got some wild stories. He's that guy. He's the epitome of that guy in the family. You know what I mean? It's RFK drinking a 1,000 case scotch and calling himself a redneck. I know, bro. That's why it's kind of a weird irony of it. It's like there is like Americana about it, but it's coming from a bourgeois aristocratic elite fuckball that, has been a part of a family political dynasty. So it's like, yeah, it'd be redneck if it came from a good old Georgia boy or some shit, or like some like, good old Texan boy or whatever the fuck. But some aristocratic, dude, quirky weirdo, who's bougie as shit and comes from a political dynastic family. Yeah, oh, redneck for sure. Mm-hmm. Totally. It's like, get the fuck out of here, you quirky ass bourgeois fucking alcoholic freak. Like, good lord, man.
It's a good idea. And I said,
oh, she's like, what is going on?
Oh my god, I just realized that is Roseanne Barr. He's talking to Roseanne fucking Barr, and even she, who, say what you want, is honestly more redneck than RFK is. And even she's like, what? Beg your pardon? I beg your pardon, hon? Like, she's trying to absorb this story, like, what the fuck are you talking about, my dude? You sound a little weird, bro. Like, she's giving him a look of like, what? Oh my god!
Does she even know that they're filming?
Yeah?
She's like, here we go again. This is the expression, by the way. This is the exact expression that people make when, like, someone is ranting to them on the public bus.
Oh my god. Try to spin this one. You gotta try to spin this, I tell you. Try. I dare you to. It's like, RFK, you're the one who spinned it for everybody. No one had to spin this one. You did it for everyone else, and he gave it for them to use. Like, no one had to do anything. And also, like, I mean, it's just, I just don't even know, bro. It's just like, what the fuck? It's such a weirdy freak, dude.
You're like sitting on the bus with your headphones in, and someone walks up to you, and they're like, they start talking in a way that's coherent. They're like, hey, I was wondering if, and you're like, yeah, and then you realize, you like took your headphone out, and then you realize they're about to start talking about Lemurians and some guy that they named by the first name that you don't and could not possibly know, and how that person like pissed them off in a conflict about the Lemurians, and you're just going, yeah, totally. Yeah. Oh, yep.
Yeah. Dude, I cannot tell you how many times that's happened at the bar, on the bus, out in public. Dude, oh my God. Yeah, where I'm just like, yeah, yeah, Joe. Well, yeah, I totally understand what you're talking about. I absolutely have a lot to add to this conversation.
Same exact expression.
Oh my God, it actually is. She's kind of like, yeah. Yeah. RFK should have been Trump's VP pick. Honestly, Trump would be faring way fucking better off if he did. Dude, I'm not gonna lie, bro. I think, honestly, Trump would still have a chance to win if he picked RFK as his vice president. Hot take, but I believe it, bro. Dude, because RFK's got enough of that weird, like, quackball, like, quirky energy that he can kind of play up some of the, like, MAGA chug conspiracy shit and, like, kind of be like, yeah, I understand what you mean, whatever the fuck. But also, he can, like, kind of pick off, like, a few, like, quirky, like, oh, fuck, Dems, fuck the Republican types, but you know what? This is why Trump has always been against the fray and blah, 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 whatever the fuck, because then they got this guy to, like, back up with, shit. So, Dude, I feel like this would have been a way better. Dude. And also, like I was saying from earlier, there's almost like a weird Americana thing about him. Way more so than Trump, to be honest. I mean, the thing is, like, they both kind of weirdly exclude that, but just only as a surface level, veneer. Like, obviously, when you rip that mask off, it's just a bunch of bougie, aristocratic, fucking elite scum. But, I mean, they are able in a weird way, are able to kind of present this like, oh, I'm just kind of like an Americana blue-collar average Joe like you. Yeah, it's like, in a weird way, like, they do kind of present that, like, politics aside, fairly well. I mean, honestly. I mean, there is something about, like, Trump being kind of like the crazy grandpa and RFK being like a crazy corkball uncle that you can kind of vibe with a little bit, but sometimes you're just like, what the fuck? That's why you kind of want to distance yourself with them, but once in a blue moon to get a hair up your ass, they're like, yeah, catch me up with some of the crazy shit you've been talking about. 3 hours later, like, oh my God. I mean, I don't know. There's a thing of, there's like an energy about that, honestly. Which, I mean, I can see why people maybe are kind of warmed up to like an RFK or like a Trump, honestly. Well, at this point, maybe not so much with him anymore, but at least with RFK, I could definitely see it. I mean, I can see why people tend to kind of get, just based off of vibes alone, kind of get interested in someone like that. Especially if this story, I'm not going to lie, I'm having a little bit of a good time with RFK talking this story because I, like, him just casually just like, I definitely wasn't drinking out of nowhere during this whole story. It's just so fucking good. I mean, there's something about it, dude. I mean, you kind of can't help but at least have a little, like, oh, you quirky ass scramp, you. Like, you kind of can't help but have that a little bit. I'm not saying that, should override anything. I'm just saying you kind of can't help but have a little garnish, It's like, I put a little garnish of that in there, because it's like, oh, RFK, you fucking scramp. You fucking weird, crazy bourgeois fuck, but you know what? I kind of like that. Just a little bit.
I said, let's go put the bear in Central Park and we'll make it look like he got hit by a bike. It'll be funny for people.
What? Because a bear would totally get killed by getting hit by a bicyclist. Hey, Rip City, you ever ran over an animal and has it been a bear and have you killed it with your bike? Because if so, then shit, bro. Did New York Post give him advance warning for this article or something and he panicked? No. I honestly bet he probably was just casually, like talking about this story, and then New York Post just kind of went a little extra with that and was just like, fuck it. Let's just like dig a little deeper about it. And probably found more information about the story after the fact he talked about it, because he is literally bragging about it. Like he's naming, like, we're going to drop it off at Central Park after, hanging out at, Pete Luger's steakhouse. Like he's naming places and dates and shit. So it's like, there's, with enough digging, you could cross-reference shit like that. So I bet, honestly, in a weird way, how much you want to bet it was collabed? How much you want to bet RFK's like, hey, I can give you a good, quirky, crazy story, and you can be the first one to break it, and he drops it. It just gives it to him raw, and then just, like, lets him, drop that shit, right after he does this. I mean, how much I want to bet they work together? It's the New York Post. They're literally a right-wing rag that barely puts out any real, actual, like, news journalists. Like, there's like maybe like 1% of journalistic integrity in the New York Post, like in its entire existence. So that means at this moment it probably has 0.220041%, of integrity. A very odd number, but it's ever declining. Not that it started really high up in the first place. It was only at 1% from the get-go anyway. He said it squeaked like a like a dog toy. The bear? Well, it's a baby bear, so it probably did, like, it went and then it, like, kind of squeaked off and died and whatever. So I don't... Dude, he's so fucking weird, bro.
So,
Polite laugh with a little bit of concern.
we thought that's a great idea. So we went and did that, and we thought...
Getting his drunk buddies after, going to a fancy steakhouse, drinking $1,000 worth of scotch or whatever. And it's like, hey, wouldn't it just be great if we just drop it in the middle of a park and just, like, fucking made it look like a bicyclist killed it. Tried to dodge the rat, but the rat ran straight for the wheel. Damn.
Would be amusing for whoever found it or something.
It would be amusing? You thought it would be amusing for somebody to find a dead...
Oh shit, YouTube blocks the comments so the context is fucked. You gotta, like, make sure that YouTube is not, like, taking out shit first. I mean, unfortunately, Rose has to do that, and that's why sometimes he tends to be spacious with his comments every now and then. That's why, because YouTube is retarded, bro. I was a little confused myself. I was like, wait, what? But yeah, rats will squeak kind of like a dog toy. That's why dog toys kind of squeak a lot.
Baby bear in the middle of New York City? What are you talking about, bro?
The next day, it was like, it was on every television station. It was the front page of every paper. And I turned on the TV, and there was like a mile of yellow tape, and there were 20 cop cars.
Oh, damn. 235 pounds straight to the rodent? What? Damn rat ran under my e-bike on a major bike lane. 235 pounds straight to the rodent. Damn thing ran one way to safety, then decided to snatch the feet for the draws of victory, threw himself under my wheels. Damn, dude. Sent tell and said, yeah, I saw it. So, damn, bro. Well, yeah, so it basically, like, tried to run away, but for some reason it got spooked. It just charged forth, and then it got its neck snapperonied. Well, hey, they say rats are smart, but apparently not all of them.
There were helicopters flying over it. And I was like, oh my God.
Oh my God, they found my dead bear. Dude, look at Roseanne Barr's face.
There were helicopters flying over it.
Dude, she actually looks shocked, like, what the fuck, bro? It's like, you went for all of this, and then you made it, like, a whole big, oh my God, dude. Like, even she actually genuinely looks concerned. Like, oh my God.
And I was like, oh my God.
Wait. Did somebody say... Wait, this can't be. Hold on. Wait, is that Roseanne Barr? Is that Roseanne Barr?
Yes, that's Roseanne Barr.
Listen, you know it's bad if Roseanne Barr is giving you the, oh yeah, dude face.
While having this existential dread and fear hiding behind all of it, wondering the quickest way to get the fuck out of that room. Like, I mean, when Roseanne is having that face of like, yeah, uh-huh, and, you know, you're telling this story, you know you done fucked up in some way, shape, or form, and now she's never gonna talk to you again. Like, oh my god.
Holy moly.
You little princess, can I help you?
That would be like getting O-brothered by Joe Biden when he's sundowning. Actually, it's worse because like Roseanne Barr has been like sundowning on stage for multiple years now.
Oh, brother Jack, yeah,
That's wild.
What did I do? And then there were some people on TV in Tyvexes with gloves on lifting up the bike, and they're saying they're going to take us up to Albany to get a fingerprinted.
Oh, wow. Get it fingerprinted. Yeah, because, like, some random bike that he probably... Where did he get a bike, by the way? And why... like, I mean... You know, seriously. I mean, like, where did he get a bike? Did he steal it? Did him and his rich fuck buddies, you know, fucking steal one and then just, like, lay it there? And, like, fuck it up a little bit to make it look like, you know, it ran over a bear or something? Probably stole it. You know what? I mean, if it wasn't for the fact that it was probably some poor, you know, college student bastard or some shit, you know, I would say, hey, traitor to his class, stealing shit. Okay, cool. Rich guy stealing shit? That's... And it's not your traditional, like, you know, bullshit? Okay, well... You know, it's like, alright, but no. It's over some dumb shit. It's like, god damn it. Why can't they be, like, a traitor to their class or something? Why must they fuck other people over, and especially over their drunken dumb fuck shenanigans? Like, good lord.
And
She's like, oh yeah, that's crazy, dude.
I was worried because my prints were all over that bike. Luckily...
Also, okay, the more this goes on, the more this is just a Kennedy situation. The Kennedy family, like, perhaps what they will go down in history the most as is absolutely batshit insane people who get into the dumbest and most absurd imaginable hijinks that often results in someone or some living thing being dead.
I mean, yeah, I think. I mean, in a way. Dude, I mean, the Kennedys are kind of like a nutty family in a sense, if you think about it. Like, there's that one, like, I think it was like the sister to JFK that was literally lobotomized and put in a psych ward and shit, and had her entire life fucked up just because she was like a little quirky or something. You know, she had like some sort of like, you know, neurodivergency, but they just thought of her basically just being retarded essentially and just lobotomized her and put her in a psych ward and just forgot about her. Like, then obviously there's JFK, there's, you know, then there's Bobby Kennedy, and then there's R.A.K. Jr., who apparently now killed a bear drunkenly like a fucking alcoholic moron. So, yeah, there seems to be a track record with this. Something that normally would be alive somehow dies when you have the name Kennedy, you know, around it. Just note to self, never name your kid a Kennedy, and never, like, you know, take the last name of Kennedy, you know, and never marry a Kennedy. You know, it's just like, I mean, it seems like just avoid anyone with the last name Kennedy. Might be a good idea.
Whether or not it's like ruled as murder or ruled as poaching, like somebody's gonna end up dead.
The story died after a while, and it stayed dead for a decade. And the New Yorker somehow found out about it, and they just they're going to do a big article on me, and that's one of the articles. So they asked me, the fact checkers, that, you know, it's going to be a bad story.
I
think it's a great story, personally. We're a bunch of elite aristocrats, and we are out of touch with reality. Oh my god, dude. And even their laughs sound so fucking fake, dude. Like, they... At least I think there's a real reason for it here, where it's uncomfortable. Like, where it's like, yeah, RFK, oh, good story. Oh, look at the time. Looks like I got an appointment that I was talking about. You know, I actually said it earlier. It's actually, you know, here in 30 minutes, not an hour and a half. That's a New Yorker. That explains better. I thought some New York Post for some reason. Yeah, probably just some local paper or some shit. I don't know, but either way.
What is that edit at the end? Why does it do that? Why does it do like a...
Dude, what was that? What was that edit? Like, what the hell? It's like... That's all, folks. Like, what is that Looney Tunes ass fucking outro cut?
Closed iris.
Dude, even she knew it. Dude, that was some straight Looney Tunes ass fucking shit right there, bro. Blue doo brown down.
What the hell? Looking forward to seeing how you spin this one at New Yorker.
I'm looking at how you'll spin this one, even though I webbed it all for you, personally. I also sound like a ghoul, but zero self-awareness. I know, bro. Dude, I mean, but honestly, in a weird way, because I guess honestly, it's just because RFK Jr. doesn't really have any, like, major political influence or anything. I mean, to me, this is kind of amusing. You know, at the end of the day, I just kind of find, you know, amusement out of this. You know, like... Whatever. So, as far as I'm concerned, just let him have his little fun, I suppose. You know, like, I mean, because, whatever, like, what the fuck is he really gonna do? You know, like, is he gonna try to run again in 2028 and basically have the exact same result? If not, probably worse. You know, so, and not, at least certainly wouldn't fare better. So, I mean, you know, it's like, whatever. He's also another one of these old fucks, like, what, do you think he's gonna be around forever? He's got, like, another 15, 20 on him. Like, not exactly, you know, a force to fear or, you know, or anything like that. It's just like there to just kind of be like, oh, you quirky fucking random ass scramp. He's already gotten people killed with his anti-vax bullshit. I mean, he ain't the only one, so it's like, I mean, yeah, fuck him for that, but there's a lot more people who are a lot more influential and have a lot more of a aggressive voice about shit like that. So, I mean, you know, RFK isn't necessarily, like, the only one, nor really is, like, the most aggressive one about that shit, but he definitely is one of those voices that is, you know, the major advocate about that bullshit. I know most about that, but, I mean, considering how there's a lot of others out there that are a lot more, like, of a major influence with those voices and shit, especially on the right and within the Republican Party broadly, to the point where a lot of these, you know, people enacted straight full-on policies, you know, and shit. I mean, what RFK advocates for is kind of a drop in a bucket for a lot of the genuine straight damage that governors, politicians in this country have done when it comes to that same exact shit. So, frankly, it's like, you know, that's why I say it's just a crazy, quirky uncle. Like, I mean, it's like, because honestly, yeah, there are people that have, like, way more influence than he does that have done way more fucking damage than him. And frankly, I think a lot of that bullshit, you know, should be pinned on those, you know, folks way more so than him. Though, you know, he's definitely guilty of it too. Because he's just another advocate and proponent of this disinformational garbage. So I'm just kind of like, you know, it's RFK. It's just a fucking freak. He's not one of the freaks that actually can do any real substantial damage. There's plenty that certainly are capable of such, and I think those are a lot more of a threat. Sleepy little doggo. Finally chilling the fuck out, I see. Not a sleepy boy, though. But you finally chilling. Goofy little baby. Sweet little thing. But here. Let's see what's happening now. Let's see what that little shit's going down. Wait, huh? Fucking Trump went on Aiden Ross. The Trump X Aiden Ross stream. They had a stream. Bro, what the fuck? Bruh, what? What? So, the ultra natalist, the Usa Spaghetti Fettuccine? Yeah, that guy, yeah, like, you know, you got like these ultra natalist factistists and stuff. Yeah, like, you know, like literally fucking illiterate Neanderthalic Luddites fucking got Trump on his goddamn kick stream. What the fuck is our politics right now? Crazy quirky ass uncle fucking goddamn killing bears drunkenly like a moron, hiding them in his van and shit. You know, what is happening? What's going on here? What the fuck? It's real. There's a fucking goddamn crowd in the background. Who the fuck are those people? Oh my god, look at this. Yeah, you know what? I don't care. I'm saying it. Look at this wannabe diet faggoty ass Nick Fuentes ass looking bitch. Insecure little fucking queer dude. That's what he is. A closet case right here, bro. Wearing that little gay ass hat. Like, oh my god, dude. That mouth is made to get hate fucked in the face by like a major black dick, sir. Like, you insecure sad little pussy bitch. Oh my god. Ugh. Man, there's like a weird Nick Fuentes vibe going on with Aiden Ross right here, and I am not really surprised by that, to be honest, because they kind of are cut from the same cloth at this point. It's just that this guy happens to genuinely be illiterate and a lot more retarded. Like, genuinely medically, like, I will armchair psychoanalyze this fucking moron. I believe he is unironically medically retarded. Like, this guy is literally like single-digit IQ status fucking Luddite. Like, I'm surprised there is neurons that are capable of doing synapse responses and shit in his brain, let alone have it any in the first place. And he got motherfucking Trump on that ass. I wish I didn't just had like, I have a beer at work from the weekend. You know, I kind of wish I'm like, well, let's start chugging, because fuck me, dude. Might as well at least, you know, get a good view of it. But I chugged the rest of that, because, you know what, I'm gonna need it. This bunk, this insane.
I can't believe it. If not, he's like, I don't know how well the country's going to do after these 4 years.
Donald Trump is officially on the CP website, boys.
Look, we're going to have.
Well, he's into CP, so of course he's going to be on the website for
20 million people in by the time this election takes place. 20 million people. That's bigger than New York State. Many of those people are people that you should not have, and we're all for everything.
What the f is going on at this? Oh my god. Okay, this is right off the jump. Right off the jump. This is, I'm going to be honest with you, this is weirder than I thought it was going to be. Why are there so many people sitting behind him? Why is he live streaming from Mar-a-Lago?
And why is Why is there, like, you know, fucking Meemaw who unironically looks like an old woman who would still literally talk about, oh, those goddamn nips and japs, I say, and those krauts over there overseas. Like, she literally would be, like, going off about, like, oh, those damn krauts and nips, I say. Like, she would literally be like, dude, she straight up has, like, some 1940s, like, racist-ass lingo that hasn't been used since, like, 53, that she's got reserved just waiting to pop off with, bro. Like, that granny right there, if that MAGA hot, she is waiting to unleash some hella slurs from the fucking 40s, bro. She is waiting to unleash the slurs. Like, who are these old-ass women? There's 3 of them. Who are these bitches? Like, you got the one who would talk about them damn, and then you got, you know, these fucking ladies who would probably talk about, oh, no damn goose. Like, they literally would be doing some OG racist shit, yo. Who the fuck are these bitches? Who are they? And fuck them too, by the way. I could give a fuck about their lives. Yeah, I'm just assuming they're racist-ass pieces of shit. Look at all these females! What is this, dude? What the fuck is going on with this shit?
When you're dumping all of these criminals and all of these...
Also, with even all the bots, Kick is at 400K for Aiden for a Trump rally. That's crazy.
Really hurting our country badly. It has to be... we have to take very strong measures.
We definitely do. We definitely do. Moving to the next. Oh.
Someone dropped the side. They're just like, ah, fuck the side. I'm gonna clap like a seal. And even Trump is just like, dude, he's eating it the fuck up right here. Wait, you know, that was actually a funny frame of him right there. Holy shit. Hold on, is there a way to get that?
Oh.
Oh, fuck. It was literally like just, man, I want to try and get it. Oh my god, that is such a funny face. Oh my god, I need to screen cap that, dude. That is a good face right there, bro. That may or may not need to be emote. I might want that as an emote. You know what? Is there a way to edit it while not... Ah, fuck. Okay, well. Can't open multi-window, even though weirdly it is still somehow. That's fun. We're doing this, baby. Yeah. We're just gonna do that. Boom. Yeah, there we go. God damn it. Motherfuck. There we go. It probably looked really weird there for a second, but whatever. We're making it work. We're making it work, ladies. Ladies and gentlemen, we're making it work. Very technical difficulties, but we're making it work, ladies and gentlemen.
I didn't know they were allowed to applaud.
Yeah, they're allowed to applaud. You guys can keep applauding.
What a world.
Sense, right? You know, it is about common sense.
What a world we live in.
Because whether you're conservative, liberal, it's all about common sense.
It is.
You want to have good education.
It's weird, bro. The world is weird.
Low interest rates.
The world's been weird for a long time there, brother.
Be able to buy a house. You want to, so many different things.
What the f does Aiden Ross know about low interest rates, bro? He's a
Yeah, what does he also know about, like, having to struggle to afford a house, considering this little cocksucker is a millionaire who's had a silver spoon in his mouth the entire time while literally being a Neanderthalic, mentally retarded Luddite? Like, give me a break.
Selling gambling to kids. Like,
it's a little thing. When I started campaigning almost like 8 years ago, I talked about Merry Christmas. We should have Merry Christmas again. Let's bring back Merry Christmas. Just you weren't.
He's going off about Christmas right now? Dude, it is August. I'm already getting sick of hearing about Halloween, and Halloween is not even remotely close to happening yet. And I'm already sick of it. I'm already starting to see shit at my store. Not a lot. Let's start the show. It's like I don't really mind it that much. Like when it comes to Halloween, I'm actually like, it's one of the holidays where even if it is early, I honestly don't really care. But oh my god, holy shit! Like it's fucking August. It's one thing to be like, maybe starting to weed your way in slowly but surely in Halloween stuff, but like Christmas, fuck off. I don't want to hear about that shit until Thanksgiving is over.
I'll just say Merry Christmas. I got it back. Okay.
Happy holidays. Go fuck yourself. How about that?
That's awesome with the granny with the oxygen
Even
tank
if
right behind
you're
him.
Jewish, they like to say Merry Christmas. Every one of my Jewish friends say we love Merry Christmas.
I'm Jewish. I love Merry Christmas.
Good, and Kamala doesn't.
She doesn't like it.
She doesn't want you to use Merry Christmas.
Wow.
She thinks it's insulting to use Merry Christmas. So we'll have to look at.
What the fuck? Insulting? Excuse me? Huh?
I wanted to ask you a question. Speaking of, you said something about common sense. Someone who has no common sense, Joe Biden. Do you think he was pushed out, or do you think he made the decision to step down?
No, he was not only pushed out.
I wonder who coached Ada Ross to learn what those syllables that he's saying out of his mouth and those sentences and questions mean. It's like, did it like a second grade teacher go like, okay, Aiden, you want to ask Trump, was Biden pushed out, or did he himself step down? Now, can you say that question? Good, Ross. It's like, did like a second grader how to coach him and like, treat him like a child, because he basically might as well have the mentality of a fucking 8-year-old, considering like he's about as smart as one. In fact, it's an insult to 8-year-olds, because 8-year-olds are way more intelligent than this dumb fuck. Like, this guy can barely like read at all. I'm actually surprised he's able to even ask questions, let alone read. The ultranatalists. It's like someone asked him about what fascism was, and he's like, well, let's look it up. And he couldn't even pronounce 90% of the fucking shit that he was reading. He couldn't even, like, pronounce names or anything. Like, this fucking unironic Luddite. It's like, bruh. This actual fucking Neanderthalic Philistine, bro. And then you throw him a Cheez-It. Throw him a Cheez-It! Yeah, they just, like, start throwing Cheez-Its as, like, he's a dog.
I think in many ways this interview is perfect for Donald Trump and his base, because they, like, you have to have this level of, like, stupidity. Okay? Like,
did Hassan just come back from Hawaii? Like, why does Hassan low-key kind of look like he just, like, came back from Hawaii and was hanging out with his, Polynesian bros? Because he looks hella tan right now, and, like, that necklace kind of strikes me as, like, the one thing he's missing is, like, some badass, like, tribal, warrior tats or some shit, bro. And he'd be like, I just spent 2 years out in Hawaii and met with, like, some dang motherfucking gym bros, bro. And they're, like, and they're badass, and they light me in their ways. And now I know the way of the fucking Hawaiian warriors and shit, dude.
Anyways, we might think, like, oh, how crazy. But, like, honestly, this is perfect for his base. Like, low-key. This is like
one of the greatest.
Him saying like there's a war on Christmas and shit. Like I genuinely think that like whoever is still voting for Donald Trump at this point unironically thinks that is a real thing. And also, like, if you want to pick up new people, like new young voters, like they have to be this stupid.
I'm down from Raft. Oh wait, oh shit. Well, why is Rip City fucking asking that on tele? Well, you could just ask me that, like, not here, but okay, hold on. Let me do this real quick. Bish. Okay, there we go. There we go. Boom. Okay.
You know what I mean? Like, they have to be, like, genuine, legitimate Aiden Ross watchers that...
What?
It's very entertaining legislature session on TV. There's a disagreement, and then, like, a big brawl broke out. Their chairs are... objects are flying, and everything's kind of...
Wait.
To come in.
Wait, when?
I don't know, it's on one of those most whatever shows.
Oh, so it's probably one of those like parliaments in some other country and shit.
Yeah, it was in a different.
Yeah, somewhere where something that America used to hold with pride. We used to do that shit. There's actually one of my favorite stories in America of that happening in the Senate was actually I think in like 1840 or 1850 something or whatever the fuck. And there was like two senators they were either congressmen or senators, I forget which, but one of them was an abolitionist and the other one was a pro-slave and fucking piece of shit, whatever. But like, both of them fucking hated each other. Obviously, you could probably see why. I mean, they had strong animosity. Yeah, one of them was like, oh, he's just, wild boy that loves, these, Negro cattleman, blah, blah, blah. Like one of them's just being shitbag and throwing him under. And the other one's like, he's a slave-owned piece of shit and he doesn't recognize, the quality and intuition of, our fellow man, despite the color of skin, blah, 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 and they had a fucking full-on brawl that the entire House and Senate, like, fucking got in a full-on brawl. Everybody started getting in a fight. Yeah, and both of them were in the middle of it, and one of them, because this was in the powdered wig days, one of them pulled off the wig of one of the first two that started the fight, and, and of course, his, fucking monk, balding head-looking ass, underneath that powdered wig is looking like an embarrassment, so everyone starts laughing at him, including everybody. Like, as soon as people started hearing laughing, they started looking and they saw his bald ass head, everybody in that entire room started busting a gut, laughing their ass off. And funny enough, that stopped the fight. Everyone kind of chilled out, went back to their seats, dusted everything off, I think, and all that shit. And they just had a very heated argument back and forth for the rest of that session. And then, fast forward, Civil War happened, all that shit, so, but, like, that shit happened, it's like, man, can we have that shit again?
I go bald out this moment, what the fuck? I earned all
well, it was the powder wig days,
Yeah. Yeah, those big white fluffy.
Yeah, they're powder, yeah, well, I know exactly what the fuck, John. Oh, wait. Oh, what's up, Logan? Oh, wait, what's up? Man, I had another argument with my brother when he was trying to tell me that he'd be less aggressive towards you political agendas and be more tolerant. Shit pissed me off. So, bringing a coworker last night was a mistake. Wait, well, where was the mistake of bringing a coworker over? It's just that it kind of... I mean, sometimes we have a tendency to go on way too long, but there wasn't any mistake about that. He was a cool as fuck guy. If anything, I mean, he subscribed to my channel, so I might see him in my chats here in the future. I might not necessarily recognize right off the bat unless he's like, oh yeah, it was blah, blah, blah. I was like, oh yeah. But, I mean, he's chill as fuck. I think, him and I will probably maybe, hang out again in the future, I'm assuming. I did notice that, you all were still hanging out by the time I was going to bed. I was like, you're all still there? But then I noticed your brother rolled up, and I think you're, I'm assuming your car broke down because I saw you got your, jumper cables out, and I was like, oh no, something bad. Your battery was dying. Dude was cool, but he has some ignorant ideas, and mine also rude. I mean, he's not really, like, rude. I mean, I would just say that he could probably be a little, maybe assertive about just trying to kind of get his point across, which, I mean, I could maybe get a little bit, because, I mean, I know that, you can be, like, you can kind of go off on a topic and literally, like, unless someone tries to interject, you will keep going for hours. Like, legit. Like, I mean, it's one of those things where unless someone tries to interject, I mean, once you go on a topic, I mean, yeah. I'm not, it was hypothetically saying that I'm not listening, but he wasn't listening. Yeah, well, I guess in that way, yeah. I mean, at a certain point, I was starting to kind of get a little tired and thinking about food and stuff. It wasn't like I wasn't listening, but I was kind of like, all right, well, I'm starting to think about, food, but I'll keep playing music at least. Stuff like that. So, but, just because I at least keep the vibe chill regardless. But, I mean, because either way, I mean, I don't know. I think it's pretty chill. I think at least, like if him and I were to hang out, one-on-one and stuff, because I want to ask him, but like, I know because he's not much of a drinker anymore for what it sounds like, but, maybe on a rare occasion, so I'm thinking, hey, if you happen to have a free time, maybe you and him can like swing by over at the bar a little bit and chill for a minute. At least, on Friday and Saturdays when I do karaoke down there. But, I don't know. I mean, it's a first impression anyway, so, I mean, don't really got a strong opinion one way or the other. Outside that, hey, he's chill with me and seems, chill with me as well, so, I don't know. As far as I'm concerned, I mean, seems cool. It was listening that I was saying hypocritical, and was saying hypocritical, saying some kind of right-wing borderline hatefulness, but I was just trying to get him on common ground. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people tend to, I think, teeter around that type of stuff a lot, because, especially if they're, at least in my experience with, talking with different people that, might be a little acquainted with at the bar, for example, that, because such a regular occurrence there that, people even recognize me just showing up. It's one of those things where it's just yeah, I mean, we might have some disagreements, but, I'll at least try to find some broader common ground, to try to be hey, you don't think it's all disinformation, you know what I mean? It's there's some sort of a, element in that. To the point is, what do you want to do about it? I think he says climate even, yeah, well, yeah, I kind of noticed that. I don't think it's man-made. And it's dude, that sounds like shit my dad would say, and he does all the time. That's straight up some libertarian American style, goofy ass, well, man had nothing to do with climate, blah, blah, blah. It's just, it's ridiculous. I didn't really want to pop in on that too much, just because, I don't want to, suddenly drop a bunch of random shit, on him and be well, there's this, there's this, there's this, there's all this other shit that just proves that the climate change happening right now is fundamentally based on artificial shit. I mean, you can't, you could say that maybe we are having a strong impact or not, but it's you can't deny those facts. We are. We play a role in it. And arguably, and honestly, we're in the main role. We're the main reason why the climate's fucked. I mean, so, and you just can't beat around the bush on that shit, because, yeah, maybe on a long enough term, on a natural, progressive, way where if the Earth was just doing its own thing, basically without us playing a role in it, yeah, maybe these factors would happen, 1,000 years later. Not now. That's changing, that we need to change our trajectory as heading. Yeah. And honestly, I think we need to take fundamental, radical approaches that fundamentally would change society, economics, and, kind of our political structure, and, in a way, honestly, that, because I think a lot of radical change needs to be needed in order for that to happen. Because the current paradigm that it is will never, change it, or at least not change it in time. Because it's based off of a for-profit narrative, especially in America. You're we're not going to give a fuck about that unless there's a lot of fuck you buddy to be made out of it. And if there's more fuck you buddy to be made out of fossil fuels and fracking and all this other shit, then who gives a shit? Doesn't mean anything. We're not going to, put in the investments into that. I mean, even though there is, I mean, even in a capitalistic perspective, there's a lot of, positives to green energy, even on that front. Solar energy is probably, the cheapest, easiest, profitable way of making fucking money on energy outside of fossil fuels. I mean, because a lot of people do make money. In fact, some places, in their counties and cities, municipalities where they do have solar set up, they actually get money from, their local county and state, because they have energy source because of where they live regionally and all sorts of shit. There's different factors that play a role to it, but because they have those solar panels on their property and they're able to basically make at least a little bit of something. It's not a lot of money necessarily, I mean, but it's at least a little something. I mean, shit, the fact that even an average Joe, with their own property can make a little something, in a return, instead of having to pay an energy bill, but if anything get paid, instead, it's I mean, it just shows that solar, especially because that fucking ball of nuclear energy that fuels all life, is not going to really be doing anything crazy for the next 5 billion something fucking years. I think we got all the time in the world, so to speak, to maximize that energy. So why don't we do that? We could be putting some fucking shit in space and, like, and do some, like, wireless transferring of energy. Like, those are theoretical things that can happen, and I think have been at least tested and are capable. I mean, straight up. Like, we could have, like maybe not, like, Dyson spheres or whatever the fuck, but, like, maybe, like, a good old gigantic fat fuck you Dyson panel, just, like, make it big enough to where it's like, hey, how much energy would we need to pretty much power the entire fucking Earth and human needs and not have to produce energy on, at home. Like, and all that shit. It's like, well, let's just, like, make a big, square panel, basically, that's, resistant to shit hitting it, like meteorites, stuff like that, and really thick and big, and have it, like, orbital locked to the sun specifically, so it's, like, pretty much, like, in some way, shape, or form, at least locked with the Earth, where it's pointing at the sun no matter what. So we can maximize the use of that energy, all the time. Like, that would require a lot of resources and, energy to get something done like that, but it's possible. I mean, it's not like you have to make, like, a Dyson ring or some shit. If anything, honestly, it wouldn't have to really be that big. I mean, you could probably make it, like, a mile by mile square foot kind of, like, thing or whatever, like, or, it just depending on how big it is, like, it wouldn't necessarily be that huge. Like, we would only need, like, one big square, basically, and that's it. Or just a bunch of tiny little, like, satellites that are specifically there to absorb energy. Like little solar satellites, that are like solar panel satellite type of things. Fusion also. Fusion, not so much. I'm like, there's problems with nuclear reactor failures and shit in the past about that, but fusion, though, hell yeah. I'm so in favor of that. That's the one that we're still trying to research and shit, right? I sometimes get it mixed up, but the one that we've always had for a while, I think that's fusion, but fusion is the one I'm actually okay with, because if one of those reactors, breaks down, it just shit stops. Like, fusion just stops. Like, nothing happens. Everything just ends up being dormant. The likelihood of a meltdown or anything like that is pretty much zilch. So, like, that, I'm way more in favor of stuff like that. Because the consequences of, like, like Fukushima or Chernobyl and shit, I don't like that. And there's always a human error factor in that, so I don't really trust humans with that shit right now. But if we can at least, get past fusion and go fusion, then I'll be on board with it. Just maximize that fucking research right now. That hyper research developed that, solar energy, wind energy too. And also, like, some of these more futuristic ideas about solar energy, like I'm talking about. It doesn't have to go, like, the extreme route, like I'm like a big panel or whatever, but even these, like, solar panel style, like, energy satellites that, will, like, transfer energy back down to Earth and stuff. Because there's also theories about being able to, like, wirelessly, like, transfer energy in that way. And if we could do that shit, then shit, we might be able to get solid and set. We don't mean brown immigrants. I might have not have paid attention in that. Was he really saying some shit like that? Because I probably was not. Either I don't remember, or I don't exactly, like, was paying. Either I wasn't paying attention, or I just didn't, I just don't remember. He said that to me in the car when I said we need immigrants. Oh, in the car? Okay, so no, I wasn't in there. Okay, so that was after y'all were waiting for your brother and shit. Okay. Well, thank fuck I wasn't in there, because I'm like, because honestly, I might have popped about that. It's like, wait, hold up. Right as we arrived to your place? No, before? Oh, it was before. Okay. Well, either way, whatever. I guess it doesn't matter. But still, like, man, I would be like, wait, what the fuck? I mean, if I popped out, when that happened, like, when y'all rolled up and I heard that, I'd be like, everybody kind of a xenophobe or something. Like, I probably would start off, on the wrong foot almost. So, I mean, I'm kind of glad I started on the right foot, and I think, maybe I could talk a little sense into him, because, dude, it's like the migrant ain't your enemy, especially when it comes to a blue-collar worker and shit, It's like, the immigrant, brown, black, white, whatever the fuck, it don't matter. Like, the immigrant is your ally in this shit. Like, they've been oppressed and, are part of proletariat struggle just like everybody else is, just like you and me. Don't matter what the fucking shade of their skin is. You shut up and I was already pissed. You said that immigrants are taking black jobs. Oh my god, did he, they're taking our black jobs, folks. Did he take the Trump thing? I think they're stealing. Oh, dude. Oh, no. He's buying into the weird right-wing xenophobic shit. And what's fucked up, the Democrats aren't helping with this either, by the way, because they're all like, oh, well, we're actually strong on the border ourselves because of X, Y, and Z that you all bitch about. It's like, dude, it's whipping up people into a weird xenophobic frenzy. Even when it comes to libs, too. It's like, fucking hell, dude. What the fuck, bro? Why are people like this? And both parties are just straight up being like, fuck that. Nah, let's actually fuck those immigrants and, deport more of them. Says pro-Trump. Oh, man. I frankly did not get that impression, when I was talking with him, but it's like, oh, boy. Let's go a work friend and not less respect for him. Well, I'll still, give an olive branch to be open, minded about him. Look, I'm not gonna go hardcore with just one first impression talking with him, but I'm curious about poking his head about some of these things, I will admit. And I don't know. I mean, he seems like he's pretty chill with me and is open with me, so I definitely want to have more conversations with him. Maybe I could kind of see why he feels that way and stuff, because I want to challenge it, but the xenophobe shit is unreasonable. And yeah, I bet it is. And honestly, it is, just straight up. I mean, it's irrational, it's unreasonable, and and honestly, a lot of it has to do with being scared and fearful. And that scaredness and that, being scared and that fear being whipped up, to be used as a scapegoat to different targets, which in this case is xenophobia. He was using you to use a false moral high ground to saying I was aggressive, not listening, to make me a bad guy. Yeah, he was kind of saying I was kind of like a mediator, and I was mentioning, because, I mean, to be fair, he's not inherently wrong. He is kind of pointing out to think about myself. I do tend to be kind of like a mediator sometimes between, a three-way conversation, when there's, one, side versus the other, kind of having a back and forth, because then I'll kind of pipe in a little bit, because I'm listening, for a lot of that. So, I mean, he's not really wrong, but yeah, I do know what you're talking about, though. Because he was kind of well, that's why, I kind of like him being here, because he's kind of like a mitigator here. I'm like, well, you just met me a little bit. I don't disagree, but you just met me. How would you know that right now? I mean, it's an assumption that he took that just happened to be right. Because I'll admit that, but I feel like, it's one of those things where it's I mean, good guess, I guess. I don't know. Maybe he just doesn't, kind of have that sense about me. Where it's yeah, this guy kind of seems chill enough to where he's more of a listener and wants to at least try to, at least be open-minded and listen to a perspective. But, it was, I don't know. I mean, like I said, it's just one single impression. I'm not going to, go super hyper in a local about because, I don't know. He seems like, I think he could have his mind changed a little bit, but I don't know. Like I said, it's just my first impression. It's he seems cool, seems chill. I would definitely love to hang out with him again. So, I mean, it's just one of those things where it's maybe, if him and I were just chit-chatting, maybe it'd be different in a sense of how our conversation might be if it was just us, but I don't know. I mean, I can't really just gauge it off of just one, one-off conversation, because if I did that, I could assume so many things about so many fucking people. And I don't want to try to be too assumptionary about everything, or at least about people and shit, because I know a lot of people just tend to kind of get whipped up in bullshit, and maybe they kind of on a face value believe it, but when you actually kind of break it down to them a little bit and ask them what about that is why you believe that, they end up being well, I don't know. And they end up realizing they probably just didn't really believe that in the first place. they just kind of got whipped up into it. Because I really do notice that a lot with a lot of people. Like with, people that, especially when they tend to be apolitical or like, just not really active, and that type of stuff. That doesn't mean you have to be like super hyper, like involved all the time, but at least, being at least somewhat politically aware to a certain degree. It's one of those things where if you're not at all, then it's easy to get whipped up into bigoted, stupid shit. And like this is the sad truth about it. And our country has pushed so much, especially for our education system being broken and fucked to the point where now we have like 2 generations, to basically, that is basically fucking, everybody in a way when it comes to critical thinking, when it comes to doing your research, but actually fucking doing that. Instead of just looking at a headline of an article or what some random politician you happen to like the vibes of, said or some shit. Like, you actually have to do some critical thinking and, like, look up peer-reviewed data. Like, look at, scientific research from different institutions and shit. Because I know you, Logan, do that. And that's why when it comes to a lot of stuff that you talk about, that's why, in a lot of ways, I really do just kind of sit and listen because I know you do that shit. And you really get hyper passionate about that type of stuff. And that's really fucking dope because I got my shit that I'm like that with. I mean, so there's a commonality there. That's why, every now and then, you've listened to me go off about a lot of shit, especially when it comes to doing these streams, right? But, at the same time, I've always been kind of the viewer in a way and just kind of a listener to a lot of shit that you go off about. Because, you do got, like, a lot of stuff that you talk about and shit that, it's like maybe there's, a certain subjectivity to, what you're talking about. Because, obviously, we all have our opinions about what we learn about. But I know there's at least like some shit that you learned, when it came to that. Then does it present evidence? Yeah, I guess in a way I don't necessarily inherently try to expect someone to like present evidence right in front of me and type of stuff. But if they got like a video or something to at least present me, if I'm at least going to ask them and challenge them about it, it's like, well, where'd you learn? Well, it's like, let's say it's like, well, I heard there's actually other factors about climate change that isn't just strictly a human thing. It's like, well, what's the research? It's like, well, here, let me find the article, and they actually show me an article, and I can see, oh, it's by this outlet. Here's the headline. All right, let me read it really quick. Okay, it's showing that at least, there's like these factors or this factors or something, and this research, institute, whatever. Like, if at least then I could at least go with something and be like, okay, maybe I didn't consider that, or be like, oh, well, this is still part of the human-made factor or this and that or whatever the fuck, because of X, Y, or Z. This is just like in an article trying to cherry pick it saying it's, oh, well, humans aren't the only thing, so some of it is natural or whatever the fuck, Just trying to make it at least an example. It's just like, it's one of those things where it's like, if there's nothing to go off of besides just like, he says, she said bullshit, then, there isn't really a lot of value to that conversation when it comes to stuff like this. And I said I was lower on the conversational hologram, and he was higher labeling aggressive rather than which is passionate in our research. Really pissed me off. Yeah, because I remember for a good chunk of it, it kind of ended up being that way. Because I remember being focused and remembering about that. And it's like, dude, it's like, he's just, passionate for sure. And I suppose, like, after a certain point, because like I said, like, when it's like 5 or 6 hours of, like, having, chatting, talking about all these things and stuff, when it's like, like, I could get at that point, but when it's like, it's only 4 and you showed up at like 3, it's like an hour in, and it's like, man, we're just getting started, basically, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? It's like, it's like one of those things where it's like, dude, I've been for the ringer of this, okay? Like, if you think this is being overbearing, then bruh. Dude, there's been like times where it's like literally all day, like 12 plus hours of you and I like chatting, hanging out, all sort of shit. Like, it's like, honestly, like 4 or 5 hours is like nothing at this point, It's like, cause, it's just how people, like just are sometimes. Like, some people just got them personalities. It's me your time with them was a mistake, man. Nah, I still don't see it that way. Honestly, for me, I just kind of see a little bit, I guess, of an opportunity in a sense. it wasn't even that long, but it did go late. Yeah, it did go late. Like, it was about, like, 3 hours, because y'all showed up around, like, 3:30-ish or something like that. And it was, like, 6 o'clock when we all finally split, but then the car battery died. So, I just happened to be eating my burritos. I was like, oh, they're still out there. Oh, his brother's there, too. Oh, they're starting a car. Oh, that sucks. Burrito. All right. Ate my burritos, passed out. But, yeah. I mean, I don't know. I mean, for me, I don't think it was a mistake. Don't beat yourself up about it too much. I mean, I think he, like, he definitely is probably close-minded about some stuff, but I don't know. I mean, maybe he obviously is somebody who's kind of like a civility lib. I mean, he's kind of willing to use some more high ground stuff, which I can get, but I don't like it either. But I know how that works, so I could kind of maybe use that as an advantage almost. So it's like, well, I'm not being crazy just now or whatever. My more high ground is I care about people. I don't want, like, the climate fucking us all up and killing us. I don't want, like, humanity being bigoted or turning people away because they're brown or an immigrant or whatever. Like, I mean, if anything, I mean, since with the information given, it's like, hey, it's like, I could kind of use that whole, thing against him and be like, come on. I think I just was more involved than you, and I saw more of the bigoted. You also brought up weird conspiracy shit, like saying everyone in Hollywood is pedophiles. Yeah, and yeah, not everybody in Hollywood is. And look, a lot of these weird elite fucks, especially when you got people like Epstein and shit, like, yeah, look, there is definitely some weird shit that happens, but that same shit happens in, like, the small town church and shit in, like, some random podunk town in Alabama or West Virginia or North Dakota or wherever the fuck. Like, I mean, Hollywood isn't, like, some weird, like, island where all the PDF files just happen to exist. They're everywhere. And in fact, honestly, the church has got way more of a fucking problem to that than Hollywood does. I mean, Hollywood got an issue with that shit, but the church has got way more of a fucking problem with that than Hollywood ever could. And also, the churches have a longer fucking history with that shit than Hollywood, because Hollywood's been around for not that long. And when it comes to the time span of, like, the broader churches, Catholic, Orthodox churches, Protestant churches all over the U.S. and shit. Well, not just Protestant ones, but just any of them. It's like pretty much every week you could find, like, an article somewhere in the U.S. about some pastor getting caught diddling a kid. Very closeted anti-Semite, thinks Jews are responsible for all us being poor and they steal all the wealth, and then says white people are responsible for the good technology. That is definitely a little sussy. That, I will admit, is some sussy baka shit right there. Also, what's funny is, like, Christians, evangelical Christians, especially evangelical Christian Zionists, tend to be hardcore pro, like, Semitic and shit, but also at the same time are pretty anti-Semitic too, secretly. Because the whole idea of the rapture, for example, because this is at least one little detail I know about that, is that, like, all the Jews pretty much either will burn in hell if they don't, convert to Christianity after the Messiah returns, or they, ascended to heaven with the Messiah when he returns if they do. We're, and it's like, well, that basically means Jews aren't Jews anymore, so that sounds like they're all wiped out, basically. It's just like, wait, what? It's like, once you kind of start breaking that down, you're like, isn't this whole thing kind of more anti-Semitic than the trope of, like, just, not, supporting that? It's like, it's so weird. I just hate that fucking shit because, like, anti-Semitism is just such a poisonous fucking thing when it comes to any of this. Like, just fundamentally. Because, like, man, it's like you have the Israeli state being literal, demonic, fucking evil, horrible, wretched, barbaric fucking scum, and just basically celebrating the idea of, like, every Palestinian being slaughtered and their blood running, into the fucking sea kind of shit. But then and then it's like you talk to your average Jewish person and shit, and they're like, wait, that's happening? Well, fuck that. That's horrible. Ugh. I don't want that. A lot of them are actually chill as fuck and awesome. And it's like, so, it's like, obviously it has nothing to do with, the background, their ethnicity. It's all about, like, the, policies and their fucking, politics and shit. And some of them are just genocide fucking pieces of shit. And those who I'm talking about are Zionists. And that's not even ethnicity. That's just a fucking philosophy. Kind of a religious-backed one, but mostly a political one. So, I mean, it's like, that has nothing to do with, well, I mean, it does in a way because of what it's trying to advocate for, but, like, the actual idea in itself is not ethnic. So transgendership, at least we shouldn't have to promote LGBTQ stuff and keep it out of schools and think they're engaging people to be trans and gay and thinks that's wrong. Like, to me, bigotry for me to still have respect for. I mean, I'll have to, like, maybe have a one-on-one with him maybe at some point. Like, because, like, he's at least, like, got my, channel and stuff. So, I mean, he'll probably pop in, at some point in the future. So I'll ask him, be like, like, hey, you want to hang out or something? Maybe ask him about some of these things, because I'm definitely kind of curious, like, where the fuck does some of this come from? Is it just because, like, you think, Trumpy boy over here is, like, just cut above the fray, even though he ain't? Was it the attempted assassination? Like, what was it? I kind of want to prick this dude's brain a little bit about it. Just out of sheer, kind of curiosity. He is calm, but it does change shitty beliefs. Yeah, he definitely is very, level-headed, for sure. Which, gives a veneer of, like, a maturity and, like, a sense of, being, like, yeah, I know what I'm talking about, kind of thing, so, I don't know. That's why I want to maybe, like, try to, like, chat with him at some point. At least, again, for myself. Because, at least for me, I'm okay with that. I mean, if you don't want to, then it's whatever, but, I mean, hey, if you want to let him know, it's like, hey, I still have the olive branch, to hang out whenever, if he wants to and stuff. I mean, because I'm okay with that, just, because I mean, there's a lot of things that I could tell where he might, be at odds, when it comes to my politics and stuff. But, I mean, I think maybe he would be willing to hear it out, because I'm not going to be like, well, oh, you don't like trans people? Well, fuck you then, you bitch, you bigoted fuck. It's like, that's not where I'm going to go with, obviously, So, I mean, maybe he'll, like, be kind of, maybe more open to hear what I have to say about certain stuff when he's like, oh, you're not your typical radical lefty type or something. It's like, because even though I was mentioning that, because you're saying I tend to be more in the center, but I honestly don't identify that way. I mean, myself personally. I mean, just honestly, I mean, like, I really do see myself as, like, such a leftist. I'm, like, in the forest. I'm, like, out of the Overton window, at least in the American political spectrums and shit. So it's like, for me, I just kind of tend to kind of be outside of the broader, like, American political Overton window of politics and shit. That's kind of why I mentioned that. It's like, I'm out in the forest that is outside of our American political Overton window, because it, like, I'm left to the point where America's left is, like, basically just, like, lost into the ether, and you're like, you're insane! Crazy woke communist, Bolshevik, fucking cultural Marxist! Trying to force mandate surgery on all the kids. You come in the middle and have a conversation and build a kind of common ground with people that are on the right. Well, yeah. Well, a lot of that just has to do with just, being a conversationalist and also a little bit of contact theory and shit. Like, I mean, you don't necessarily have to be, like, in the middle, so to speak, to be able to kind of, like, go to, like, that middle and, talk to people, and at least have a common ground. Because I guess in a sense, it's like, if, at least even people on the right are willing to at least, like, come to that middle and at least kind of hash it out, even if, whether it's respectfully and being like, just having a regular old conversation, or even if it does get heated. Pretty left too, like, I'm a Marxist. Yeah. I mean, I call myself more of, like, a trade unionist, like, labor leftist type. I kind of use more broader terms because sometimes some people will see things like Marxist as, like, an immediate turnoff and be like, oh, so you're just a crazy wokey or some shit, It's like, But if they hear like labor leftists, they're like, they kind of be like, oh, I haven't heard that. Okay, interesting. They probably just kind of be maybe like, lefty though, but not one I've heard of. So, I mean, that's why I try to kind of maybe, at least for myself, just kind of be broad about it. But also, I guess that's kind of why I have the flags like I do in a way. Same with like my presentation. Because at least, I mean, especially on like the online sphere of things, like the left tends to be, I don't know, like too terminally online, if that makes sense. I mean, which the online left, terminally online. I mean, because the reality on the ground, especially with like other lefties that I talk to, is just so much different than like the lefties that I talk to online in a sense. At least the ones that kind of focus on that shit. Even for the perspectives of like a lot of different content creators I watch sometimes. Like, I mean, even people like Hassan, like that happens to be kind of just chilling here on screen looking like a gym bro. It's like, or like Voosh or any of these other guys that, that, I'll listen to sometimes. It's like they're, even, despite, maybe like a lot of like, solidarity and agreement and different ideas. That's why I watch these type of people. It's like, I mean, there's still kind of this detachment about like what, like, the general kind of like politics are, so to speak, on the ground when it comes to like the normies or like the voter base, all this type of shit. I mean, because, I mean, like you and me, we've been out there, like at different, places like concerts, little house shows, bars, different little just random gatherings out in the park. And sometimes people come up, or we go up to people asking about something, maybe if they got a lighter or some shit, like whatever the fuck, it ends up being a conversation for like 30 minutes because we end up just talking with them or something. Like, I mean, it's like with all these different like experiences, I mean, and if politics, at least in those experiences, ever happens to get brought up, it's always kind of like those like kind of like kitchen table issues. Like, like, I mean, I'm just trying to, have a wage that, I can afford to pay the rent with and get some groceries and this and that, blah, blah. It always ends up kind of being the core root if you really kind of break down what people's like main gripes are politically. And then a lot of this other shit tends to be secondary, but at the same time, so many people get whipped up in that secondary, like social issue shit. In a way, it's not like it doesn't matter, because a lot of these issues do matter for sure. I mean, look at Roe v. Wade with women's rights and shit, right? Like when it comes to abortion rights, like obviously, like they do matter because they can be taken away as well, on top of it being expanded. So it's not like they don't matter, but it's like at the same time they get whipped up so much to the point that it can almost be like a distraction. And that's kind of the freaky fucking thing about it. It's like a lot of these issues do matter, especially on social issues and like civil justice and social justice, etc. But it's like sometimes like it almost ends up being just like strictly the only focus. And it's like it, and at least from my political perspective of these things, I think a lot of the like the labor aspect of things, like the economic issues, especially that I advocate for, like almost kind of like, domino effect into these other issues. Because, like, for example, let's take it to like an kind of extreme level. Let's say that, you're with your workers on a picket line and the scabs come through and things get a little roughed up, but now the cops come in and break up the whole strike so the scabs could break the line. And, you as a Republican, for, let's say that, someone is a Republican here. And, and you got like a trans person that's getting beaten the fuck up by a cop and about to get arrested. And a bunch of union brothers and sisters show up. And, the Republican shows up too because it's like, hey, at the end of the day, it's like we're all trying to fucking, get a better contract so we can pay our rent, put some, bread on our table and shit and all that stuff. And it's like, at that point, once you're all trying to get that fucking main objective, all this other shit ends up being secondary. And then there ends up being like a solidarity and a binding of like sisterhood and brotherhood that, gets built from shit like that. I mean, that's why, when it comes to my politics, I mean, that's where, my, politics comes first and foremost, is with that shit. Because honestly, that's like the bread and butter issues that people give a fuck about. And, at least, one thing I am optimistic about is that a lot of these, like, more, like, union stuff kind of being more on the mainstream has been really making me happy. Even with Sean O'Brien being at the RNC, like, I know a lot of people have been kind of fucking on him, because of that, but it's like, those Republicans, that might be in the fucking audience that, show up to that fucking silly-ass RNC at the Madison, Wisconsin, it's like, a lot of those people are probably like old, blue collar fucking types that used to be a part of like, some UAW factory workers union shit, that got outsourced in the 90s or in the early 2000s or some shit. It's like, yeah, they're conservative and they vote Republican since like the fucking 80s or whatever. But what? You don't think they're blue collar and union guys too? They probably were or are still. It's like, I mean, and the fact that you got like a union president for the Teamsters where they're in hostile waters, basically, and even, like, Trump himself got fucked off for it, because he was the one who invited him in the first place, which is fucking weird, but, hey, whatever. I mean, shit, it's one of those things where it's like, he ain't there for clout chasing, he ain't there to, like, try to, like, gain some W's with the Republicans, because he knows none of them, or Trump gives a fuck. But the fact that, like, that can be used to help bolster, like, whatever chances that the GOP wants to use, because obviously they're using them for a certain way. But then he recognized that for more often than not, honestly, from what I can tell. Because he's out there trying to send a message. And he made that message. And people seem to kind of forget that part of, the reason why he was there. And it's like, if with this Democratic National Convention coming up, they'll get, like, Sean Fain, from the UAW, the other Sean. That's the president of one of these big fucking unions. Like, they would get his ass out there. Like, get him up there. Like, I mean, if the DNC is smart, they'll put his ass up there in the national convention when it comes up. Because Sean Fain don't gotta fucking have animosity or nothing like that. He could just be up there. It's like, hey, my, fellow union brother, Sean O'Brien, talked to the RNC, and the DNC invited me here to, to this convention. And like him, I'm here, to, speak my message, blah, blah, blah. He could fucking amp that shit up a little bit. And also, you kind of show like a little class solidarity. Not just class solidarity, but cross solidarity almost. Being like, hey, here in the DNC side of things, we're also trying to kind of help you all out too. Like, I mean, the fact that these parties are almost trying to kind of compete for this like union shit now is very new. This hasn't been this hasn't happened in a long fucking time. So there is optimism for me in this, especially in the long run, especially for next election cycle in 2028. Ooh boy, that's gonna be fun. Oh, that's gonna be so good. You wanna know why? Because the UAW Sean Fain has been galvanizing a lot of these other unions in the AFL-CIO too, because the UAW is a part of them, to like do all their contracts from May 1st on 2028. Which basically means general strike on May Day, International Workers' Day, and he's very knowledgeable about that shit, and that's why the UAW contracts are set for that day, and a lot of other unions that have endorsed this idea have set their contracts for that day or April 30th. So they're all like, there's a growing and long-term movement going with this shit, and that's good. It's a long burn. It's going to take a while. And the fact that it's happening now, that's a good thing. Got opportunity for a lot of these unions and a lot of workers to, kind of get on board with it a little bit. Because there's been attempts in this where there hasn't really been a full union endorsement, but like a grassroots push for it. Like, Striketober, back a couple years ago and shit, and stuff like that. Like, it never really galvanized into something big. Because it was just kind of spur of the moment, and I'll just whip it up really quick. You need the organization, you need the grassroots logistics, and because of that, you need the unions to be there because they got the money to make that shit happen. You can't just like have a bunch of people that happen to be kind of like a part of unions that just kind of get together willy-nilly. I mean, you got to get them on board. And Sean Fain is one of those motherfuckers doing this shit now. And it's like, it's going to take time, but 4 years. That's not long. And frankly, there's some good shit that could happen between now and then. I mean, the whole point is to, like, get a lot of these unions to maybe even shorten their contracts just to, push for something like this. Just so they can, like, really make a massive hit, and really get a massive concession for workers. And if it's on an election year of 2028, Sean Fain was smart about that, too. That's the same year that another election will happen for the presidency. Whoever happens to be on the Democrat or Republican side on that fucking front, when that happens, ooh, they got an opportunity to either be some pro-labor motherfuckers or really give some concessions, for progressives especially, and labor leftists like me, or spit us in the face. And then, it's basically going to be one or the other. So, and right now, Kamala's got an opportunity to maybe kind of give a little solidarity here. If they invite Sean Fain to the DNC or with the National Convention, I think that will look really fucking good. And also kind of undermine the Republican Party being like, we're blue-collar guys. We got Sean O'Brien, the Teamsters dude. Like, I mean, it's like, then they can't use that on the Democrats. So if they put like a major famous, a union president guy, because there's a few of them, Sean O'Brien ain't the only one with the Teamsters. I mean, Sean Fain with the UAW. Just get him. That's it. Get the other Sean. Boom. That's stuff I'm trying to come to common ground with people. That's what I need to be able to. Yeah, exactly. I mean, because at the end of the day, that's the common bread and butter shit. I mean, that's where, for me, that's where a lot of it comes first and foremost. Because I want to see these parties actually, fucking force this shit a little bit. It's like, hey, y'all been, out of touch, aristocratic fucking scum for all these years, both of these parties, this whole duopoly. And it's like, and now after, even a few electoral cycles after Bernie tried to fucking, literally warn you motherfuckers about it, be like, hey, I'm galvanizing this, and, they're gonna get way more pissed. It's like, and hey, fast forward to now, we're more pissed. So it's like, It's like they're now finally starting to listen. They don't want the Marie Antoinette shit happening to them. And I don't blame them either. But they're gonna probably get it anyway. Because fuck them. But I also know kind of. Turns out sure. Oh yeah, with Thomas Crooks, whatever his name was. Yeah, I found out about that pretty quick. I was kind of really heavily into that when it first happened that weekend because I was wondering about how that shit was gonna be spun for a while. So when I found out oh, that's who it was, I was like, well, I'm honestly not shocked. And if actually. My take on it is honestly one of the rare takes that I haven't heard. Because frankly, I think a lot of this isn't what people think. I think this is literally just the same rooted problem that happens with a lot of these mass shootings. It's just that instead of a school, this kid wanted to take it to the extra level and put some nos in that shit and basically try to go after a politician. And Trump just happened to have a fucking rally that happened to be 20 minutes or 30 minutes away from his house. Instead of a school, he wanted to take it to the extra level. So honestly, I think I don't really think it's some crazy insane shit, some Oswald style conspiracy or whatever the fuck with JFK or some shit. I just think it's just really the same problem that, America's always had. When it comes to these outcasted, lone, young men who are so vindictive and hateful towards just society and humanity itself to the point that this is how they lash out. And for whatever reason it is. Because they can't have friends, because they can't, lose their virginity, whatever the fuck it is. It literally is shit like that benign. Oh, I don't have friends. Oh, I'm an incel because I can't get laid. And they will lash out like that. It's straight up. I'm heavily bullied. I can't take it. I mean, it's just straight some shit like that. I mean, so I'm not really surprised about who that kid is, especially his background, because it all makes sense with that metric, because it ain't that much different from a lot of these other shooters that have done, these acts, whether at malls, theaters, schools. It's it's just that this guy happened to want to take it to the extra level and go to a politician instead. because he knew that'd make a lot more news coverage, because these days, like, these mass shootings don't really get that much news. Unless the cops fuck up at Uvalde or some shit. At this point, an American mass shooting will get lucky if it makes local news. Or statewide news. I mean, like, a lot of this shit barely makes fucking national news anymore. Because it just happens all the time. Maybe not literally all the time, but it happens so often that, like, the news just barely reports on it anymore unless there's just legit a high death count, or the police fuck up like in Uvalde, or some other crazy shit. I mean, it's just like... it's fucking nutty. Like, our media is so desensitized to the it bleeds, it leads, shit, that it has to bleed like a fucking, Niagara Falls, for it to fucking lead at this point. Or just bleed like a politician like Trump. One or the other. Which basically means at this point, I think a lot of these, single, lonely, outcasted young men that that tend to be the archetype of a lot of these mass shootings and shit, I think they're going to kind of single it and narrow it down to shit like this now. Because that kid set the precedent. And that's kind of fucking freaky. Because maybe, it's not going to be a presidential candidate next time. Maybe it's going to be a senator, or maybe a state congressman, or a mayor, or some other shit. Maybe it might be a lower level politician, but you don't think that's going to make international news, even if it's like some podunk ass fucking town like in Alabama or some shit, or fuck Kentucky? Like, yeah, it will make international news. Real news isn't reporting this shit anymore. Yeah, that's what I mean. I think that's the reason why that kid did it. I mean, the take that I have, like, I don't really hear a lot of people, like, saying that. Because I really do think that's just what it is. Because how often do you hear about, like, this stereotypical, like, a demographic of, like, who does this shit? It tends to be lonely, single young men, from 25 to, like, 18 or even younger, even. I mean, it's like, usually white, but I don't really think that matters as much. I mean, because, even if it isn't necessarily like a crazy mass shooting, like, like a school or whatever the fuck, you still get a lot of, like, gun violence and gun crimes and shit, and other factors that play a role, regardless of demographics. So it's not like, so it's just a problem across the board. Whether it's as severe as just, like, a cold, callous, like, I'm just gonna go after this school or this mall and just go after random people, or just some stupid gang beef, or, illegal street racing and a bunch of people get butthurt because someone ran over someone's foot because they're, being retarded with their fucking car, or some shit, and someone gets the gat out and starts shooting at people. Like, regardless of how the circumstances are, it's a problem. And look, I'm a, pro-gun guy myself, obviously. Like, that, obviously. But it's like, holy fuck, man, we gotta curtail this shit, because it's wild. And I think the accessibility, is the problem. I don't really inherently think, the idea of, like, having extendo mags, or, or, like, all this other shit, or, like, a bump stock, or whatever the fuck. I don't really think inherently that shit's the problem, and regulating and restricting that is going to do any difference, because obviously it hasn't. The accessibility is the problem. I mean, it's like, I think, as long as you can pass, like, the restrictive background checks and training and licensing and all sort of shit. Because I have my whole position about that. But it's like, as long as you can go past, like, some restrictive shit to, like, prove that you're not a psycho, fucking mentally ill, got problems, a violent criminal background, all this sort of shit. Like, if you could prove that you're just like, hey, maybe I want to do target shooting, or I just want it for collection, or I just like firearms as a hobby, or whatever the fuck it is, as long as it's, like, you could just prove that you're a rational, sane human being, and know how to properly, safely store them, operate them, etc., and pass training and all that shit, go for it. I don't give a fuck what you own. I really don't at that point. Own an MG32 or MG42 for all I give a fuck. Just prove that you can fucking operate it and safely store it and all this other shit, and then spend, like, $8,000 for 100 rounds of, like, 7.62 Kurtz, fucking machine gun fucking rounds or whatever that are, like, rare to ever find. You know what I mean? Like, good luck with that. It costs $10,000 to fire this weapon for 12 seconds. anyways. Secondary issues, people get whipped up and sort passionate about it, and they forget that agree upon main issues like money. Yeah, that's what happens a lot. I mean, even when I like watch some of these YouTube videos, you know, from certain like, you know, creators like Walter Maston who will go to like Trump rallies and talk with Trump supporters, there's been a few videos of his where I'm just like, oh my god, these people are so close to getting it, and then they'll throw out the most wild shit where I'm just like, no, it's like, what the fuck? They'll be like, yeah, I think, you know, like housing is fucked. You know, we can't, you know, my kids can't even afford a home no more. And you know what? And the reason why is because these damn immigrants are saying they'll just start suing. They'll just throw some shit like that. I'm just like, you're so close that then you just like fucking go like literally the opposite direction. It's like, bruh. It's like, bruh. You know, would be a good job for you, be a gunsmith. And you know, there actually is a college that specifically is catered to the trade. It's a trade school called the Sonora Desert Institute that specifically is for gunsmithing and shit. And honestly, I'm in like, man, it would be a fun job, bro. Like, I would honestly be the oddball because I'd be the leftist, like, revolutionary worker guy, and everyone would be like a right-wing libertarian fucking like 3%er or some shit. It's like, I would be the oddball, but you know what? It would be a fun job. I will admit, it would be a fun job. If I could get a job at like Palmetto State Armory, but then I'll have to move to like Georgia or something, or like South Carolina. But it's like, if I got like, you know, some job like that, I'd be like, dude, that'd be kind of fun. Milling guns and shit, that'd be dope. I mean, the thing is, like, the guns I got are pretty stupid proof when it comes to working on them. Like, AKs are legit just stupid proof. Like, if I had a malfunction, like a failure to feed, failure to eject, shit like that, like, if there were certain failures that were to happen on the AK platform, it's unironically stupid proof to fix. I would show, but YouTube's got TOS issues with guns on streams because reasons, yeah. But, I mean, you know, so I would show, like, how dumb-proof it is because the easy way to get into the guts is just a dust cover. Take that off and you pretty much have access to everything, and it's not that hard to work on it. Even for, like, when I thought my trigger, you know, for the firearm and shit was all fucked up, I realized, like, it was actually easy to fix because I just tinkered with it after a while, and I was like, oh, that's how you fixed it. So I didn't even have to take it to the gunsmith to even work on that. Because like I said, AK's dumb-proof. That's why I love them, dude. But also, I'm just kind of a nerd for, like, older weapons. Like, oh, dude. You want to know my dream rifle, Loki, though? A Krag Jorgensen, dude. A fucking Krag, bro. Dude, hold up. Let me show you a Krag. Dude, the Krag Jorgensen is the most fucking sexiest goddamn thing, and oh my god, I want one so bad. Oh, here's a Hickok 45 video, actually. And the United States actually adopted this rifle. It's a Danish weapon. But dude, like, I want one so fucking bad. You don't even understand. You don't even know. And the unique thing about it, you don't even need a strict clip or nothing. It literally has like this little like latch right here, where you just open that and you just load your rounds in there. You just drop them in there and they load themselves. And you just close that, you know, little trap, you know, latch right there, like it just showed right. Yeah, so you can actually see right here. So how they're loaded is you just literally just, you know, like, you know, just roll those little bad boys in there. And then you just close that son of a bitch, you know, cycle the bolt, and all of them just get loaded in there. Just like that. Boom. God, I want to crack so bad. Oh, I just nutted. Oh, that was a nut. Oh, ropes were just unleashed right there. That was a nut right there.
Pretty nice. Let's hit that other block, center block there. Yeah, 30-40 Krag. Interesting rifle, huh? Let's say.
You know, another good fucking rifle I would love to have for a bolt action, a Mosin. A Mosin Nagant. And those things go for like $200. For a Krag Jorgensen, how much do they cost? These are rarer. This shit probably goes for like a fucking 1,000 or something, dude. I don't know. I never see them. They're very rare weapons. Like, I mean, like, it was adopted and manufactured in the United States, you know, and it was adopted by the United States Army for a while. So, I mean, you can probably find an American variant, but any variation of this weapon is going to be hard to find and probably expensive as fuck. This is like, you know, some fuck you money rifle shit right here. Like, honestly, it would be easier for me to find a Mosin for cheap as shit, you know, than this. And also, Mosin is 7.62 by 54 rimmed millimeter. So, and there's shitloads of that all over the place, and a lot of weapons carry that cartridge. So, Mosins are cheap and easy to have ammo for. But for this is like some fucking 30-06 or some shit, like the 8mm, and or, you know, depending on the cartridge, you know, or the specific receiver for the Krag. I mean, it might have a different caliber. I mean, it's a historical piece. Like, if I ever were to have one, I probably would never be able to really shoot it unless I just had the rare, like, fuck you money to buy ammo for it. Unless it happened to be in, like, 30-06 or something. But this weapon's got rich history, too. Beautiful gun, too.
A couple more shots, because that should be what we have left in it.
You know what? Have you ever seen a straight pole? Hold up. Let me look up the Swiss K31. Yeah, baby. Straight pole.
Hey, you got.
Maybe just store it at your house in your guys so we can't get to it. Wait, who? Are you talking about your brother? Well, dude, why do you think I always have my shit in my safe? Gotta get my passport. You should. Dude, straight poles. You gotta look at
military war.
Oh, dude, a long time ago saw one of these bad boys, a K31, a Swiss K31 for $200, and dude, you do not realize how much I honestly kind of wanted to buy it right then and there. Asked my brother, like, hey, can I pay you back? Because dead ass, I was so tempted.
Of course, want to show you.
God, this is such a sexy rifle. This rifle right here is sexy, bro. Fuck. Look at that straight bolt. Look at that. Oh my god. And that little ring right there is this safety mechanism. So you use that and boop, boop, and turn it clockwise or 90 degrees, and that is basically the safety.
I just love these things. Happen to have a K31, Swiss K31 today. You saw us with the 1911 carbine.
God, the Swiss know how to make a goddamn fucking beautiful girl of a rifle. Holy shit.
Well, we're moving on up.
Oh, dude, he just slapped the ass. Okay, we gotta play back that ass slap. Just slap that ass.
K31 today. You saw us with the 1911 carbine. Well, we're moving on.
Oh, slap that ass.
Up into the 1930s. And this is a fine rifle, highly respected rifle. This one is known for its accuracy and strength and just everything. If only this thing could talk. You know, you see all the bumps.
I mean, dude, oh, man. I remember before I got my AK, I was honestly wanting to get an SKS. And I still want an SKS. I really do. So bad. SKSs are the fucking... Oh, God, they're amazing rifles. Fucking amazing carbine rifles. And if I can, I want to get my hands on a East German SKS, the Carabiner S. That's their license name for it, at least for the East German National Volksarmy. Oh my fuck god. I mean, it's rare as shit to find one of those. I mean, in comparison to like a Chinese SKS or a Russian SKS or even a Yugo or anything like that, like, it's easier to find those, but oh my god, to find an East German SKS would be my fucking goddamn dream. I don't even care how much it would cost. I know it would be way more expensive, but I don't even care. I would love it. I want it so bad.
The bruises to that stock, I tell them what those represent. They highly likely represent lots of bangs and bumps, getting them out of the safe, out of the locker.
Or, service in the front or some shit. Yeah, let's get that straight pull action, though. I want to see that. Oh, here we go. Right around here.
This gun, this K31, is famous for being a very accurate rifle. Of course, firearms are only as accurate as the shooter. And let's put a round in the chamber.
Oh, right there. Oh, dude, that straight pull, though. Dude, a straight pull bolt action is the fucking bee's knees, dude. I wish that, caught on more, Because, dude, those straight pulls are such a rarity. Like, because instead of having to go bump, 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 like, it's just... Like, so basically it made the... because the reason why these straight pulls were ever created in the first place was because bolt actions were pretty much commonplace by this point. And, to try to increase accuracy, because you can only lube and grease up, the bolt of a bolt action enough, to where it's just literally the shooter's speed that, can cycle the bolt. But a straight pull pretty much negates most of that, because all you have to do is just go, that's it. It's just a pump. It's basically literally a rifle, but pump action. But instead of the pump action being right here, it's the bolt itself. It's so fucking cool, dude. These straight pulls are so badass. It's like bolt action, had sex with a straight, like a fucking pull pump, shotgun. It made this a hybrid baby, and it's beautiful.
Straight bolt design, and take a shot. Or two.
God, man, you know what? I'm starting to regret not getting one of these motherfuckers, dude. I had a chance to get one of these bad boys low key. I still do probably, but God, when I went in that Cabela's years ago, I should have fucking grabbed one because there was like a whole rack, straight up a rack of Mosins, like 20, 30 Mosins. And then there's like 20 or 30 of these K31s just all side by side. And I was just like, the historical beauty of all these fucking rifles and all of them having some history to that shit. It's like, fuck, I should have grabbed two even. Grabbed a Mosin and a K31. Fuck. If only I had some fuck you money, man. I still can have that shit. I need to go to Cabela's again at some point. It's like the only Cabela's in town is way out in Tiger, but you know what? The motherfuckers got some cool surplus shit, and I bet they probably got something out there. So I saw some like paratrooper style M1A1 carbines and shit out there, when I was out there, when I saw the K31s and all that, like they had all sorts of surplus shit. I was just like, if only I had like $5,000 so I could just buy like half of your historical stock. 5 Mosins, like 4 K31s, 2 Gravair 98s, an M1A1 or 2, a grease gun. Just, I mean, because the collector in me just, it was screaming. Okay, I need to make a trip out there again.
I see a 2-liter right here. Oh, that's a powerful round.
Oh, nut. That was a nut right there. Oh, that cycling, dude. Dude, that cycle with the fucking ejection and the new round cycle. Oh, fuck. Dude, I'm not into ASMR, but you know what is my ASMR? Gun ASMR. Just hearing guns cycling, shooting, just making their motions, bolt cycling, just all the noises, mags changing. Oh, dude, that is my sexy ASMR time. It's just this right here. This is my sexy ASMR time.
We will get even though.
Ooh. Edging me. Edging.
Alright.
Oh, and he hit it. Ah, yeah. He hit it right there. Oh.
He's empty. I think I know where to hold. But,
So even like how even the verbiage, it's like, oh, she empty. I think I know where to hold her. Dude, I mean, see, there's a weird, like, little energy about it. I don't even know, but it's such a...
pretty much right on.
Love it.
Yes, this is a straight bolt design. You saw the 1911, and we took it apart. Let's take a closer look at this before we shoot it some more. Magazine's very similar to the 1911. I'll link that video to this video. But what they did with the K31, which were, well, I shouldn't say supposed to be. I think really were improvements. About anybody who knows these firearms would, I think, agree. The bolt was shortened. It was made lighter.
And you actually can see why it's a straight pull because of this design right here. Like, you kind of see, like, a little bit of this side, like, kind of stick part where the bolt itself is connected to. Because the actual bolt slash, firing pin and all that is connected to this round cylinder. And there is this groove, which you can see right here, which cycles the bolt without having to actually have the bolt itself connected to where you cycle it. Like, it's like two separate pieces that make it a straight pull, and that's kind of why it looks a little bulkier too. Because you pretty much have this fat rod and a handle that cycles the bolt itself. Hence, like, the pump action slash straight pull kind of design. That's why it's so fucking cool, dude. That's why I love historical pieces, because just that little slight alteration to how that shit worked is just like, bleh. It's like, it just makes it so much cooler. And the K31 ain't the only design that is like this, too. There's, I think, the Gewehr 98, and then there's a few other rifle designs, but it never really caught on. Like, the Swiss were pretty much the only one to really standardize this, and it fucking worked, and it works so goddamn well. And it's just like, bruh. It's like, man, why didn't we fucking, like, adopt this more? Because I think, straight pulls, could have probably, been more of a common thing, even for modern rifles, but it just isn't. You would think this would be more of an adopted thing. I mean, granted, I guess there's a little more technicality and shit, but you know what? That's just the beauty of the engineering of it.
And they consequently lightened the gun, having a shorter action, enabled them to have a longer sight radius. So you have basically the same length barrel, but you have a longer sight radius. And for those of you who actually shoot, you know that that's an advantage when you're looking down those sights.
Yep.
And then they move the bolt lugs further forward, so it locks up in here more, and it's actually a stronger action. It's supposed to be stronger, even though it's a little bit lighter and it's a little bit shorter. So the K31 is really a famous gun for being, I guess, maybe...
God, that is such a fucking awesome looking design. God, just looking at that is just so fucking cool. It honestly looks so simple, too. Man, you might be right. Maybe, like, instead of being, like, some, like, ranger at, like, a national park, maybe gunsmithing is my calling, bruh. Just start making my own rifles and shit. Just make my own, like, gun company, and I just start making, like, reproductions of old-ass rifles. I mean, bruh. I'm starting to have ideas. Because, I mean, you could tell how easy and basically kind of simple this design is. Just basically make a quick little groove, attach, the bolt itself to the rod, and to the, receiver itself and all this other shit. Like, there's a lot of technicalities and shit to learn, but, like, the exterior design is actually pretty simple. At least when it comes to the mechanism. So it's just like, I can already tell how I can make that work if I had enough time and dedication and money to actually have the material to do something like that. But I can see how it could work. And with enough practice and enough dedication, I could probably at least, do some shit like this. It'd be so fucking dope.
I don't know about the ultimate or the epitome.
He also is mentioning about this 1911 carbine. I kind of want to look at that too. Where is that? Oh, the Sonoran Desert Institute is talking about. Or that I was talking about from earlier. Did he not mention that in here? Is that not in there? He did not. Bruh. Is it in here? Is it a pinned comment? Nope, he didn't. He said in this video that he had it in the description or something, but he doesn't. I'm kind of curious about what this 1911 Carbine looks like, because I only know of the M1911 pistol. I know there are, like, Carbine variants, but is there, like, an OG version of that? That'd be kind of cool. That'd be kind of dope. I guess I could look it up. Hold on. Let's okay, 45, 1911, Carbine. Yeah. Oh, it's a Swiss 1911. Ooh. Yeah, it's another straight pull. We got another one. We got another straight pull. Dude, I don't know what it is, but like having a boom boom and then hitting something with said boom boom, there's nothing more than just like a good old like yeah, there's nothing more than a good old afterwards that just gets my jollies. Nice. God, that fucking straight pull action though.
And that's all. All right, Hickok 45. Yes, still another firearm. This is Schmidt Ruben.
I mean, there would be nothing else.
1911 carbine. K11 is referred.
God, just the clunks and the clanks. Dude, that's just gun noises or my ASMR. It just is. I'm so like, I'm in my element for just all the random noises that he's making. Just with his little 1911 Swiss carbine.
Firearm. This is Schmidt Ruben. 1911 carbine. K11 is referred to by some folks. And it is from Switzerland.
Which is, the K31 is the upgrade of this. And that's why there's like the K11, which is this thing. And then you got the K31, which is the 1931 upgraded big bad daddy of this, pretty much.
Swiss 1911 carbine. Okay, interesting gun. I have never fired one quite like it. Let's load the magazine here while I'm gabbing. But this one has a different sort of bolt, as you can see. The straight pull. This was, I guess, would be the most successful straight pull. Straight bowl.
Straight bowl, boy.
It was used for a long time. The Schmidt Ruben started out in 1889, and then all the way.
I mean, what's kind of wild is that this, like these, like the turn of the century of the 1900s, like these bolt actions, no one really realized like we have an internal magazine. Why don't we just like make that separate and just like have an ability to replace them? So, soldiers can actually have magazines, and those magazine belts and shit, like that we see, especially to this day. It's like, that's kind of where it started, because a lot of these bolt actions, that was literally a part of the weapon itself. Like, you could not take them out. Like, but then people pretty quickly realized, like, we could just, like, preload these and then just, like, switch them out. Instead of having stripper clips, putting it into the integral mag, we could just fucking have, reloadable magazines instead. Like, I mean, that's where it came from. It's also kind of cool where, like, some of this history comes from. That's why I love these old guns, dude, because you can kind of see where, like, these little upgrades over time, especially if modern rifles, you can kind of see where over time, people realize like, oh, we could upgrade this. Oh, this would actually be better. Oh, we could pretty much like eliminate the bolt action with doing this. And like, I mean, all of a sudden you get all these cool fucking things that kind of come out, and it's kind of interesting. I mean, I'm just kind of like, you know, a little bit of a nut about it. I'm a nerd, but I love that shit. This is a K11 or a Swiss 1911 carbine. And this is pretty much like the OG to the K31 or the 1931 Swiss carbine, which we were looking at earlier. So this is kind of like the granddaddy of, you know, or basically the daddy of the K31.
About 1957, I think.
Another straight pull action of bolt action.
As the rifle.
And also you can kind of see a little bit, you know, just kind of looking at this. Hold on.
And
like
then all the way up.
The bolt itself, even when it comes to the grooves, are way more complicated. They didn't simplify it.
What about that?
Yeah, this groove looks way more complicated in comparison to the K31. Like, this is a lot more, like, technical. Like, yeah, they didn't really simplify the design yet. Like, the K31, when it came to straight pull, was way more simplified. This is a little more technical looking.
57, I think, as the rifle, Switzerland.
Yeah, they didn't really simplify it back in the day.
And then used up into the 70s, I understand.
Go to Iceland. Well, they don't really got gun ownership rights and stuff. I mean, I want to bring my... unless I guess I could be a Icelandic Olympian shooter, but I don't think that would work.
Various units. Now, it was a different rifle. There was some evolution there. The 1889 model, and then the 96, the 1911, and then the one that's most widely known as the K31.
Yeah.
It was used then on up. It was about the same size, just a few modifications. So let me get my ears back on. You noticed as I shot those first shots that I was just pulling straight back on the bolt. It's called a straight pull. There's no lift it up, pull it back in, and lock it back down. Got a cam operation there. I'll give you a look at it. Getting the old perspiration here as summer moves in. What else we have to shoot here?
Oh.
All right. Let's try that plate again while I can see.
Got it. God, I fucking love that design so much. Oh, it's so cool. You know what? My dream should be like get like that internal, like, you know, kind of just like drop the mags in the trap, you know, thing with a Krag Jorgensen, but have a straight pull of a Swiss 1911, dude, or a K31. Oh my fucking god! A straight pull, but with like the internal mag of a Krag. Bruh. A Krag Jorgensen, but straight pull. Oh, okay. That's a fan. That is straight up unironic, like, fetish fantasy shit right there. Like, bruh. Oh my god. As a gun nut, you don't even realize how much the nut just unleashed right with that. The eternal mag of a Krag, but the straight pull of a Swiss K31. Oh, you do not realize how much I just yearn and dream. Is there a rifle like that? Because if there is, I want it. I don't care how much it costs. If it costs my life savings and I have to be a slave for some bastard, I don't even care. I'll do it. I'll do it. I just want one, damn it. I want one like that. I just pop open the trap. Just straight pull that bitch. Oh. Dude, oh. That, oh. But also has slightly the aesthetic of a Mosin. Just a little bit. Just enough to kind of look like, you know, that dirty bitch when it comes to the Mosin. I cannot get over that straight pull shit, dude. Like if I outside of a Mosin or Crag, the only bolt action I want is straight pull, which basically means that Gravera 98, like a Mauser Gravera 98, a Swiss 1911 carbine, or a Swiss K31. Like very limited, but those Swiss K31s are at least pretty cheap and easy to find. But they're in 7.5 by 55 usually. So that's like a round that I'm never going to be able to find. So I'm just kind of fucked, basically. Ugh. That would suck. It's like, yeah, let me try to find that. Oh, I can't. But it costs like $50 a round? Nice. Yeah, that'd be great. Gun's cheap, but the rounds ain't. Is it even available to even buy online or something? Because I know for a fucking fact that it is not available at any goddamn store around here. Actually, I'm gonna look. It's 5.5 by 55. 5.5 by 55 or 7.5 by 55. Here we go. 7.5 Swiss. Oh my god. A 20 round box? How much does this cost? For a 20 rounder. $33 for a 20 round box of 7.5 by 55 Swiss. Bruh. 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 I could buy it in bulk for 400 rounds. Which is almost $640. Oof. Oof. That's actually cheaper than buying it for 20 a box, but still. Oof. And honestly, not by much. If I were to buy it per 20 a round or whatever the fuck, or 20, a box, 20 rounds per box, it'd be $1.65 a round. If I were to buy 400 in bulk, it'd be $1.60 a round. So it's cheaper, but literally by 5 cents. It's not by much. Yeah, so the K31 would be cheap. The rounds aren't. Like, at all. But there are some manufacturers. There's Privy Partisan, PPU. I buy their shit all the time. It's pretty good. Their 7.62 is pretty cheap. And then there's Cellier Bellet, which they're quality, but I guess their 7.5 by 55 is actually cheap. Because usually the 7.62 by 39 is more expensive than that. Surprisingly. So, okay. Somehow they're cheaper. And also, I guess that's the only variants that they got. Got some PPU, Swiss, but soft point, and then they just got regular, just Swiss full metal jacket, with Cellier Bellet. Or Bellat, or whatever the fuck the last full thing is pronounced. But so, FMJ and soft point. Honestly, soft points are kind of fun, but just because they usually like to leave a nice little splatter. A little more of a splatter, and things tend to explode more if you have melons. If you got soft point and you're shooting melons, those melons are going to explode way more in comparison to full metal jacket. Full metal jacket will just go for a melon, and then melon was but soft point, that melon's going like a fucking nuke. It's just exploding, dude. I love it. The soft points are so fun. If you're shooting targets, soft points what you want, because those are so fun. Oh, you actually did fucking show up? Oh, shit. Oh, goddamn. I was about to take a piss and go out there. We probably would have bumped into each other. Wow, Zukov, you're not barking.
Come on, bro.
Yeah, what the fuck, bro? Yeah, where's the boo-boof?
Where's that Ruru boy at? Oh. Yeah, dude, when I went home last night,
That fucking conversation, and then also my car dying on me.
It
I had so much fucking anxiety.
Dude, yeah. I imagine the vibe kind of got a little messed up after that.
Fucking panic attacks at home, bro.
Damn.
All night. I slept like shit. I also, I drank a little, I smoked a little, so I had a little weed in me too. Made me even more paranoid. It was a rough morning and night, dude. Then I had to wake up and talk to my therapist. And I was already in like a panic attack when I had to go to therapy.
Oh no! Oh shit!
She's like, just breathe, man, just breathe and shit. And I'm just like, because my brother, he's like off and on sober every 3-4 days now.
Oh man, so he's still struggling.
He'll be sober. He'll be sober for like 3 days, and then he's drunk, like raging drunk alcoholic for goes on like the shortest bender, but it's just intense as fuck for like 2-3 days. And then he's back to being he's going for withdrawal and detox for 2-3 days. And then he's sober for a day. And then goes back to drinking, man, dude.
He needs, I guess, so bad, honestly, dude. For someone like him, I think he just needs a balance, almost. It's like,
he needs to get busy. He needs something to preoccupy him.
Yeah, either for...
The demons come, bro. When he's not doing anything and it's nighttime,
they come,
because he was abused at night.
Yeah,
and I've been trying to get him to go sleep early so he doesn't have that night terror shit going on.
Right, yeah, because I imagine, I mean, because if you have, nothing going on, you get more anxious.
He was arguing with me so hard earlier today, dude, before I came here, and he was arguing just to argue. He would eventually make his point. I'm like, you're saying the same exact shit I'm saying, just in a different angle. And it's just you're just being obstinate to be obstinate,
Just kind of being,
unruly, just being difficult, and just
he really is like that, man.
But he doesn't.
I kind of like it because I know when his good side really does come out. He's actually really cool.
He's a really good guy.
Yeah, but man, every now and then,
the demon.
Yeah, when his his shit comes out,
it really does, and it's oh god.
I know, right?
And so I talked to her about that, and then I talked to her about last night. I'm just fuck, I wasted so much energy last night on that conversation with this dude, because like I said, he's kind of like what you were getting at with the union stuff and workers' rights, and me and him kind of agree on stuff like that.
Yeah, and even him and I
wanted to talk more about common ground shit, and then it was those secondary distraction issues that just fucked up the whole night. Just couldn't agree on certain things. And I'm like, well, let's talk about something we can agree upon. And then roadblock me, with the, you're too aggressive, and, I'm the calm one, and I'm the chill one, and so I'm better than you in this conversation. He really was doing that repetitively.
Yeah.
And that pissed me off, because I'm like, dude, I just asked you, if you could make America any way you want, how would you construct it? And then he's like, I'm not going to answer that, because I don't have an answer. I'm just gonna take the moral high ground.
I don't really have a strong, concrete answer, but
I can tell. If you ask me that, I'll tell you what I want. I know what I want.
So would I. Yeah. There's at least some sort of an idea where I can get at. It's I don't know the complete answer to that, but at least I have an idea where I can start with.
Oh, I would go off. I would go for hours. I'd talk to you for hours about that.
Yeah, same here. Because I don't know exactly. Yeah,
let's talk about this. It's a great topic.
It's it's an answer where it literally is an hour. Where it's basically, you have to, sit there for an hour or so.
But I think in the end, we would all agree upon that. And that's why I asked those questions. But then it's I do my own research. Well, you obviously don't, because you don't have an answer for something as simple as, what do you want?
Yeah, because,
I ask you what you want, and you won't tell me. That's pretty bad, man. You just regurgitate. He's kind of like my mom's boyfriend, but my mom's boyfriend is on the left. He just watches the most tabloid-esque and reads the most far-leaning left tabloid shit
that he can find.
The most woke agenda shit you can find, and then regurgitates. He doesn't have any critical thinking about it. He doesn't oh, well, maybe there's some truth to that, and this is kind of bullshit. But yeah.
I don't think this will be right.
This is just regurgitation,
Yeah.
It's have your own opinion on some things, Hearsay is just bullshit. I heard This is what I heard. Like, that's not real research. Like, brr. Zuzu boy, why you so cute? You such a beautiful dog. Look at you, you so gorgeous. You got the pretty eyes. It's a handsome boy. Him real good handsome dog.
Boy, look at you, little tail wagging everywhere.
Him gorgeous dog. He go, He said, You little baby.
He is a baby.
You baby boy.
He's a big baby.
Mm-hmm.
This big old baby.
Oh, him Red Rocket.
What? Oh.
It was like not out and then went swoop all the way out for a second, then went away.
It's like, oh, gotta get the lipstick out for a second.
It just went whoop and then back out, back in. Yeah, man. I don't know. Like I said, I was ignoring a lot of like the bigotry stuff that I'd seen before, like this anti-Semitic stuff, because I'm like, well, I think that, like ultimately when it comes down to money and like working stuff, we see eye to eye,
Yeah.
And we both think the extreme right and the extreme left is just ridiculous, And so it's like, maybe we can come to the middle. But then you just add the kind of borderline white supremacist shit that I heard in the car. Like,
Yeah, which I didn't hear about.
yeah, and word for word, he chose the word architecture. Said, European technology and architecture, it's more like beautiful, is what he said, and better than like, and his response, like,
Well, this when it comes to architecture, wouldn't that just be subjective anyway?
And then he said that like most of the better inventions in the world were made by Europeans, and like that was his response in the context of talking about how we need immigration because you need replacement. I was trying to explain population pyramid dynamics to him.
Sure, yeah.
Because he doesn't know, but he didn't care to know either. You know what I mean?
Because it sounds like he almost believes in a great replacement thing. It's like, well, we can't have that because obviously white people are better about it, though, or some shit. I mean, there's some sort of a hang-up.
But I'm like, the thing is, white women don't want to have kids. And if they're having kids, they're having it with immigrants. A lot of times they're intermarrying.
Sure, yeah.
And so,
yeah, because, like, whether they're interracial or whatever,
No.
who gives a fuck anyway? But that's the
years,
point. Like, no one should care.
In 30 years, it's all going to be mixed race.
Yeah, like,
and then I tried to explain to him, like, and he
even
this went over his head, like over his head when I explained this. I said, "You understand genetic diversity between human beings is so small. We're like we have some of the probably of all species, like, that ever been. Our
even
genetic
with
diversity is so like chimps. Yeah, I mentioned.
Yeah, like we are literally like what 2% difference between chimps and us.
That's
or
massive.
Some shit.
That's
massive in comparison to even our differences.
But a chimp between the average difference between any individual chimp and another chimp is drastically larger genetic variance than any given human to another human genetically. And they've done experiments. I talked to them this. I said they have experiments that they do in just local high schools where they have kids, two random students, they come together and they're like, hey, do you think that you will be more genetically similar to this guy or more genetically similar to this other guy? And they think, well, he's black and I'm white. I'm probably more similar to the white guy, right? And then they take the cheek DNA sample thing,
and then they
show that actually
due to various whatever circumstances,
non-phenotypic genetics,
genotypes. There's phenotypes, which are physical, then genotypes, which are internal.
Physical.
Yeah, non-expressive genes.
When you look at the genotypes, which makes up the majority of genetics,
the human genome is mostly genotypes.
You can't see.
Yeah.
Like, my blood type and that guy's blood type's the same, but we don't look alike phenotypically.
Yeah.
But that's way more important. And also
we are, like, we're talking we have the same rate of, like, heart disease,
I'm dying right now, like,
shit.
if I got shot and I needed someone's blood,
his blood would be compatible with mine.
And that's more important if you think about it.
It is, of course, yeah.
Like,
and also, from what I understand, my blood type is actually the most, because I'm a O plus.
Negative?
O negative. I forget which one it is.
Wait, you're the most common European one? I think that's O positive.
I think so.
That's what I am.
Yeah, because that's the one that, like, like, there's certain blood types that you aren't able to be received, but you can pretty much donate to anyone.
Oh, so
it's that blood type.
O negative is compatible.
And also, my mom has a rare blood type where she has, like, an RH, like O something blood type too, as well. Which I don't have that, but it's obviously a recessive trait of mine. I have that RH blood type anomaly kind of thing.
You're a carrier.
A carrier for it, genetically a carrier, but
my mom has O negative, so her blood she can give.
Actually, I want to confirm this. Hold on.
She can give anybody blood. She can donate blood to anybody. Her blood is compatible with anybody else's blood type.
Yeah, that's the one I have, so I want to try to find out which one it is.
If you need, I think that if you need, there's two that are that way. One's O negative, another negative. Two. They have,
okay, hold on. Here, I looked it up.
Electrical charge that's compatible.
Yeah, here I looked it up. So there's 8, which I already know that. But so there's O negative, lacks AB markers and lacks a RH factor. O positive lacks AB markers but has RH factor. A negative has A marker but lacks RH factor. A positive has so the RH factor is I guess varies due to positive elements, but.
Yeah.
So I guess I would probably be O negative, but my mom's O positive because she has the
O positive RX. Yeah.
RH. Yeah.
See, I'm just regular O positive. There's no.
Yeah, because it has a factor. Yeah, because it says factor where that ends up being a possibility, or maybe I'm O positive, but I don't have that RH factor. So I'm.
Yeah, no, I'm just the typical Northern European O positive. That I have to have O positive blood or a universal
Okay,
blood.
so O negative is the red blood cells that can be given to anyone, but it's best to match blood types to avoid serious reactions. For example, O positive red blood cells are compatible with any blood positive red blood cell, A plus, B plus, O plus, AB plus, which is why they're in high demand. So a lot of people have plus positive blood types, but so the O positive is kind of high demand, but O negative pretty much could be given to literally anyone. Which I know I have that blood type. Yeah.
I have to have O positive or that universal blood.
Yeah.
That's what I have. I can't give blood to anybody but O positive.
Yeah. Because certain people, certain blood types, it's so rare that it's even if you might want to, it's
it's not going to work.
Yeah. There's no reason for it, sadly, kind of thing. Yeah.
No.
But that's just how genetics are. The roll of the dice. That's kind of why I love the diversity of the human genome.
But that's the point is I'm trying to make is that actually we're so low in genetic variation. We might as well be just the same race.
Yeah,
race is a fake.
I know.
I said that to him. Yeah, race isn't real, right?
Yeah, it's a social construct.
It's a cultural construct.
Yeah, because back in the Roman days,
scientifically real.
Yeah, because in the Roman days, for example, race was basically Romans or the barbarians.
He tried to tell me that in Rome everybody was white, and I'm like, do you know how?
No,
you know how brown everybody was.
Racial social constructs were different.
Everybody was brown. They were all brown or black.
And maybe Germanic white Scandinavian types, but some
later
with
on,
the Northern European,
down the line,
Northern Romans and shit.
Pretty damn small proportion of the population.
Olive skin, brown skin, black, Northern African type. Yeah.
You think Egyptians,
that would be the majority of a lot of these.
What about the Jews? The Jews, they were under Egyptian.
The Semitic peoples.
They were under the Roman rule.
Palestinian, Lebanese, etc.
Syrian. Come on, dude.
For real, yeah.
What are you talking about? There's just this I do my research.
It shows
you obviously don't do your research because that's so
and whatever
not true,
it is. Evidently, they're spewing misinformation. Whatever research he is doing isn't misinformational. buzzline shit.
That's why I was getting triggered, dude. I was getting triggered. You could see I was like, and that's why
there was times where you're kind of like, I really want to pop off, but I'm reserving myself because I feel the same way. I noticed that. I was like, that's why I popped in a little bit.
Tell me Arnold Schwarzenegger's a pedophile because simply because Arnold
he's in Hollywood.
Yeah, he's like everyone in Hollywood. He made an absolute. It's like you're doing an absolute, dude. Like that's not a good.
And look, there's
tactic.
Definitely some weird sketchy shit about Hollywood with like Dan Schneider, Jeffrey Epstein, etc. Yeah, you got motherfuckers.
Everybody in Hollywood is a pedophile.
Yeah, when you make it an absolute.
All the Jews are bad because they steal everyone's money. Like, come on, man.
Yeah, and when a lot of these corporate elite fucks are not even Jewish in the first place nowadays, it's like, come on, it's like, give me a break.
They run all the money in the world.
It's like, you have one of them that's a billionaire rich elite like called George Soros, but guess what? You have like Elon Musk, who's a South African white boy that like got enriched off in emerald mining and shit. Like, come on.
I'm trying to explain to him too. I'm like, you understand that the Jews have been destroyed by every fucking place they go. Like, they get subjugated
and everywhere. Because of religious bigotry, in a way, because
everywhere.
Because back in the medieval and European era, when Christendom was a prominent thing.
So they're doing well for themselves now, for once. And you're going to hate on that? Like,
also, you want to know really enough why that stereotype even exists in the first place? Is because a lot of Christians, especially in the medieval era and in the early days, Christendom was in Europe predominantly, and you had like a lot of the Jewish diaspora, throughout Europe. Mm-hmm. Christians did not believe in money-lending, and that was kind of a sin, to kind of handle money and stuff and a lot of that stuff, at least in those early days and shit. So the main different groups of people, Jewish people, Romani, like different other folks will be handling that. So whenever like the city-state or the monarchy or whoever decided like, we got money problems or we got the people rising up against us, who are going to scapegoat? Well, the people who were doing the money lending, which predominantly were Jewish people. So pogroms would happen all the time. Yeah. And Jewish people would be scapegoat because they were pretty much the only ones handling the money and banks.
This is another funny thing he said last night. He said that the Romans were responsible for killing Jesus. And I was like, no, they weren't. The fucking Jews killed Jesus. Pontius Pilate washed his hands. He said, I want no part in this shit.
And also, like, the biggest persecutor was also Saul of Tartarus, who ended up being Paul, one of his apostles. So it's like, later down the line. So it's like, there's a lot of nuance about, like, who really, did that shit. And it wasn't even
I said that. And
the Romans were a role, but they weren't the main player that did that shit.
So I said that, and then he was like, yeah, you got it right. I was just fucking with you. Like, he changed his answer. I'm like, yeah, dude, remember who Pontius Pilate is? Oh, yeah, the dude who washed his hands? You saw the, oh, yeah, I remember being taught that in church. And then, changed his stance on it. Like, oh, yeah, the Jews did kill Jesus. And it was like, oh, I was just testing you. Like, oh, you actually know something. And it's like, no, dude, you legit thought the Romans killed Jesus. And then switched it up because it actually is in line with your anti-Semitic shit. Like,
and that's kind of the weird fucking shit about
Christ killer.
That's like the weird, Christian, Zionist and fucking shit where it's like...
You were talking earlier about the, rapture shit.
Yeah. I mean, because, there is a weird, intimate kind of role around it, and it's so fucking weird. It's like...
They all have the same books.
I know.
They all read the same shit.
And I have a paraphrased version of the Bible right here, which all of Jesus' words are in red. And every time I read that shit is pretty much antithetical to what a lot of Christians believe now. And it's like, man,
Jesus,
you better believe he ain't real. Because if so, because he's he's going to go to those churches first and be like, I never knew thee. You fucking wanted to represent me, but it's like, get thee hints. I never knew thee kind of shit.
The Mormons believe they have a prophecy that it's like a wolf with sheep's clothing type thing in the latter days, and a lot of the churches would be unrighteous because they would follow this almost more satanic in its nature of Christianity, where it's been perverted. And it's not what Jesus' gospel really was about, which is usually about love and acceptance, and fixing your life and becoming a good
equity, and also accepting your fellow man, and not judge having a fellow
Jesus
judgment.
Was kind of like a socialist.
Yeah,
way,
I mean, there's a reason why a lot of
you know?
leftists will sometimes say he was like a commie before a commie was a thing kind of thing. And it's
I know,
like,
yeah. And the thing is like, that is the opposite economic belief that most evangelical people have. They're very anti-share with the community, and like they're like, what's mine is mine, and I earned it.
Yeah. I see it with my own family members sometimes.
And it's just
my
like-
mom, not so much anymore. I think there was a point where she kind of was like that, but not anymore. Yeah, at this rate. But
eventually,
some of her
get
family
humbled.
members, though, like her sisters, some of her, family in Texas, like they still kind of have those beliefs because I don't think they really had to deal with that struggle, like
It's
like my
just
mom
tough,
did.
man. 'Cause
Yeah,
I'm trying to appeal to people's better nature, but then they just go and say some really tough to accept, like tolerate. Like it's like, I don't think I can really tolerate that,
yeah, for sure. Yeah, because I feel that way with some of my family members too. Because like
your dad,
and also
he
one of my
says some stuff that's like, yeah, sorry, I'm just not going to agree with you on that ever.
Yeah, like
I'll
and
never
obviously you won't
change.
change your opinion, but at the same time, him and I would have like some like, especially when he will drive me down to the bar because it's especially how late I usually get off work on Friday Saturdays. I just have him drive me down there because it's way quicker. But him and I would have like extensive conversations about like free press. Like the last time he drove me down there, I was talking about like reinstating the fairness doctrine and how media is just basically based off of profit, and just essentially based off of this idea of like not, telling the journalistic integrity truth of what the facts are about things. And they're just trying to like spin a narrative so they can make money for their organization, whatever it's like Sinclair Broadcast or CNN, MSNBC, whatever.
Stephen A. Smith, the sports journalist.
I'm familiar about him.
So he has a podcast that he does at night that's pretty political because he can't speak about politics at ESPN.
Right, yeah.
He's like, that's my day job.
Yeah, I'm familiar about it because I've heard some stuff about
like,
it before.
He said, I am on the left on all issues but my money. He's like, I'm a conservative with my money, but everything else, like, I am pro-abortion. Pro women's
when it comes
rights.
to women's rights and
I'm
like
pro
social justice rights stuff. Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't even think it doesn't even sound like. I think he's trying to maybe make an appeal when he says that, but it doesn't even sound like he's conservative about his money. He's just like,
left.
But it sounds like he's just saying like, hey, for the conservative types that think I'm just some crazy woke. He's like, no, I want to make my money. I'm trying to make my bread and butter like y'all as well.
I think he's appealing.
Yeah, he's trying to do an appeal. I think in that way because we're all trying to make our bread and butter. And he just. That's his career. Yeah. And, hey, my brother is like that, too, in a way, with his own career, and I respect it. Yeah. He's not really, like, on the left in the same way that he is, but there's been some stuff that me and my brother have actually appealed with and stuff. Yeah. Yeah. Like, he's a lot more, I think, kind of like, from your friend last night, where it's like there's, like, this kind of moral high ground thing he likes to take, but he's not like, conservative, far-right kind of weirdo about it in a way.
You got him backed into a corner, showing that they don't actually have any argument holds water.
For sure,
It doesn't. I actually have evidence I'm presenting, and then I'm saying, well, if you think that, why this? Explain that, right? And then they can't explain it.
Yeah.
And they don't want to admit they're wrong, so they just say, oh, well, you're bullying me.
Or you're just trying to be too aggressive about something or whatever.
It's I kept saying, I'm like, no, dude, this is passion because I only do this because I care about you. Like, if I didn't give a shit, I wouldn't say nothing.
I recognize it as fundamentally passion.
No, and then he tried to tell me, no, that's not passion, that's just aggression. He said that. Where you're sitting, he told me that.
Yeah, and I was like, no, that's not what it is.
You don't get to tell me what I am, dude.
Like at worst, you could say maybe overbearing, but at the end of the day, it's positive passion, and there is an intention that is good.
Here, dude. Like,
for sure.
I'm sharing information with you because I think you're intelligent. He thinks I'm trying to make him seem not intelligent.
I think he's a really bright, smart dude.
I think you're actually smart enough to get it. But if you're not open-minded, then you may be dumb as a rock because...
And also there's kind of a little bit
receptive,
There's one thing I did actually was paying attention a little bit. He kind of had a little misogynistic-esque kind of...
Yeah, in the car.
Like, well, even here, he was kind of like, sometimes women just kind of need to be controlled a little. It's like, I don't know. From my experience, I mean, a lot of chicks kind of...
When I was in the car...
I mean, it's not like an absolute, obviously, like you were saying from earlier.
In the car, it was worse. It was more egregious in the car.
I imagine it probably was. He was probably maybe testing the waters with me a little bit about my positions about it, but...
I was in the car, and he was like, most women, see, they want a protector, and they want somebody they can follow.
Well, he'll say that too here as well. Like, I remember him, but I don't know how egregious he was.
He was talking about that politically, like, and that women don't really have their own political beliefs. They just follow their man, kind of thing.
It's with Americans' history about this shit, that is bunk.
Like,
women's suffrage.
Women's. I was like, even
there's
now,
so much.
Women's rights to abortion is a big issue right now, and that alone shows you're not aware of the climate. Like, that's the thing. Like, even with climate change, he said, "Is it really changing though? Is it really getting hotter?" Remember, right here where he's sitting right now.
Of course, it is.
He said, I'm like, it doesn't matter if it's man-made or not. We got to adapt and do something, because he even said historically.
Yeah, and even I agree with that.
He said in history, the climate changes. It just does. It goes through cycles. He said that, and I agree.
Yeah, and my dad said the same shit, and it's like, look, it's not that that's the problem. We need to adapt as a species.
Yeah, exactly.
That's evolution in a nutshell, but we are smart enough to,
what's our solution? Instead of calling it a hoax and not working on the problem, let's work on the problem.
Yeah, who gives a fuck what the origin is? Look, I mean,
shit's
there's
changing. How do we deal with it? And he didn't. He want to go with. He would just say, "Is it really changing? Though it's not really changing. There's nothing we have to do anything because there isn't even a problem."
You know the fuck thing, and the fuck thing is, and the fuck thing is, like, a lot of people, like, you know, for my dad, for example, they're not in certain regions of the world where this shit is hitting fucking bad and hard. Like, you know, let's say that, you know, we were all living in Florida. We would, you know, even for him, he might, you know, be switching a tune up a little bit, you know, at this rate. Because the fact that we have wild ass hurricanes going on.
Or go to Arizona.
All
the fucking lakes and rivers are drying up.
And with these heat domes, like, I actually found out there's this guy, who a big fan of DFF, you know, that, you know, the podcast I like to follow and stuff. You know, he was a guy that used to be in the chats and stuff. Like, I never was like a buddy with him, but I was acquainted with him a little bit. Yeah. I found out he died a couple weeks ago because of a heat stroke, because he was just moving boxes in his garage because he was in a heat dome. And it was just like, holy fuck. Like, it's becoming such a real, like, major
people
thing.
Die all the time.
And this, remember that last heat wave that we had that was fucking major? Where like what, billions of fucking sea life out of, you know, the Puget Sound died or whatever the fuck. It's like, and thousands of people from Seattle, Portland died and shit. It's like the fact that shit's happening more yearly.
Look at
LA, yeah,
they have. I think they calculated in the past 10 years.
In the Central Valley with like Madera, Fresno,
in that area, they calculated from heat-related death, they had probably about like 500,000 people die over the past 10 years from heat-related, like, stuff.
Heat-related
exposure.
Deaths. Yeah.
You know?
Heat exposure, heat stroke-related illnesses.
They're also talking about wildfire smoke fucking people's lungs up and then dying, you know? From that. These environmental heat factors are killing us.
Yeah, with the guy on DFF Fred, Paul Zigo, he lives just outside of Fresno right now. And he's going to... The reason why right now he's trying to move to Northern California to Crescent City, that's where he's going to move.
Crescent City's got water.
Yeah, and also it's in Northern California, and it's out of that Central Valley.
Well, it's in
smog.
Oregon. Crescent City's in Oregon.
Is it in Oregon?
Yeah, it's a southern Oregon town.
He said it was going north California, so maybe he's just kind of trying to, you know, be ambiguous about it. But he's
Crescent City's in Oregon.
Yeah, so I guess he's going to be moving to Oregon. I guess.
Yeah. I mean, it might as well be Northern Cali though.
It might as well, I guess so, right?
It's closer to Mount Shasta than it is Mount Hood, so.
True, yeah, exactly. The reason why is because Madera / Fresno, that Central Valley, because of that, the wildfire smoke, the heat, it's just too much.
The industry's going to fall apart.
Yeah, I mean, you know, and I mean, this last winter and fall with all the rain and snow that, you know, California had, it did some good, but... If the trend is still just going to be the summers are hot as fuck, humid, smoke, pollution, all sort of shit, it's like...
People dying.
Yeah, it's just... I mean, sadly, it won't really do much.
That's how I know you're not really doing research, because it's pretty obvious. You just... like, the most basic fundamental part of scientific research is observation.
Yeah.
I don't need to read to know stuff that's around me. And if you
especially when you know people that are directly, you know, climate refugees from shit like this.
You can't observe that it's getting hotter here in Portland. That you're oblivious. You're probably not able to even remember the last year or two. how hot it was. You can't remember.
For real. Like, I remember 2020 being
that's
such a wild year because of how hot it was and also those wildfires being so fucking close.
When I was living here.
Yeah, and I was going to those protests and then those wildfires and shit later in the summer.
Or we would just have to bike to school.
Yeah. I was going for college, too, around that time.
We were going up to North Portland for school, and we would be biking and inhaling all this wildfire smoke. You couldn't see downtown.
It would be thick as fuck, and I would be like, you know, And even when we would have our knife collector, you know, at a park, we would just be like dying just on the tokes that would normally be like, oh, this is nice. But we'd be like, oh my God.
Extra poison.
I know, dude. Microplastics, fucking asbestos. Who fucking knows, dude? Oh, God. Then fucking, like, wood and shit.
Yeah. And so, like, you can't remember that it was worse and it's still bad. Like, and that when
it's just going to sadly get worse.
You can't remember when you were, I mean, like, I kind of have to give him a break because the guy did have a fuck ton of seizures.
Sure, and also, like, so I mean, I do really...
brain stuff there, you know.
And also, I do believe that he's just, you know, maybe not really as informed as us. Like, and he just wasn't, you know, he didn't really get, like...
But you don't need to be informed to observe.
Sure, yeah, 100%, yeah.
Like, you're making...
And at that rate, I just blame our education system, not, you know...
No, that's a pawn, man. You're watching the wrong shit, reading the wrong tabloid shit, and now you are a pawn. You're trying to protect your cult.
Yeah, and then you have all these algorithms that push the shit, and then it just regurgitates it, and it's endless, and then you just end up falling into that trap.
Yeah, well, I related it to, like, the Nazis, and I was trying to explain
propaganda, and
what they do is they take the people who don't have, particularly men and white men, okay, that are poor.
Oh, 100%.
Who don't have a social safety
They tend to be the main demographic of this shit.
That they target. And he's that group. He's been targeting. His parents are very far left.
I'm not targeted as well.
They're very far left, his parents. And I think because they were so critical of him and he ran away when he was 15, he's like,
really?
I'm going to go far right and fuck you, mom, fuck you, dad. You
almost like a weird rebellion, but in the opposite for the status quo in a weird way. It's like, I'm going to rebel, but enforce the system as it is now and make it like...
the same.
Yeah.
And... I'm just like, I even told them, I was mentioning, I was like, I think generally, like, there's things that you're kind of on the left that, you know, we're similar in ways. And I mentioned, like, I bet you, you know, like, you're probably pro-abortion, you know? And then he said, whoa, what? I never said that. And I was just like, oh, shit. This is way back when we were at the bar. This is before shit got we were really getting into it.
Yeah, and I think he said the same thing too a little bit, you know, later when he was here.
More left. I assumed that he was a little.
I mean, at least from my initial gist about him, like I see him as like, you know,
definitely libertarian.
Libertarian for sure, but also kind of like left-ish leaning, but not like, you know...
Very right-leaning, bro. When you add the climate change...
Yeah, I knew that. That's where the American libertarian element came with the climate change stuff. Like, you know, like maybe some like, you know, RFK Jr. kind of thing a little bit.
Then there's he's an anti-vaxxer guy too.
Oh, no!
He's never had a COVID shot.
Okay, that is like an oof.
Yeah.
That's an oof for me.
Yeah, and then the slightly anti-trans, like you can be trans, I don't want to get in your business, but like keep your shit out of my life and my kids' life. Like he's like, if I had kids, I don't want them to have to learn about trans rights or gay rights in school.
But what if they happen to be gay or trans or something? It's like, you know, it's like, I mean, you can't control what your fucking kids are. You can't, like, they're not like some claymation thing that you can morph into your own thing.
For me, my only thing that I'm at all against that agenda on is
the sports thing.
That, and then don't let people change their sex till they're 18. Like, they want to choose to do that when they're when you're an adult, you can do that.
When it comes to the surgery aspect, I mean, there's only...
if you want to present and identify... I'm talking about the actual surgery.
Well, the thing is, there's only very, very rare circumstances where it's ever happened. I think, at least from what I understand, there's literally only been like 1 or 2 cases where it's ever happened. But, like, it's a very rare thing, and I'm willing to even honestly argue maybe there might be, like, scientific merit one way or the other about that, but I don't know.
We also don't know the consequences.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, sure. Yeah. So I'm okay with maybe having a conversation about like surgery at like maybe 16 or 17. But
we will see. Time will tell.
Time will tell kind of thing.
But, like I have a person that me and Michael know who became trans, and they did it, and it's kind of like a rich man's game, like golf, because the money that you have to spend for the
because
hormones,
of the transitionals, hormone therapy, all this shit.
He got
dude.
Cancer.
Oh,
he got cancer. So that's
on top of everything.
That's what he started having to pay for instead, was the cancer treatments.
Fuck.
So then finally, when he got better and he wasn't have cancer anymore, he owed all this money and he was
medical debt shit.
And
Fuck,
it's like,
man,
he can't afford the hormones. And now he actually is like, I really regret it, because part of him didn't really want to do it. He was doing it to appeal to his boyfriend. He was gay with another guy, and he tried to be a trans lady for him.
So maybe like a gender ambiguous.
He regrets it now. This is like 30 years later since he did it, and now he's like, I don't have money for the hormone treatments. And
it seems like financial grant, really. It seems like, because like if they had the fuck you money to be to afford, and that's just really an indictment of our healthcare system. The boyfriend
dumped him after he got cancer, and he kind of did it like it was like, oh, I'm gonna be your lady, and we're gonna be together. It just seemed
like a shitty relationship, if anything, on top of our horrible healthcare system.
That's what I mean. Like the left sometimes with that goes all the way, like it's always such a wonderful thing, and it's like, be sure what you're doing.
Well, I mean, it's a journey for everybody. It's an individual journey.
Be sure what you're doing.
Yeah, because I even know trans people that understand that, there are some people that might, go through some of that, but realize, hey, maybe I'm not trans. Maybe I'm actually a little more of like a more feminine male, or maybe I'm this and that, or whatever. Maybe I'm not trans.
Harley is no trans. He is 100%
a male and identifies as such, but
he
has a femininity aspect about himself.
Like feminine cross.
Yeah, he has an identity about himself that is feminine as well.
I have a coworker who's trans, and like it's all good until it's not good with them. Like the Gay Pride Festival came out, and they were like, "I hate the Pride Festival," and had this like terrible like anger towards them. I was like,
"Why?"
They kept doing that all day long, and eventually I was like, "What's your problem with Pride, dude?"
Wait, why?
And they're like, "Well, first off, like trans rights get lumped in with, LGBT rights, and we have to have our own movement, and it's separate." And like then he was like, he found out that Harley was a crossdresser, and he's like, "Oh, me and your roommate, we wouldn't get along."
Well, you told me about that. Like, there just happened to be a crossdresser. It's like, wait a minute, like there's also like a cross solidarity.
You guys have a
the LGBTQ, I mean, the whole point of that acronym is lesbian, gay,
you don't know the history. That's what he told me. Like, there's historically been like conflict between crossdressers and trans,
and also the queer movement. Even at Stonewall,
I don't think that you're right about that. Like they tried to tell me, I was like, I don't know as much maybe as you, but from what I can tell, there's a cross solidarity.
There is
marginalized groups of people and their identity.
The thing is, I will say this: they're probably cherry picking that shit, because there has in the past, historically, even with things like the Stonewall riots or the Folsom riots, etc. Like there has been like conflict and tension in the past about
between
stuff like that.
Cross-dressers and trans?
Not specifically with that, but just like, with like, the women's rights / like kind of third wave feminism or second wave feminism at that time / the trans movement and stuff. Like there's been
we need to come first. Our rights need to be established.
Stuff
first.
Like that. There's like kind of a cross tension a little bit.
That happened way back in the day too with the suffrage for men, black men to vote.
Yeah.
Like Frederick Douglass came to the suffrage movement, and he said, you guys need to have the right to vote, but we're only going to get one thing at a time. And black men, we're the struggling the most. We're the head of family. We are required to, basically take care of everybody and work.
Yeah.
And we don't have no rights. We can't vote. We can't do anything. We can't represent ourselves.
Because, black women sure shit never would. Because at that point, women's suffrage, didn't really kick off yet.
Yeah, it was all white women for the most part. There was a few black ladies who got involved, I'm sure, but for the most part,
sure, yeah, like Harry Tubman, etc.
It was a wealthier white woman movement.
Yeah, And a lot of them actually had a lot of animosity towards, black folk in general, especially black women and black men.
That's when Frederick Douglass came and said, hey, what you guys are doing is great, but we need to vote first. And so that's actually kind of what some of the head of the suffrage people did. They started like, hey, cross solidarity, let's get these black people the right to vote. And then in the later on, this 1800s, the late 1880s,
1890s, where a lot of the...
And then we got the
Haymarket,
right to vote. England had they had women's suffrage in the late 1800s.
Yeah, they even abolished slavery, what was it, like the early 1800s or some shit, something like that?
Women's suffrage, we were like decades behind England. And part of that was we need to give black people the right to vote, the black men.
Yeah.
And the suffrage movement was like, a lot of the leaders were supportive of the movement for black men to have the vote. And so, like, there's always been this kind of like, who gets to go first? But there's also this, like you said, cross-solidarity.
It's a cross-solidarity.
We all need to get our rights, but hey,
because,
maybe you need the rights more right
every,
now,
moment in history, especially in America's struggle when it comes to social justice
if you're a rich white lady, you are not being, like, subjugated as hard as a black man.
Oh, no,
down in the...
Certainly.
You know what I mean? Like, they need the rights now.
Yeah,
because
that's where emancipation...
they're not being taken care of,
Yeah, and then once that kind of got settled, that's where women's suffrage, and then, where the whole original, labor song Bread and Roses came from, you had a lot of these strikes.
Modern protests,
women,
the way we do it was based off of suffrage movements and how they chose to picket.
Yeah. Actually, want to know a crazy thing that, some people don't really completely know about is that the tobacco industry actually, weirdly enough, took advantage of the women's suffrage movement.
Smoking,
They would have their Liberty torches with their cigarettes, and they would all dress, and LARP as the Statue of Liberty, and the whole women's suffrage cross solidarity, with the tobacco industry.
It's like
I forgot who the name was, but there was a man.
It's like women's freedom.
Yeah,
symbolized in
the
tobacco.
Liberty torch. That was what it was called.
Yep.
Exactly.
Yep, I've seen the photos of that.
Dude, that's weirdly enough, the rare broken clock right twice a day for the tobacco industry, they kind of nailed it with that shit, honestly. I will grant them that. It's oof. Because that's a powerful message, because women at that time also, it was a taboo for women to smoke cigarettes as well.
Yeah, it was.
So, to see hundreds of women dressed as the Statue of Liberty just smoking cigarettes and being like, these are our liberty torches, give us our rights, cross solidarity with that, as well. It was a weird capitalistic frame of that, but weirdly enough, it did play a major role with that, where it caught on really quickly.
Do you see, I'm almost entirely in agreement with all the LGBTQ movements for, equality. But other people aren't. They claim that,
there's a gatekeepy thing about it, where
it's okay for them to be gay or trans, but don't get in my face with it, or I'm gonna hate you.
I know.
You know what I mean?
To the point where it's also trans-investigative. Have you heard the weird spiel about Ilan Kameli, the Algerian woman who clobber dumped a woman in the Olympics boxing match?
So that I don't agree. That I think the trans women should have their own.
Well,
leagues.
the thing is, she is not even trans. She's an Algerian woman that just happened to she's also lost a lot of fights too in the past. She's also just
she's not trans.
Yeah. No, she's biologically born a woman. In Algeria, you would literally be in prison if you're trans.
Why is this narrative that she's trans coming?
Because she looks kind of masculine, because she happens to have a very square-looking jaw, very small-chested, when it comes to her breasts and stuff. It's because she looks more masculine than feminine.
That's beside the point, because in other events...
a lot of people literally think she is
You're right. You're right.
It's so weird.
The swimming guy... You know what I'm talking about?
Didn't that person get third place and tie with that one lady that freaked out about it or some shit? They didn't even win first place.
Of stuff. There's a bunch of stuff that happened with that over and over again, different competitions, that particular trans person. And it's just not fair, dude. It's not, because biologically, even if you switch, you still have bone structure. You have different advantages physically. That's just not fair. It's not.
I don't know. For me,
you're taller. The fact that you're 6'4", is he unfair
Well, I mean, there's a
advantage?
lot of sports where, like I mean,
holy
it's
shit.
still, like, you know, gender segregated, but you have a lot of people who are, like, I mean, Michael Phelps, like, he has, like, very rare, like, genetic aspects where he's, like, double jointed and all sorts of shit, where he was just, and also apparently broke the longest record of having, you know, the most consecutive gold medals. Because the guy before was Leonidas Rhodes, who for 2,000-something years had 12 gold medals, and he was the only one to get more than that.
That's the interesting thing about sports is because there's different ways to win. Like the new guy, Marchand, he has the same coach that Michael Phelps had. He's from France, and he is not built powerfully. He's a small guy, maybe only like 6'1", only weighs 170 pounds.
Well, if anything, that
doesn't lift weights.
Oh, what's the sport? Is
swimming.
Swimming? Well, that's the advantage.
Coach. He has the same coach.
That's probably an advantage in a way because of his small stature. I mean,
the coach
used same techniques that Michael Phelps did, but
different technique.
Oh, really? Okay.
The coach said, "I'm not going to make you Michael Phelps. Michael Phelps is the most powerful swimmer I've ever coached." He said that.
Because of his,
but you glide through the water. You don't fight the water like you see Michael Phelps like smack, like.
But he could go.
He's breaking Michael Phelps records. He's breaking all of them.
Shit.
And so
I think a lot of it
what
is
you said about
size.
about the like physical advantages in ways, not always the case. Like sometimes you're born with different stuff. I don't think he has like an advantage really. I think he's just efficient as fuck through the water.
Well, I guess maybe not necessarily. Well, I guess maybe I would say maybe he does just because like of his smaller stature, because there's less.
Typically,
there's less mass that the body water has to resist against. So
less surface area.
Yeah,
that's true. But a lot typically, like for especially the lower distance races, they've got like 6'8" dudes, like tall and big as fuck, like. And same thing with running. The sprinters, they be like muscle. And then long distance running and long distance swimming, they tend to be smaller because the endurance factor, like less resistance on, surface area in the water. And so like it just depends on the sport and in the particular event you're doing.
Sure, yeah.
That the advantage changes. But definitely I definitely believe, especially in fighting sports, particular, if you were born biologically male and you became a trans woman and you want to fight women, that's not fair. And
I mean,
I think I'm all for them to compete and participate in the sport, but they shouldn't have to fight against men. They shouldn't have to fight against women. They should fight against other trans people that are I don't see anything wrong with them having their own league and being superstars.
I guess my main thing is like if we're able to kind of like, get over like or at least maybe like overcome some of these, maybe like hiccups that, when it comes to like transitional therapy, for like, younger folks and stuff. Like, cause if like with things like puberty blocks and stuff, like they will kind of prevent a lot of these different, broader biological, developments that would happen via puberty, when it comes to like, being, male or
that's
female.
Where I'm also like, I have to see the science on that over time and how that affects
I guess that's kind of where I am with it. I mean, I'm kind of more
you might
about
be
like,
right on that. If it doesn't fuck with people's health long term and they want to do that earlier in life, then maybe it's not an advantage anymore.
Yeah.
The puberty blocking.
And also like, I mean, I think, a lot of it could be based on skill set too.
What's up? What?
Actually, I was showing.
You got a bunch of what?
Bunch of shrooms.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Huh?
You're just joking with me. You gotta be fucking with me right now.
Wait, what is it? Wait, what?
Michael's trying to say he's got a bunch of Oxy and Coke right now. He's outside the house. He wants to bring it and give it to us. Like
what? Well, not fuck the Oxys, but
he says he's got way more drugs.
What the fuck? Where? Nah, he's fucking with you.
He's got a bunch of beer.
Nah, that's bullshit. Nah, prove it. Come down and prove it.
Andrew said prove it. Andrew said prove it. Okay. What the fuck?
Wait, is he coming down?
He said he's here.
Wait, wait, what?
Yeah.
Wait, what?
What the fuck?
What the fuck? Yeah, what proof? Like, if he's here, then okay. I guess that shows proof. Oh, by the way,
I hope that he doesn't actually have drugs, because he claims he's like selling drugs half the time to get his money.
Yeah. Oh, so well, if that's the case, then yeah, low-key.
Not cool.
Yeah, no. And I will confiscate and maybe dispose of some, depending on what, if there's like shroomies or something, I might confiscate that. Might be like mine, but everything else I might just be like, yeah, fuck it. I don't know why
he's up this late and still wanting to. That's kind of shitty. I came here to chill out, not stress out.
I know. Well, yeah, for real.
I came here to chill. I was gonna leave somewhat soon too. It's already 3. I was gonna take my dogs to the park before the sun came up, kind of thing.
Right.
Kind of crashing the party here. That's kind of shitty.
Yeah. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah. Whoa.
I know. I want to show you, like, cool. Like, have you seen Gojira's fucking opening ceremony at the Olympics? Because I just saw it.
I did. It was good. The performers, that whole opening form. Did you see Celine Dion at the end, though? Absolutely one of the most beautiful vocal productions I've ever seen. She's a very sick person. She's got all these diseases and shit.
Oh, really?
She barely comes out of, into public anymore. And she closed the opening ceremony, and she had one of the most beautiful vocal, like, it was powerful, too. Her voice, was so much power. At the end, they're like, she is a vocal athlete. Like, that was like, and it is all in French. It was so beautiful. And it was, like, made up. They had the worst singer before that. It was on a little boat thing. That was really not a boat. It was like an island.
Oh, I think I know what you're talking about. Yeah, because during Gojira, they had that same boat, I think. Where that lady was doing some opera shit.
No, different one.
Different one? Okay.
It was
I didn't see the other ceremony shit.
It was like not even a boat, but it was going through the river. It was like a fake island. It was only big enough for the piano player and for the vocalist.
And that was it. Oh my god.
And the vocalist had the most generic soprano voice, and she was so wispy and weak with it. And they were trying to sing the "Imagine all the people." She ruined it. She absolutely trashed it. And it was like, damn, this is just vocal vanity right now. I'm so pretty. My voice sounds pretty. Oh, imagine.
Yeah, I want to see if I can find the full. I want to see if I can find the full ceremony.
It's like 4 hours long, though.
Yeah, no one. There's not even a full live stream or anything.
I have it on my phone. I got it. Peacock.
Oh wait, I think so. Wait, I think I might find some. Oh, I did. I think this would be the opening ceremony. Is it? No, it's not. In fact, this actually is not even remotely close to what it is.
I mean, I could pull it up. I have it on Peacock.
Oh, there's a Peacock thing? Okay, well,
Peacock.
That works.
Peacock, yeah. You want me to pull it up?
I mean, I know there's, like, clips on YouTube and shit, but...
Yeah, I can just...
I was just trying to see if, like, maybe there was, like, a full version on YouTube for the whole ceremony.
Full version for the opening ceremony. I'd be watching the Olympics, man.
I mean, there's only two things I care about. It's Gojira's opening ceremony and also the, Turkish John Wick, who got silver. That guy who just, like, is wearing casual shirt and just, like, with the pocket, with reading glasses, like... Yeah.
You seen the photo of him and his cat?
Oh, my God, dude.
It was like the duality of men.
I know, dude.
Duality of men.
I think I sent that to the group chat.
Yeah, it was like, if this guy's cat gets, like, we're going to get
He's a Turkish John Wick, dude. We're getting 4 movies. 4 movies of this motherfucker, dude. Dude, you know what? I love him. And I love how he, the gold medalist he's barely recognized outside of just being like, what you're feeling when, like, the second, best guy, gets all the memes out of you, and he's just got, like, this little awkward face on him. It's like, damn, dude.
Yeah, no, Gojira was legit.
Dude, Gojira, dude, they were like singing a French Revolution song and talking about like, beheading aristocrats and shit. It's like, dude, those fucking French, man. I love the French. Especially after like the populist front, like movement.
Totally, yeah, they totally
dude, like they just
they said fuck no.
Fuck the right and fuck Macron. But you know what? I'm glad that they're at least, consolidating with us. Fuck them. It's like, dude, it's just awesome. I wish, we can every day I'm just like, man, why can't we just be the French? Like, honestly.
Translated to solidarity, a call to the world if you recognize that bridge.
Trying to find Gojira.
Oh, I can find that shit right on YouTube.
It's definitely at night. They did it. It was nighttime for sure.
Actually, I can find Gojira immediately right here because I saw it earlier.
Yeah, that was such a good.
This shit's so awesome. It's right here. I already got it.
It's like the fucking chateau.
Dude, and they're at the castle shit. Dude, this is epic.
Yeah, dude, that was pretty badass.
And then, like, Mario the drummer is, like, beating those drums like they owe money, dude. So fucking... I can't believe this was at the Olympics.
Yep. They did... Their opening ceremony was out of the park good.
Dude, legit.
And then the French rapper, they had he looked like fucking Van Diesel. French Van Diesel. He's all like, I don't know what he's saying in French because he was going too fast.
Yeah.
But I could beat some parts. And he was talking about like, fucking like Black Lives Matters, referencing the Black Olympians who did Black
dude.
Power shit.
Yeah, with Jesse Owens. He was the first one to do that at Hitler's Olympics.
And he was
36.
referencing that in his rap. And then he was all like, talking about we bringing it back to the OGs, come on that Snoop Dogg, like, cause Snoop Dogg is like the national mascot in America right now.
Oh yeah,
he's like everywhere in there. They're interviewing him in the Louvre, like
oh shit.
They're like, Snoop Dogg, what do you think of Mona Lisa? And he's like, she got like a little smile there, like she up to something. He just being funny. But yeah, the music was really good. The fashion show thing that everyone got triggered over, that was supposedly like the
Greek,
supposed to be the Greek,
Dionysus or whatever,
god of festivities. It wasn't terrible. Like everyone that was Christian tried to like dog on it.
Being like a satanic ritual or whatever the fuck or some shit.
There was only like 2 outfits that people were wearing. They had a catwalk, like a fashion catwalk.
Yeah.
That they had doing. And there was like 2 people who were wearing somewhat inappropriate shit for kids to see. Barely,
yeah. It was just
one lady was.
it was just hyper expressive because the French are kind of known for that in a way.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the Paris Olympics. I mean, the French go hard when it comes to their expression.
I do think
their artistry, their creativity, It
was cool, but if you were gonna do that, just focus on just that. They kept like, we're gonna look at the fashion show for 5 seconds. Then clip back to other shit going on in the ceremony. Then 5 seconds, go back. There was like, that was the only part of the ceremony that they didn't just allow. Like right now, they're just focused on Gojira. You know what I mean? Like all the attention is on them.
Yeah.
Right now. And they didn't do that with the fashion show, and it was super choppy. And it like was almost like, well, either like give them the attention they deserve, or just don't do it at all.
I mean, from my understanding, like a lot of their weird opening ceremony, like a lot of it was kind of weird and misjangled because also like the Olympic flag when they were raising it was upside down and all sorts of shit. It's like,
it was, yeah.
Yeah, like they there was a few like legit fuck ups that they did. I was like, well,
I mean, they were doing it in a fucking rainstorm, so there's that.
Yeah.
Fucking rained so hard, the fucking sewers overflooded with shit.
Oh my god! Oh no!
The Seine River, they had to throw another $1 billion at it to try and clean it up for the events, and it still wasn't good enough. The triathlon people, They got a bunch of them got sick from like E. coli poisoning.
Oh my god!
From swimming in the river. So
Oh,
that rain
dude.
really came and fucked shit up, dude. Like,
Yeah, apparently. Oof. And it fucked a lot of people. Like, oh no,
they actually got sick. Like,
damn.
from the fucking river.
I will admit, I mean, honestly, for the Olympics, I mean, I will say, like, it's been probably the most, like, expressive Olympics, in a while. But it is petty after all. But I love it, though.
Yeah, no.
And also the guy from Gojira, like, he got an interview by Loudwire over, this whole thing, and especially with a lot of people freaking out over the opening ceremony. It was like, I don't give a fuck. We're just talking about French history. We were performing, like, an expressive art form about that.
Well, they had 4 different chapters, and you know how like there's 3 main things to like the French motto, which is like fraternity, liberty, and then there's another one.
Liberty, and
yeah. They that was their first 3, and then the last one was solidarity. That was their last theme of the night, and I think that the Gojira part was during the liberty part of the
especially with the whole French Revolution idea and shit.
That's where that was in the portion, which I thought was perfectly placed. That's the right spot for Gojira to come out and be like, "Yo, revolutionary spirit, motherfuckers!" Like, it was pretty badass. And I just hated the American announcers because they had like no knowledge of heavy metal at all, and it was like,
of course they didn't.
Kelly Clarkson was one of the announcers, and she's just like, "Oh my god, heavy metal!"
Wait, I gotta hear that a little bit. Actually,
she was like, "This is crazy that we have rap, and then now we got heavy metal. We had opera singers before. Like, how did it come to this?" Like, and I was just like, dude. Just shut up and let us enjoy the show.
I know, right?
Just shut the fuck up.
Here, I want to see if I can. Is this with Kelly Clarkson?
She was one of the fucking announcers.
I want to see if this is. Hold on, I just want to skip a little bit.
She's not there physically.
I know. Yeah, she's gonna be a voice.
A voice, yeah.
Is there a voice in this?
I don't know if Michael actually even came to the house. I don't think
he did.
With me, dude. I think he was just fucking with me.
I think it was.
Yeah.
Not much jolly.
Yeah, there's no commentary on this one.
She did. It might have been at the end. It was like
still haven't performed.
Okay, that's just some random video. Okay, so
here, let me show you the Celine Dion at the end though, because it was like it wasn't as hypey in energy as that, but it was still like, whoa, that was out of the park good. It was so good, dude. She absolutely killed it, man. I was like, oh my god, like she fucking killed it, man.
Commute, if you will, of the
Come on now. They did some unnecessary shit, like they took the Olympic torch and then brought it to like the gardens where they first invented the hot air balloon. They lit the torch in a cauldron and then the hot air balloon took it up into the air over Paris. Which I was like, this is cool, but like a little bit over, like extravagant.
A little over performative.
Yeah. They're trying to like
damn
flex.
French.
They're trying to flex.
The fucking French.
They're trying to flex like, yeah, we invented the hot air balloon in the 1800s, bitch. Like,
what's up,
this is the spot that
this
they
is our
invented
history.
it. Like, I guess so.
I guess, yeah. Fucking flexing it. I mean, it's a cool performance, I suppose, but I didn't think the French would go so
They
damn
went
hard.
all the way, dude.
They went all the way.
out,
All gas, no brakes on that bitch. Had Gojira, like a fucking metal band, all the rappers, hot air balloon fiasco thing and stuff, putting the flag upside down.
They had the procession on the river. too.
Yeah.
They usually just have people walk around the track.
Yeah.
Like, this is so much better. Like,
I
toward the
know,
whole city
dude.
on the river.
It's actually they actually kind of went hard, and I kind of like it despite all the extra pomp and circumstance and absurdity that they were going with. I mean, I kind of like it, honestly. I mean, it's definitely like
symbolism too. Like, at the end here, they have these two athletes. They just keep passing the torch to these different retired athletes, and then they give it to this old guy, the oldest living Olympian left.
Oh, damn, dude.
He's still alive. And they give him the torch.
And on to the oldest living French Olympic champion, Charles Leclerc.
French Olympic champion, too.
Yep.
Turned 100 this year.
And he lights the torch to the youth.
And turns to the final two.
And then the youth get to light the cauldron together. And it's symbolic, you know?
Oh, hell yeah. That's cool.
I really like that. And it was a white man giving black people the torch, too, which shows that kind of, you know, that diversity.
Yeah.
Like, this is our past, but this is our future, you know? Because there's so much immigration there in France, and their future is black. Like, they're going to be mixed.
I mean, there's French Algeria.
They're not going to be Senegal, all these other places that they're French-speaking, and it's easy for them to immigrate because they already speak the language. And it's better opportunity in France, you know? So they're all going to go there, and then they light the fucking balloon, and it goes up in the air, and then Celine Dion does her thing. I mean, it was good, dude. Like, you want to just smoke, and I'll just leave there. It was very well done. I don't think they'll be able to top it. Like, LA Olympics in 4 years?
Mm-hmm.
What's LA going to do? Look at our pollution.
Probably not much.
Look at our pollution.
I know. Yeah, look at our pollution of wildfires. Amazing.
We're the best. Like, it was cool, but it was a little over the top with the air balloon being the cauldron.
Yeah.
And so that flame's journey that
hello, Papa circumstance for it.
Mm-hmm.
In the shadow of the Eiffel Tower here in 2024.
Do you know that the medals have a little piece of the Eiffel Tower in it? All the medals?
Really?
In this Olympics, yeah.
No shit.
They took like old parts and replaced them with new parts, and they took the old parts and they
smelted them in
put a little sliver of in each medal. They put a little sliver of the Eiffel Tower in each one.
That's pretty fucking cool.
That's actually really cool, isn't that?
That is, actually.
They just went above and beyond, man.
Dude, the Parisians, man. Those fucking French. Mm-hmm. Shit.
They got to show off, you know?
At least a lot of it was actually legit pretty badass. Okay, I'm not gonna lie, that seeing that balloon just like
that's 1783 is when they invented the hot air balloon.
Yep.
And that was the place that they invented it, where they first took an air balloon up into the air, was in those gardens. There's some symbolism there. It's pretty cool, actually.
It kind of looks like a rising sun almost, you know, with the nightlight and shit.
I mean, like, I don't hate it. It was just you don't understand how much torch passing they had all for 4 hours, man.
I know, I could tell.
The cool part of it was most of it was like this dude dressed up as ninja assassin looking motherfucker, like Assassin's Creed style.
I saw that, I think.
Like,
with the guy with the torch. He's like in the middle of the Gojira of him just chilling them for a minute there. Like,
before, he was like fucking doing a paragliding shit. He was doing like a fucking zip lining across from roof to roof, doing like parkour shit over. Like, he took it through the city, dude. Like, started in the sewer, and then like worked his way up to the like, you know, and like ran across all the roofs. It was like some legit. I was like, wow, they're going over the top with this.
Damn.
And then they never showed his face. He had a mask on the whole time. I was like, I kind of want to know who this guy is doing all this parkour shit.
I know, right?
Like,
yeah, some fucking like Parisian ninja over here.
Yeah, I was like, what? But this is Celine Dion.
I was singing a historical French song.
And Lady Gaga was the opening performance, and she sang in French too, and she did kind of more of a flapper girl thing. And I think that it was cool to have like an American Jewish performer speaking in French, performing in French, and then end with Celine Dion, kind of like.
Didn't it get like that counter-cultural, like kind of like revolutionary mindset of like metalheads, at least in a more radical extreme of like Gojira a little bit.
Yeah.
With Marie Antoinette's like, shit a little bit. Like I will admit, their open ceremony was pretty wild. Well, in all the right ways, in a sense, even though it was pretty over the top, but in just kind of in the right ways in a way. Yeah. Even here, the fact that they even got the Eiffel Tower to kind of look
on the Eiffel Tower. She's
on it.
Yes.
Wait, where is she? Oh,
she's there
on the top of it.
No, like on the one of the base,
like the main base structure. Oh, yeah, she's right there. Okay. I thought she was... Oh, she's on the bottom of it, yeah. She's on the ground.
No, that's the middle.
Is it?
Yeah, it goes down.
You're right, yeah.
Yeah. And the light
She should have been at the very top.
That would have been cool.
Yeah, just so, like, almost have her, like, dangling and slowly just descend while she's just singing. Because there was that guy that tried to do a parachute, for the first time, but died because he... fell flat on his face. But it was at the Eiffel Tower where it happened. It was actually one of the early videos ever recorded, too. And it was also at the very top and shit, but didn't really work out very well. But it's one of those things where, like, Paris has got that fucking history.
Mm-hmm. They got the history. One of the oldest towns in Europe, for sure.
Yep.
I mean, they were there before the Romans came in.
Yeah.
That was... been there
with the Celtic Gaulics, and shit. The Gauls.
The way she ended, dude, gave me chills. I was like, oh wow, like, whoa, what the fuck, like, oh, like, you have been blessed by the universe, by God, someone, like, you were made to sing. Oof.
That camera is probably like 300 feet away, and she somehow still was like right there.
Oh, chills. So good. And doing it while you're sick, man. Like, you can see she's sick. You can see it in her eyes.
Celine Dion.
Yeah.
Who has been dealing with a rare progressive neurological disorder.
Oh, a neurological disorder too. Fuck. They even mentioned right at the end. Damn, dude. So she probably put literally all of her chi and her energy right into that shit, dude.
Yep.
That was incredible.
I'm gonna try and find the laser light show they did with the Eiffel Tower. That was like, did you hear about that?
A little bit.
They did like a really cool laser light show thing.
Shit.
Yeah, that was one of the highlights of the night for sure. Like, I was like, and it went all like, the lights were powerful. They went all around the whole city from the Eiffel Tower. Like, shit was intense. Come on now. Let's find that spot. It's towards the end here. But yeah, man, like, here's where they put up the flag upside down.
Oh, shit.
But I thought it was cool. They made, like, the procession even look like the Eiffel Tower. And they just a lot of symbolism. The beach volleyball court is on the other side, right at the base of the Eiffel Tower right now. So people, when you see them playing volleyball, they're in the shadow of the Eiffel Tower, like there. Yeah, dude. Yeah.
I want to see that flag. I want to see it. Croatians all doing their thing.
The fuck is that?
Yeah, what?
That was not an athlete. He wasn't wearing no uniform. Like, yeah, there it is. It is upside down.
It's upside down! What the fuck, dude?
You know what the 5 rings represent?
5 continents.
Yep, there you go. Yeah, a lot of people don't know that.
Dude, they beat upside down, dude. No, honestly, it just kind of undermines the seriousness of this pomp and circumstance, and the flag is upside down. I can see the whole rainstorm thing with everyone wearing their little like raincoat
Ponchos,
things. Yeah,
ponchos. They're still getting fucking rained on. Don't matter. Like, well, we're just getting wet. Fuck it.
we get wet. Fuck it. Flags upside down. Fuck it. Ceremony's badass. Fuck it. Why are those cowboy hats? What countries represent that?
I think that might be the Guatemalans. I remember a whole nation had like sombrero cowboy shit.
Oh my god, dude. I'm not gonna lie, that was low-key some drip out of nowhere. I was like, whoa, he was just flexing that shit, dude.
Best opening ceremony I've seen since Beijing 2008. Because the Chinese, they went
they went hardcore
over
for a
the
minute.
top on that one, man. They were like, we got to show the world we are the world power now. Like,
yeah,
they
that's
were
kind
making
of like
a
one of the
statement.
first steps of them kind of like establishing that in a way.
They were like, hey, we're big news.
That guy looks so lit on acid and some shit. It's like, bro,
eyes wide open, man.
Oh my god. I'm not gonna lie, there is some moments in this where it is actually kind of funny when kind of like taking it in a vacuum, but it's actually pretty badass. I mean, I will admit, you know, with the flaws and all, it's actually a pretty badass ceremony.
I think that made it better. The things they fucked up on actually gave
It kind of shows that, like, yeah, I mean, it's like, hey, rainstorm, all this sort of shit, but we persist anyway, fuck you. What are you gonna do about it, kind of thing.
It's been over 70 years.
Yeah.
Since the shit was in the rain, the Summer Olympics.
Yeah.
It's like over 70 years.
Right, yeah.
It's been drier. That's how you know climate change. Like,
that's right, yeah, no shit.
No summer rain. No matter where you go on the planet, no rain, you know?
All right. It definitely will be a very historic Olympic game for sure.
Huh?
It'll definitely be a very historic Olympic ceremony for sure. Well, not just ceremony, but also just like for the Olympiad.
Emmanuel Macron, his last little before he loses power.
I know, right? His last little like,
hoorah.
I'm still like hoorahing over here. Remember me and the old stuff over here.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, our Assassin's Creed, bro.
The torch reappears in the stadium. Its journey.
Dude, somebody in the Olympic logistics about making the ceremony happen, or at least the costume designer, was hella into Assassin's Creed.
They had to.
Dude,
there's
for
no
real.
way. That's
Dude,
totally
that
based
is
on
like some
Assassin's
straight up
Creed.
some Assassin's Creed
Like
shit, bro.
Assassin's Creed needs to be like, we're suing you guys.
Shit.
It's too close.
Dude, for
It's so
real.
close.
Dude, it's like, that's...
Like, all right, now you gotta make a video game for us. Like
where
a
it's
French
like,
style.
where it's like in like
French
Bordeaux or some
Illuminati,
shit, or like Nice France or some shit.
Yeah.
1444 or whatever the fuck.
Yeah, for real. They need to do some shit like that.
I know, for real, dude. At this point, like, it's too much.
They had a portion of Black Flag Assassin's Creed that was in Portugal, in Lisbon. It was kind of cool because it's like an earthquake and all the buildings are like collapsing.
Oh shit!
And you have to run on the fucking like
collapsing buildings. Oh shit, dude!
You're like, I gotta get the fuck out of here. There's an earthquake. Like, I think it was in Lisbon.
Lisbon and shit. I know Lisbon had a massive earthquake back in the day. That was really bad. So that's probably reference to it. Because I know Assassin's Creed is very historically referential. I know there's like a DLC where
makes them so great. Like,
yeah, I found out there's like an Assassin's Creed DLC of like George Washington being king and like going like insane with like power and shit. It's actually kind of crazy.
In America, like
in America and stuff. I forget which Assassin's Creed game it is, but I saw some videos of some DLCs of the speeches and shit. And also
that's fun, but I mean George Washington did not want to be king. Like everybody.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, it was the alt universe where the
people wanted him to be.
Yeah,
some people were calling for it. They're like, yeah, just be king, bro. Like
King Washington.
And he was like, fuck no.
Also, what would be wild, let's say that happened, Robert E. Lee would technically, legally could be a king of America if, because he's actually related to George Washington.
Oh wow.
Yeah, so there, and there's still actually a direct lineage to George Washington to this day. So if there could, if there was like some weird hardcore claimant to like this monarchy of America, like they could technically make a claim for it if they wanted to.
But I mean, even George Washington, his passing of power,
yeah,
he even said like we need 2-year terms because
2-term limits
because he was like, Vice will fucking get to you, man.
Right, yeah.
I don't care how good your intentions are when you first get this power. After a while, that power is going to corrupt you, and you need to give it up.
Yeah.
And let somebody else.
Also shortly passed away, too, after that anyway. Yeah. So he kind of recognized that his power wasn't going to stay forever.
He stated his agenda. Like,
yeah.
He had a position which was, don't let ultimate, power.
It's kind of funny that, like, the one dude who enforced that rule was FDR, mainly because, like, he, was just too much of a badass and actually used that power for good. At least outside of Japanese tournament camps and certain things like that. But beyond that, he used it for good, though.
I was trying to tell Michael. Michael was, like, arguing, and, like, he had trying to be like, you need to be nicer to people when you speak to them. Like, not if they're saying straight evil shit.
Or bullshit that's just like, nonsense. Yeah.
Like, I've had right-wingers come up to me and be like, yeah, we should just nuke the Middle East. Let's just nuke China. Let's just kill, like, 1.4 billion people, like,
blast the region, because fuck it. Make it a parking lot so we can have condos or something or whatever.
They just say that, and I'm just like, you know how evil that is?
And how fucked you sound?
No, it's not fucked, it's evil. That's, like, wrong. Like, Thanos type shit. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
it's just one of those things where you need to just kind of shut down and say, you're just a fucked up thing, and that when what you said, and you are... Like, and you should be, called out for it. Like, that's not something that should be acceptable in any society or as a mindset. So, fuck you for that.
Yeah, or like, you're advocating for genocide in one way or another. Like, that's just wrong. It's evil.
Or just excusing it and wishy-washy and being like, well, we were once, and that means we can excuse it. It's like, no.
Maybe a little less, like, with the abortion stuff, but even though that's a little evil, trying to control women and tell them what they can and can't do with their bodies, like, that's a little evil, man. Like, I'm not gonna...
Especially when you restrict, like, when it comes to their own health and all sorts of shit, like, because there's a lot of reasons why they are kind of necessary.
Save your life. Save your
medical
life.
necessity abortions. Like, there's a lot of cases where that happens. It's a sad thing that happens, but, hey, the human species and our genome is kind of fucked sometimes, and the roll of the dice happens like that. It's sad, but, hey, it's not like you can't try again, I mean, honestly, it's kind of weirdly blunt, but it's true. It's like, hey, this is horrible, let's get over it and stuff, but hey, we'll try again later, kind of thing. And maybe the roll of dice will be a little better. And that won't be the case. I mean, that happens a lot where, there's like, family tries, to have a kid and, there's a few times where it doesn't work out really well, but then it just works after a while, because, like, just the right roll of the dice happen, and hey, they have a healthy baby, it's all good, and whatever, so it's not like,
what's that?
It happens all the time.
IDF?
Yeah, IVF, in vitro fertilization.
They're trying to control that and regulate that too.
And that's not even an abortion thing at all. That's just like, women...
They're trying to say, like, oh, you're killing babies because there's eggs that are being frozen and, like... If you have 12 eggs, you have to have all 12 of those babies.
Yeah, with J.D. Vance's weird shit. Yeah. It's like, for real.
Like, they have to be healthy, like, eggs that, like, are fertilized.
Yeah, it's not like,
there's a science to it, like...
Right, yeah.
And can they even afford those kids? Like, you want to put a bunch of kids out here that, like, now they're, that's like a drain on the overall social safety net of the Americas. You have all these, you need parents to actually have the ability to take care of all these children too.
Yeah.
Like, foster care is broken.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? Like,
and there's plenty of kids who are being abused in the foster care system who need to be adopted by parents who give a shit.
We don't need more of that sad shit happening. Like, this advocating for just making people just because God said to make people or whatever, like, that's wrong. I don't agree.
Yeah.
But, and then if you know that the baby is going to be like fucked and have a really bad life and die early and shit, then get rid of it. It's going to hurt society and it's going to hurt the kid,
Yeah, it's just all, it's just, I mean, that happens a lot. I mean, even, it's like it happened back in the day. I mean, there was a lot of cases where women would die and sometimes the child would die at birth because back in the day, they didn't have like the medical experience to do cesareans or all this other shit.
Yeah, to make them.
Yeah, or even then, or maybe catch that early on to do a medical necessity kind of abortion or whatever for the sake of the baby and the child's and the mother's health. Kind of
everybody's well-being,
exactly.
Like,
yeah,
I mean, what do they do when people go into like a coma and they're never gonna wake up? Like they ask them, like, do you want to like pull the plug? What was like this person's like? Like people sometimes like, if I ever become a vegetable, just pull the plug on me,
right?
Like that, I don't want to live that way,
right? Yeah, they kind of have, or it's just like, hey, if it ends up being that way,
yeah, you guys but if you guys are anti-abortion and like, oh, that's murder or whatever, is it murder to unplug somebody's shit that wants it unplugged? You know what I mean? Like they don't want to live this way. It's the same ideology, like, and it's just like, I don't know, dude. It's so hypocritical, and
it is like a massive democracy because
you're
really
trying to tell other people what to do. Don't tell other people what to do. Let them live their lives. Like,
fuck, dude. It just comes down to like it's not like a pro-life. Yeah, it's not a pro-life idea. It's a forced birth pro-control idea.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
They don't want to look at the well-being of the child or the well-being of the mother or the parents and shit, or society too, as well, on a broader scale. Mm-hmm. They just want control. They just want to be like, I want women to be brood mares for my systemic cognitive machine, for the children to be a part of that, and also like for their own weird idea of how society ought to be. It's just a weird fucked idea of fundamental control.
Just let immigrants come in and have babies.
Yeah.
Just give them a better life and a good job, and they'll have kids. Like, the problem solved,
Right, yeah.
Let people who want to have kids have a lot of them. And people who don't want to have kids, don't make them have kids. Like,
yeah,
like
it's not like one way or the other. Like
JD Vance with the like, if you
crazy cat lays are childless, and
if you don't have kids,
who have kids should have more votes than
or if you don't have kids, you shouldn't have a vote.
Yeah,
you said that too.
Yeah,
you put that forward, and I'm like, well, what about people who are infertile? They can't have children. Does that mean they have to adopt?
But they don't count because they're stepchildren or step-parents technically.
Yeah, that's what he said. Yeah. And then, well, if you're going to make them adopt, are you going to help them finance that?
Nope.
Because adoption is expensive. What if they don't have the financial means to adopt and they're infertile? So now they don't get a vote or say in this country?
Nor are able to have like the ability to have an exception.
Buttigieg combated that. He said, well, what about all these fucking servicemen? He's like, I was in Iraq. And I tell you what, when I was in Iraq, I didn't have kids yet. And so, I could tell you what, my commitment to this country felt pretty fucking strong when I was getting bombs thrown at me and my co-servicemen, and women were out here getting bombed, in Iraq. And my commitment to this country was tip-top. And you're trying to say because I don't have babies that my commitment isn't there? It's like, fuck you.
Or not as valuable as his commitment because he's a traditional conservative family values man or whatever the fuck.
You're a fucking war veteran. And how many people in the army actually have kids? Probably not a lot. They're probably
also there's this weird like
poverty,
and also
they go to the army because
and also there's like an inside joke in the military of like, don't have a partner before you go into the military because they'll just cheat on. There's like that weird underlying joke a little bit. It's not like an inherent truth, but
it does happen.
Yeah, there's like kind of that underpinning kind of stereotype that happens a lot. So there's like this whole narrative like, oh, you should settle down after you serve kind of thing in a way because then you don't have to kind of worry about like
but in this moment, you're a veteran, you're a serviceman.
Exactly. Yeah.
You don't get a vote. Because you don't have kids.
Or,
that makes no sense.
Or
people are
a parent,
dying
whether it's step-parent or not. It's ridiculous. It's the most insane shit.
People are dying for this country. They don't get to vote. Because they don't have a baby. That's insane.
And also parents who, let's say they have like 3 kids, then that parent has not just their vote, but like 3 extra votes on top. Yeah, it's like, what?
Totally not, that's not democracy.
Yeah, that's just electoral college embodiment, in its most extreme form ever possible. It's like, what the fuck? Like, I want that abolished. I don't want it expanded. Like, holy shit, it's nutty. And also a couch fucker and maybe a dolphin fucker lover or something. Like, oh god, dude. What a freak.
Weirdo.
Like Coconut Tree Mama Harris, I'll grant her this. Like, she, the DNC and her are just owning and just fucking them on the fact that they're just freaks. So,
weird. They said,
because they just are.
Don't you think it's strange? Like, well, they're like, yeah, that is strange.
They want to control your sex life. They want to ban, like, these,
You seen those commercials?
Yeah.
Where it's like, he's like, he said, cat ladies who don't have kids are psychopaths and mass shooter, was serial killers. And then he's like, and I'm definitely not a serial killer.
Right, yeah, I actually remember that. Yeah, I saw it the other night. It was like, if you, freeze 12 eggs, and you must forcibly have 12 kids.
Yeah.
Or you're a serial killer.
They're just making it seem...
And I'm definitely not a serial killer.
Yeah. And they show how ridiculous they are.
Yeah.
They're just making fun of them. Like, hey, this is obviously crazy, right?
And I've been doing that for so long because, honestly, that's the easiest way to get under their skin.
Yeah.
It's like, push their insecurities and, like, project that, out, and like kind of call that out for what it is, and all of a sudden they're like, and they freak the fuck out, and they don't even know what to do with it in a weird way.
Well, like last night, he didn't freak the fuck out. He was calm about it, but he still was like, error.
He didn't really know how to, like...
I'm gonna just say I have the higher moral high ground because I'm calm and you're passionate.
It's like a civility lib conservative.
That's just a cop out. It's not a political stance. It's a cop out.
Yeah.
It's you can't win this battle, so you're going to try to win the battle with you liberal fucks on the left side, y'all are just bullies and bullying me right now with your intelligence, saying I'm stupid, and you saying I'm stupid is wrong. You know what I mean? Like, that's kind of what happened there. I'm like not even trying to make people feel stupid. I just want you to hear and learn. Because I'm trying to teach. You don't want to learn. You don't want to be taught. That's the problem.
Yeah, I mean, people, mistake ignorance as like a insult almost, but it's like, no, I mean, even I'm ignorant of a lot of things, but that's okay. Like, if you're at least willing to be open-minded, at least be like, hey, then maybe, I could learn from something like this, it's like,
It's not about being right. It's about having a dialogue that creates a zeitgeist.
Yeah.
I kept trying to explain that. We gotta talk to each other so that we collectively know what it is we want, and then come together and make that happen. Demand it from our leaders. Demand the better representation.
Yeah.
If we don't know collectively what it is we want, how are we supposed to get it? You know? And if you're not going to have that, you have the open... I said this to my therapist. Like, these people, they have open ears, but they don't have open mind. And because they are opening their ears, they think they have an open mind, which is a delusion. It's like, no, you don't actually have an open mind. You're just hearing and then saying bullshit.
Yeah.
That's not an open mind.
You're regurgitating with, like, the face value stuff that, is just, like, said via, like, what the algorithm kind of shoves down your throat, basically, kind of thing.
Yeah. And they're like, well, that's bullshit because of what I have been put in my face, which may have no evidence to really suggest it's hearsay, most of it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Tabloids type stuff. They write it in a narrative that isn't actually journalistically accurate. And both sides do it. The left does it, the right does it.
Sure, yeah. I mean, a lot of it's just because of, like, cognitive bias stuff, and also just because of fairness doctrine. I was mentioning from last night, where it's like, that shit's been gutted, and it's just not even a thing anymore, where it needs to be reinstated. And also expanded for the modern era, too, because, we have actual, at least a baseline journalistic integrity again.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Like, actually good news.
Yeah.
That is...
Because, I mean, it's like, you're always going to have at least, some sort of, like, journalistic media is going to have a little bit of bias, but, like, to have at least, a baseline, like, foundation of integrity with some of this shit would be nice to have again. For real. So, like, seriously.
Fake news. You know what I mean? It's going all around. Yeah. And it's just like, oh, yeah, go do your thing.
Yeah, I was going to take this.
It's just really frustrating.
Yeah.
Because it's like, I actually have done the research. I know this to be true, but you don't want to listen, and then you want to make me bad guy? Not only are you not listening and a hypocrite, you're trying to make me bad guy. Fuck you. You know? Just like, I'm triggered after that. I was already triggered, but then after that, I was like, whoa, you're doing a cop-out and making me bad guy. What the fuck? Like, okay, I might overspeak a little. I might overtalk a lot. But I have good intentions. I'm not trying to make you feel stupid. If you feel stupid, that's your own insecurity, you know? Or maybe it's your own self-awareness that you don't know. But you have a pride issue and you don't want to admit you're wrong. You don't want to admit that you don't know. You don't want to admit that somebody may have some knowledge that you don't have. And I think a lot of it goes back to, like you said, the educational system's kind of broken. And so people get a bad experience in the K through 12. And they feel like, oh, my teacher made me feel stupid. Now you're making me feel stupid. It's like, no, I'm just trying to have you learn, like, the shit that I have to share, you know? And I don't want you to feel dumb. I'm sorry that, you know, you've been conditionalized. I even brought that up. I'm like, I feel like you have some kind of trauma, like some kind of, I brought that up last night. Like, I feel like you're reacting this way because you've had past experiences where people, you know, disagree with you. And then you clam up shut, you know? And you're just like, well, you guys are being aggressive, or you know, and you want to just put a label on it instead of continuing the actual dialogue, you know. And it's like, that's not going to get the zeitgeist. That's not going to get the common ground here, you know. And focusing on secondary distractions, you know, things that aren't actually that legit important, you know. Like you said, right now there's a big movement on both sides to claim that labor shit, that union shit, you know, because they see that people, both sides, care about it.
Because it's a blue collar thing, and honestly, the whole labor union thing is an apolitical thing in the sense of just being outside of the broader duopoly spectrum.
It's like a classism.
Yeah, it's classist, you know, politics, not, you know, like
racism, or you know, liberal versus conservative.
I mean, it definitely has the history within it for sure, you know, but it's like fundamentally the core root of it all is, you know, fundamentally based off the class solidarity kind of thing. Because, like, there has been times historically, you know, where there's been, you know, maybe local units, and other times where the factors like, you know, social/racial justice things, you know, have clashed before. But a lot of times, especially when it comes to a lot of these core root, you know, units, especially in this, when it comes to this history, like, you have like the Knights of Labor. They were kind of like the AFL before the AFL was a thing. And they were pretty much like a more Catholic union-based organization, but they were very strongly based on this whole cross-racial gender solidarity idea that before a lot of unions at that time, you know, kind of took into that effect. And because of that influence, they were able to kind of push that kind of thing for
Where did the
early days.
Where did it start up?
The Knights of Labor, it was called like the Holy Order of Knights of Labor. That's the full name, but it's just shortened to Knights of Labor. And they started in like the 18s, like just
was this in Europe or
America?
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, because you have the American Federation of Labor, which actually for a short period of time during the 1880s, 90s, and the 1900s, those two unions actually competed for each other. And after a while, the AFL eventually kind of like took over as like kind of the main national union. Yeah. And the last Knights of Labor local chapter assimilated in 1942 in Montana, I think, from what I remember. So like it was around for a while, and had its place, but it then eventually got assimilated into the AFL when they kind of like adopted more other modern tactics. You know, where the Knights of Labor, the KOL, weren't really as like, you know, aggressive about, just mainly because it kind of had like a more traditionalistic kind of idea, especially based off their, you know, original like foundations. So they were kind of a little sluggish about certain things at that time, but you know, it did lead to a lot of, you know, how the AFL operated, you know, at that time, but even today to a certain extent, and a lot of that type of shit, you know, really became like a major, you know, push, you know, for a lot of this cross solidarity, especially when it came to helping, you know, have like, you know, a lot of migrants having their voice advocate for, black workers, etc., because they were like, you know, the Knights of Labor at that time were like, we don't give a fuck who you are. We don't even care if you're not even Catholic. Yeah, you could be Muslim, Christian, who gives a shit? Like, we'll accept you as a brotherhood and sisterhood of the shit. Like, I mean, like it was predominantly, like I said, it was predominantly Catholic, but that was, they based their union kind of around some of those, you know, like ideas and stuff, but it didn't really matter who you were at the end of the day.
If your
like,
labor is being marginalized, we're here to help.
Yeah, like there were pretty much like I guess you could say kind of like a woke labor, leftist kind of movement for its time, before that was even really a thing, so to speak, because they really helped push a lot of and change a lot of different unions at that time where they gained a lot of traction eventually later down the line and even started up because of a lot of those premises. And because the International was also a major thing at the time, and they kind of had a little back and forth, with communication, because the International was Karl Marx's in Europe, like that was their thing.
Yeah.
So, and there was a lot of solidarity and communication and stuff like that in America.
Man, I'm a full-on Marxist, man. Like I believe that eventually the proletariat, they are going to realize their class consciousness, realize that they're being exploited, rise up, and eventually demand,
That's what I was mentioning about 2028 with the general strike that Sean Fain, and also Sean O'Brien. Like a lot of these major union guys that have been kind of, gaining traction lately, they're major advocates for this shit right now.
Not just the U.S., it's going to happen in other places. Like the whole.
We're already seeing it in other places right now.
The whole continent of Africa.
They're going, that whole continent is about to really pop off.
They're like,
just from climate change alone.
They're a ticking time bomb of labor rights that's going to happen real soon. Because there's a lot of damn people there, and they're having lots of kids, and they're all starting to get educated, and they're all starting to get like better jobs and getting,
I mean, they've been doing that for a long time. I mean, I'm sure you know about Husky, right? Like the guy, Like he got a lot of his studies, and actually he learned a lot about communism stuff because he studied at the University of Paris, and he learned a lot from French labor leftists and college students who were like unionists at that time, and learned a lot about that shit. And at least for a lot of
that's happening with a lot of Africans right now. They're going to these European colleges and learning this pro-labor stuff, and they bring it back to their country, and they want to do something, help their own people out,
Yeah. And that's, and a lot of these, different leaders and stuff. I mean, he was, at least for Husky, he was like, historically, the guy for that time, but there are a lot of them are happening right now. And it's just like really a matter of time until like enough of like the money and also like the organizational power, starting getting together. Because like, last night, I don't really know much about what's going on in Bangladesh. I know a lot of shit's going on over there right now.
It's going down.
Paris, has been having some, or just in France recently with a lot of their stuff politically. It's been having some turmoil and shit.
Well, like, for example, the farmers came in and just took over all the roads with the fucking tractors. And
that happened in like the late 2000s or something like that, or a few times actually. That happened a couple times.
Like a year or two ago. It happened again.
Yeah, actually, I remember. Yeah, that happened a few times.
So, like I said, man, there's this class consciousness of labor that is all over the world that people can unify upon.
And of course, the French are the fucking most badass motherfuckers about it.
The problem with the U.S. is we are so brainwashed on either side. Like the far left and the far right, they're all pawns. They're all sheep, and they go, bah, and they just regurgitate their tabloid shit, and then they forget to what is the main issue here. Oh, well, money is. Yep. Your labor is. Your right to having a great, a good life and a safe, deal for you and your family. That's what's most important to you. Like you said, kitchen table shit.
Yeah.
Abortion is not as important as that other stuff. That's a secondary issue that divides people. Like, you know what I mean? There's these.
Can you hear me? Yeah. Obviously, I'm talking to my buddy, so like I'm reading what you're saying.
Rose Black.
No, it's actually a Venom.
Oh, Venom.
But yeah, no, like I know I'm reading what you're saying. I just haven't had a chance to really respond because
what's Venom got to say?
Well, yeah, he was saying everything's remember Reagan who destroyed unions in his day, which he just kind of mentioned that not too long ago. Which that's true. Like honestly, I'd argue a lot of the reason why I think a lot of this class divide is really happening is because of Reagan. Arguably, like he really helped push a lot of this like corporate established narrative, especially with a lot of things that the GOP and Republican parties in favor of. He was the main catalyst in the root foundation of how that shit really got started.
Drugs too.
Yep,
that added to the whole class.
Well, Nixon also did that too prior to him, but he really codified and solidified that into like a whole national policy fundamentally, and set it in stone.
I'm pretty sure that the incarceration rate in the U.S. has tripled since Reagan. Like, if not quadrupled. the number of people.
I think so. I'm not
100%
sure, but I'm pretty sure.
It definitely was double back in the early 2000s because System of a Down made a whole song about it, the prison song, and they mentioned it. It's like the incarceration.
Trying to build a prison. They're trying to build a prison for you and me.
Yeah, fucking
such a fucking banger song too.
It's like fucking, and it says it in the song. He says, the fucking incarceration rate has doubled since 1985. And I think it's more than that now. It's just gone up. It hasn't gone down. It just keeps climbing up. And let's talk about an attack on opportunity for people to make money off of their labor.
And if anything, a lot of our prison, and a lot of our prison system is very much,
forced labor.
Yeah, forced labor and slave labor.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not a shocker that a lot of those people who are in prison tend to be minorities, black, brown people, and shit.
Mm-hmm.
There are white folk for sure, but they just happen to be too poor and look a little off the cuff from society that they all deserve it.
I do think that they target blacks and brown people, and that's why they're in jail.
Systemically, yeah,
systemically. But at the same time, not necessarily Mexicans, but black men have a way higher level of violent crime than any group.
And a lot of that does have to do with a lot of depression and these economic conditions that happen. I mean, and it's not really their fault. I mean, it's why a lot of certain things like rap culture and stuff it's why they kind of. It's all a lot of their artistic culture stuff like that when it comes to different rap,
for the violence.
Well, not necessarily just that. I mean,
no, it does because
it does for sure.
I mean, there's tribalism within the community. There's gang warfare and shit.
I'm not saying that there isn't any of that.
They even talk about.
There's actually kind of a lot of mixed.
They want us fighting ourselves.
When it comes to the established system, especially when it comes to the music industry and making money off that. But and there's also a lot of artists that are trying to be like, hey, it's a problem, but there's a this isn't all that's there and stuff. There's a lot, like Tupac, for example, in the 90s when a lot of rap artists were kind of talking about the gang violence and being like, money bitches, taking out our ops, so to speak, how people say nowadays. But Tupac was like, no, I mean, he had that really great song about hey, as a single daughter, for a parent, or whatever. It's like, hey,
Brenda's got a baby.
Brenda's got a baby. Yeah, it's like, hey, it ain't all bad for you. It's like there's an outlet that's there's a light in the tunnel for you as a single black woman girl out there that struggling in the midst of all this shit kind of stuff.
They're targeting us, but like I said, I think it's more of a class thing than a race thing.
It is. I mean, the race part is just the extra divide and conquer division shit.
Look at Harley, man. He gets profiled the fuck out.
Yeah, exactly.
He's not
because
black. He's not brown.
Yeah, because he's a part of that classist,
part of that
element of the system that is oppressive.
You're from that shit.
You're from that lower class. You're the impoverished class.
We're going to target you now.
It's like you might not be black or anything else, but you're a part of that, shit that we want to oppress anyway. So fuck you anyway, kind of shit.
Yep.
And just because I happen to hang out with him, there's been times where even on my own, where I'm walking home from the bar and shit, where a cop would be like, "Why did you jaywalk?" It's like it's not illegal in the state of Oregon, and also there's literally no cars at all. So who gives a shit? Why you fucking haranguing me for it?
Remember, I had that cop trying to give me a ticket for jaywalking when I was just trying to get back from Albertsons to get back to school.
Yeah,
I'm trying to go back to school.
And also,
fuck off, dude.
And also, it's
I'm
not even illegal in the state of Oregon. Maybe it's county by county, but I know in Clackamas County it ain't illegal.
Bro, he was pressing me. His motorcycle cop. He was pressing me, man, in my face. I'm trying to go back to school. I came here to get a loaf of bread, bro. So I could eat some lunch.
Literally daily bread shit.
I was literally just using my mom's EBT card
to get some bread.
99-cent fucking loaf of bread, and fucking that's what I was gonna eat the rest of the day. And because I had a sport event later that with basketball team, and I was like, yeah, the lunch they gave me, that's not going to be enough food till 10 p.m. You know what I mean? So I'm I'm gonna get a high calorie fucking bread thing,
high carbs, super energy.
And I'm just gonna snack on this all night and day, and this motherfucker is literally
this
harassing this fucking motorcycle cop. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh, I think I know. Yeah,
harassing me, dude. Then later, you know what he did? I'm driving the minivan. This is a few weeks later, and he pulls up to the side of my car, and we're on 224, and he's like,
"What the fuck?" He's like, "I know you, bitch."
He's
what
like,
the fuck,
"I see you. I see you. My eyes are on you." And then fucking floors it, and goes like 100 miles an hour down the fucking strip.
Starts breaking traffic laws himself.
I wasn't even doing anything wrong. I was literally just going 50 down a 50 mile an hour. So
just cruising.
Didn't do nothing wrong. Fucking pulls up, looks in the window. He's like, I know you, and I see you. I'm gonna be on your ass. Like,
what the fuck?
I'm
dude?
just like, what the fuck is wrong with that guy, dude?
What
like,
the hell, dude?
Fucking flexing his fucking. He's like,
that's some intimidation shit.
I own all of you, you fucking peasants. Like, you know what I mean? Like, there's
no shit, dude.
abuse of fucking power there for sure, man. Like, oh,
my God.
Fucking cops, man.
Yeah, for
fucking
real.
Cops.
Someone like Mississippi will get incentives to get enough government support to survive. Now my income is like $1,117. I can't survive off that alone. I get this. Me and my girlfriend together can barely make enough to pay the bills in a studio apartment. A studio, not even a 1-bedroom. Oh my God.
That sucks.
And that's in New Mexico too.
New Mexico.
Yeah, in Albuquerque, right? Because that's where you're gonna move pretty soon.
Man, I heard it was cheaper over there.
Well, for Oregon standards, probably, but like, I mean, for me, I could actually probably, live off of a studio apartment, with the wage I make, in New Mexico, but with, like what, like 1,200 or something.
You could in Portland, but you'd have to live in the shittiest shithole.
Dude, seriously.
Like,
unless you had parents that got lucky or some shit like I did, like, yeah, you have to live in a shithole, for a wage like I'm making, if I wanted to live by myself.
Yeah, like, Harley and me, we've had to kind of find some of the lower, not like the shithole places, but like maybe a tier 2 up.
Yeah.
Just because, and they're overcharging where I'm at. Honestly, $1,875 a month is way too much for that place.
Oh, dude, that place is more like a 1,200 or 1,100 or something.
It's because of the garage in the backyard.
That's probably it. It's probably the garage especially. It's like, you have a garage where your shit won't get broken into. There you go. Now we're upcharging you.
It really is. It's not worth what we're paying. Like, I told Harley, I'm like, as soon as they give us a rent increase, we're going to go just find a house.
Yeah, if they start doing like 12,000, like 1,000 or 2,000 or whatever the fuck.
In Milwaukee, you can rent a house for 2,000, 2,200. You got to find the right deal. But there's some
sometimes even that, like there might be like 1,800 or 1,900 some places.
Maybe a smaller house,
smaller spots. Yeah, because I see it around here all the time. Even places that are straight for fucking sale that are actually for for like the average housing market are actually relatively cheap.
Like I think the average house in Portland, Milwaukee area is $700,000.
That's about accurate. Yeah, because that house that they used to be abandoned for a long while. That's right around the corner, just right up the block. That sold for about 700, or actually no, not even that. That sold for like 660 something thousand.
That's actually below market value. Probably.
Yeah, and that got retrofitted to shit. And when they bought it, like they added a few other things, that fence and all that stuff. Like so, obviously they invested some extra money into it. So maybe like all in all, maybe like 690,000.
But the price of that's going to go up over time.
Oh, absolutely. They invested good off that shit.
We will never have a house like that.
No, yeah.
That's probably never going to happen.
And that's fucked. It's like, I mean, because honestly, my brother even thought about contemplating about buying it because he was like, yo, this place is looking great. Like, because he even remember it being kind of ramshackled and abandoned, when he was growing up around here. It's like, man, really? It's looking like this now? I kind of want to buy it. It's like, and I even told him, it's like, yo, if you do, like, you want to just sell our property and use that as a way, it's like make it a fat fuck you down payment for this spot, because like, and he was like, why not, a little bit. Like, we're kind of thinking about it for a second, but then it got sold and, but it was a fun little idea, honestly, because like
down the line
for the lower, and also because it had like a little side, like studio mini house apartment thing right next to
mother-in-law.
Yeah, so my mom could be there, and then the big house, me and my brother could chill there or some shit or whatever the fuck.
Well, I was going to say, before you put the mom equation in there, I was going to say, what you can do, like what my
dad...
Have
homies there, maybe? Like
what my dad does is he has a mother-in-law apartment under his house. And he rents
That's what we did when this house was being built. Like the house right over here, there's like a little like condo apartment thing right down below where the major basement is, and it's like a house under a house, basically.
Yep, and what my dad does is
we were living out of there for a while.
He rents that out, and it pays for his mortgage and his property taxes, renting that out.
Shit.
So he's basically getting his house paid off for free by just having that as a part of the property.
Yeah.
And so like that is an idea. If you ever are like, that's the one way to pay for your real estate, is to have other real estate make you money, basically. And so that's one way that they do it. And I'm thinking down the line, if Harley's down, get some cheap land somewhere, maybe found, like you said, that abandoned place, and buy the land for cheap, and then just demolish the fucking, bulldozer.
Just build a whole new place and like a little small, like,
well, get a trailer,
couple acre ranch or whatever.
Get a trailer, live in the trailer, build the house bit by bit.
Yeah.
And then it's cheap because the material to build a house is not that much. It's not $600,000 to build a house.
No shit. Yeah, that's just like how the real estate market is and how fucked and overinflated it is.
They overinflate and overprice it, and a lot of what you're paying for is being hooked up to the grid.
Yeah.
You're hooked up to the sewer lines. You're hooked up to the electrical lines. That's a lot of what you're paying for on that.
Alabama has cheap land, so it doesn't make so. Well, Oregon does too. I mean, if it's just
that's what
land,
I'm saying. Land, yeah.
Yeah, if it's just land, even if you have to do all this other stuff, we're talking about
unincorporated Clackamas County, it's not that far. Even here in Milwaukee.
Yeah, because we could incorporate it into like different systems, but that requires a lot of investment and shit. But it would be way cheaper than just buying a house that gets refurbished, right down the block. That'd be like $0.75 of a mil or 2/3 of a mil.
I could build a house and still have land to build another house. Like, I could build 2 row homes or something.
That's kind of how it was here. Like, because, that's why, you get almost like, what the
Tyler's
fuck?
land? Like, if Tyler's mom ever wants to sell that shit for uber cheap, I will buy it. I will take out a loan. I've got a good credit score right now. I've got a 760 credit score. It just keeps going up. Like, I get 800 credit score, and I've got like I said, every year
you'll get loans thrown out. You'll be like, "Yo, take this."
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm thinking I'm gonna save $10,000 a year. Right now, I have $4,000 saved, and if I can save $10,000 a year and throw it at like CDs in the bank type thing, get like 10% APY. Man, that's money making me money. Just letting it sit.
Right.
Fuck, $10,000. That's $1,000 in a year, right there. Just let my money make its own, you know what I'm saying? Then I save $20,000, and I throw that $20,000 over 2 years into a CD. Now I'm making $2,000 a year off of that, Then I save another $10,000 a year. Throw that at it's $30,000. Now it's making $3,000. Over those 3 years, I just made $6,000 by doing nothing, but just save money and have it sit.
Yeah.
That 6,000.
It's a little thing. That 6,000 is not like play around money kind of thing.
No, I have $6,000 added to the $30,000 that I saved. That's enough to buy some land, right there.
Yeah.
Around these parts, if I found the right spot, that's enough to get a down payment, if not pay off most of the fucking land right there.
Yeah.
I can find something for $50,000 that's real nice, I'm sure. And the other part, just get a loan, Get a loan for the rest, especially when most of it's down paid already. Then you don't have that bad of an interest rate, So I think I can do that. Then we just live in trailers. We just do a trailer park boy thing until we actually have the funds saved to build the house.
Yeah.
Or build houses,
Yeah.
Build like a little mini commune thing,
Right.
Have like 4 or 5 small, smaller type homes, and then just like everybody has a house and we all just pay it off.
Kind of communal.
Yeah. That would be the way to go.
Seen beautiful lots around here for $50K, like 20-acre parcels.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean, at least,
that exists
all over the country around here is
unincorporated
like,
Clackamas County. You go to like South Wilsonville and Estacada and even like up by Sandy.
Yeah,
they got shit like what he's talking about. Land.
Yeah, I mean, out here it's the same way.
For dirt cheap because there's no real road there yet, but they want to build a road there in 10 years.
Right,
and they want to make Estacada big. In 20 years from now, they want it to be like Milwaukee almost, growing,
Yeah, it's definitely one of those places where it's gonna
boom,
try to boom. Yeah,
they want to make it boom.
It's gonna be a little boom town.
Like Sandy, especially, they want Sandy and Wilsonville to be much bigger.
Yeah. Isn't most of it already pretty decently sized?
Yeah, but then there's parts of it that there's just nothing there. It's just like forest. You know what I mean? There's nothing going on, you know?
Well, maybe we should keep it forest.
Yeah. I mean, hey, I'd buy the forested area, but if I got houses, I'm gonna take certain trees down so I don't have, like, say we ever had an earthquake.
Don't want a tree to knock your shit down.
Yeah. You see what I mean? Like,
that's what happened with that. That third tree,
there.
in our front yard that happened, but it knocked over that way instead of because that shit would have knocked on my fucking side of the house. I would have slept and woke up and be like, I have branches and a bunch of tree all over me. What the hell? And it's not even a good tree. Oh no! It's like fuck.
Yeah. So like, because we will get an earthquake probably in our lifetime around here. Probably. Maybe not. It's going to happen in the next 100 years or so.
I know there's been earthquakes around here. Usually you don't know some. There's only been one earthquake I've...
Yeah, I'm talking about like the big cascade.
The big one?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if that would... From my understanding, I don't think it's going to happen in our lifetimes, but in like the next like 1,000...
it could. It definitely
next
could.
like 100 to 1,000 years, from my understanding, it's supposed to be expected. But I guess technically in the scale of things, it's due, but it's pretty dormant right now, so they don't think it's going to happen really anytime soon.
I mean... It could happen. It also could happen, and it doesn't happen here. It happens in Seattle. You know?
Sure. Well, it could be a cascade effect. I mean, I know Yellowstone's also dormant, but there's also the idea if Yellowstone were to erupt, the cascades and all that shit would just be a cascade effect. Yeah, everything will blow. Yeah, which luckily that is also dormant.
San Andreas would get triggered. All that
Cascade faults would get triggered.
Be a whole fucking system.
Appalachian faults would get triggered.
Everything
and all that
would
shit.
just blow
Everything
up.
Triggered.
And you don't even need all of it to blow up to fuck everything up. Yellowstone on its own blowing up is going to destroy the whole
it
continent.
in itself would,
It will fuck up with the smoke.
If it's Yellowstone in itself, we will be the last ones to feel it because a lot of that would just blow east. But
still going to fuck up. We'll have
will fuck us up.
We'll have a summer. We'll have 2 years no summer type shit.
Yeah. If maybe 3 or 4 too,
because of the fucking aerosols and shit,
right? Yeah, and all the fucking Well, I guess that would not. Well, that'll help with climate change, I guess.
For a few years.
For a few years. No shit. Yeah. We'll have a mini ice age, but it'll help with not burning our planet down to the ground. So silver lining, I guess, folks.
Just kind of have to.
But Yellowstone's also dormant as fuck too. So and people,
I wonder if there's a way to drain out the pressure that's building up there in their magma chamber. Like, can we
considering how huge like Yellowstone is, like I don't know if that would even be possible unless we had like the biggest geyser. Like we just like artificially made a geyser and just had the biggest
Old Faithful 2.0
mega faithful.
Yeah,
mega faith, the cosmic faithful.
Yeah,
and just like have it's just a geyser so big that it eject all just straight up into the stratosphere or something.
Just drain it out right now, so we don't have to.
We don't have to worry about it for like another 100,000 years.
just pop it, and then
just like a little pimple or something. Ingrown hair, dude. Just get that shit out.
Just sprays out for 10 years. Real slow,
a 10-year-long geyser eruption, bro.
Yeah. And hey, I mean, it's not gonna fuck up shit, but it's gonna get rid of that pressure.
Just steam and shit, right?
Yeah.
Just the world will be humid as fuck for a minute, but it'll be okay.
Yeah. But not all so bad. Like, there are a lot of places that are adapting to the climate change, like, especially in Africa. They're starting to really figure out, like, with that green wall stuff. They've already planted enough trees to double the whole entire acreage of Ireland twice over. That's how many trees they planted on that green wall in Africa. 2 Ireland's worth.
Green wall? I'm not familiar with it. Where is
the green wall in Africa? They're multicultural, multi-country effort to hold back the Sahara, because the Sahara is taking over the Sahel.
Well, yeah, because like climate's like killing so much of like a lot of the ecosystem. Yeah, desertification.
Yeah, well, the Sahel is kind of
like Chad, Mali.
You have the Savannah.
These countries and shit.
Yeah,
okay.
You have like the Savannah, and then you have the Sahel, which is this in between the Sahara and the Savannah. And Savannah's like kind of a drier grassland area, but there's still some water there, going on.
Yeah.
Whereas the Sahel is like, there's vegetation, but this is kind of turning into a desert. And they want to just preserve the Sahel by planting different bushes and trees and stuff and keep the water from evaporating there, you know?
Yeah.
Keep it in the ground. And they're doing a lot of these permaculture techniques that are indigenous people. They do these half moon, like, holes where they're shaped in a way that the topography of the land drains the water naturally that does come. It drains into these half moons. And these half moons have certain types of plants and trees that they're planting in them. They're like these own like mini ecosystems. And then what happens?
Little oases, basically.
Yeah, but there's like a bunch of them planted next to each other.
Little artificial oases, essentially.
And then what happens is they start to mingle and come together, and now you have a whole
over time,
wall.
yeah,
because now a whole wall of green.
So it's almost kind of like a weird like artificial like semi-canal kind of thing, you know, in a way where like there's like mini oases, you know, just next to each other, and it kind of I kind of see what you're talking about.
The topography, like the elevation where it slopes, the water will slope down into these places. And kind of. You know, like you said,
kind of like a watershed effect to how, like, you know, a lot of the foothills and stuff, like, you know, how they're around here. And
they're doing it, and it's working, man. So much so that China, because, you know, the Belt and Road Initiative, they're seeing what these
and they're wanting to put their corporate, you know, money in the companies and stuff, and they're investing money into that to modernize it.
They're seeing that happen and working, and they're bringing. They have a green wall in China. They're building. Now, they're like, we're going to take this technique.
Why is that going to happen here in America here pretty soon?
China,
like, all these countries are going to have these green wall initiatives.
China has recognized that there's desertification going on bad.
And there's going to be worse water, green wall initiatives. Oh, okay. Well, I'm starting to see where the trajectory is going with these things.
China said, yeah, man, let's build a green wall of trees and stop shit from evaporating. This water's too important, you know, because they see it happening in Africa.
No shit, because water is the most ultimate vital resource, you know, of all
life.
Man,
we're about to have so many water wars on Earth right now, dude.
Yeah, we're kind of having some. I know South Africa has already been having some real bad problems because there's already gang warfare, not with drugs, but with water.
Yeah, they're having to turn off the faucets for like 10 days and no one has any water.
Yeah, and then all the gangs have, like, you know, stocked up on all this water and are upcharging people, and they're having warfare for territory where they're selling it and shit. It's like, it's already kind of happening on, like, the black market, like, underground scale. And also, the fact that that's even a thing is fucked in itself.
That scale, but then you have a different scale where it's
the governmental, international scale.
Because you got Ethiopia, they dammed up the Blue Nile.
Egypt is fucking hating that. Sudan, there's conflict geopolitically there, and that's already...
Their president claims that water is blood. And they're like, yeah, man, you take our water away, our citizens are going to die in Egypt, and we are willing to go to war. Like, they've, like, off and on threatened, you know, the Ethiopians. And the Ethiopians are like, dude, I'm trying to do what's right for my people. We don't even have electricity. This dam is going to take 80% of our population doesn't have electricity. And now,
it's almost like a fucked catch-22 thing, because they're, you know, because, like,
and then they're going to
get rid of it, you know, to keep it not a thing would help, like, the Egyptians, you know, keep their water resources with the Nile River and not, you know, dry it up.
Ethiopia's trying to become a developed country, and they need electricity, and they need water to
Why
get
not
the crops.
Solar wind? I know they have, you know, a lot of opportunity. That's the
but they want the water also for agriculture.
Because then they make reservoirs for
agriculture.
See, that's where that
and irrigation
comes in.
and
that's what's fucked, because, you know, the Egyptians need it for the Nile.
I think that the Egyptians need to make a deal with them and be like, okay, you have all that water, but you need
have to have that water pipeline or something.
We need some food.
Yeah,
like,
something.
Like,
we need
food, you know.
Yeah, there has to be something, you know, or else Egypt's fucked, Sudan and South Sudan's fucked.
And I'm sorry, but, like, Ethiopia has a right to that water. It's on their land. And 80% of the Nile's volume comes from the Blue Nile.
Well, yeah, I mean,
80%.
Well, I guess, I don't know. It's just one of those things where it's like, you know, with water being such an inherent, like,
it comes from the Ethiopian
life
highlands.
Of right, you know, kind of thing. Like, the right to life, you know, when it comes, you know, like, because you need water to live. And it's just one of those things where it's like... Yeah.
But does the Ethiopians need to continue to suffer? Because even since colonial times, the British said, you know why Egypt has all the water? Because the British wanted it for Egyptian cotton.
Yeah.
And they said basically Sudan, even though it's the Nile River is 11-country watershed. It's got 11 countries in it. And the only people in some of the colonial law say that Sudan and Egypt have a right to all the water, basically. And because the British wanted all the water there for their,
for a lot of their corporate,
But 2010, 9 out of the 11 countries got together and they said, we don't recognize this law anymore. That's dead colonial law. And they all recognize that every one of them has an equal right to the watershed. If they have a drainage that takes part...
if anything, that's what it should, I think, be. It's like they should all have an equal say.
They got to find a way to share the water.
Yeah. Because, they all need it, for not just, for all sorts of factors, especially even historically. Like, all these countries and all these cultures and peoples.
I think the Grand Renaissance Dam is a good thing, but they got to find a way to share that shit and make it work out for everyone. Not just Egypt and Ethiopia and Sudan. The other countries that are in that watershed, too, that are partaking and not getting any benefit from that water.
Eritrea, Somaliland, which also have conflict with Ethiopia, too, a little bit.
They're not getting any benefit from that.
Yeah.
Even though their highlands drain the water. Like, some of the water's coming. What do you want?
He's being a princess.
What are you doing?
You have water and food. Why are you being a bitch? Little princess.
Play with me.
Look at my tail wag. I want attention. Oh my goodness, look at me. Pretty boy over here.
You big dog.
Little pretty boy.
He said, I'm big dog. Woof.
Boof. Oh, look at the little tail.
Yeah.
His whole booty's shaking with that tail. Oh my goodness.
He's a little whoop, whoop, whoop.
Boof, boof, boof. Look at the little boof, boof. Yeah, you're happy about those boof, boofs.
Yeah. He's a good dog. But yeah, man, I'm gonna head out.
No worries, man.
And take my dogs to the park before I go to bed. I gotta meet up. Are you working tomorrow?
I'm off. Actually, I was heading up.
Do you want to come rafting tomorrow? 2 o'clock.
Well, as Fawn said, he was going to pick me up at 1:30. So
he's picking you up. Sounds good.
So yeah, it sounds like that's already guaranteed. Yeah,
I'll see you tomorrow.
Oh, cool. There we go.
Sounds good.
All right.
Fuck yeah, man.
Don't have to go and teach us about that. That's already set in stone.
Harley will be there. Me, you,
Marcus, I think. Yeah.
So 5 people.
Oh hell yeah.
Works out.
Should I bring the Papa or should I leave him here?
No.
Nah.
I can't bring my dogs either.
Okay.
It's kind of like rapidy, and then also the pop the boat type thing.
Fair enough. Yeah, I just want to at least confirm that one way or the other before I last second, do something about that, because I don't want him to be like, oh, let's bring you. No, you can't. Oh, and then have to get him out of a vest or whatever.
Yeah, no.
Because he would be so upset if I prep him up or whatever and realize last second.
He don't swim so well yet, right?
He's actually gotten better about it. He tolerates it right now. He's at the point where he tolerates it. If he can help it, he doesn't want to be in the water and swim, but he can do it now.
Like we'll have to get some practice on the river before we do that, because I do have a paddle board now, and that's not toppable.
Yeah, and he would just probably actually be all right. It'll probably take some adjustment, but I think he might need to be at El Rock.
My dogs are still not I got to train them on.
Yeah, I think for him,
Vito kept hopping off and
wanting to swim or whatever.
We weren't even going down river. We were just hanging out there, testing shit.
So, Comfort, you're trying to sit on that? Oh my god, oh my god! Oh, you want to lay down there, but you just this ain't my chair, but I want to try to lay on it.
Smells like Logan's ass. That's what he's doing.
It's smells like him, and I like it. I don't want to be here. Oh, he wants to try to lay there. So cute. Oh, you goofy little butt. Oh my god, look at you. You're so cute. You're ridiculous.
Yeah.
He's such a goof.
Well, I'll take off.
All right, man.
I'm glad my brother didn't show up.
I actually kind of low-key I'm glad.
I was like, I'm not trying to deal with your shit right now.
All right.
Hey, I'll see you later.
All right. See you around, man.
Yep, have a good one, guys.
House of Post Portugal and Spain pics on Instagram. I thought Safon was in Europe. Well, he's back home now. He's been back home for a little while. But, yeah, he was out in Barcelona and I forgot what other Spanish city, and then he was in Lisbon for a little bit. And he's back home.
Oh, he's a good little puppy. He's a good little pop-up.
Try sitting in the chair. I know you can try. I know you're capable of it, buddy. Ah, really? Absolute bullshit, really? This one, I do friend wonder what he thinks of it. Well, yeah, a little too late now, isn't it? Soviets in the 80s thought that you can nuke Yellowstone to set it off. I actually kind of do know a little bit about that, which I do kind of think is a little funny. Because I don't think that would work. It's like nuking a hurricane. Like, that wouldn't work. In fact, that would actually probably be horrible, because if, let's say, Yellowstone were to be set off and you have all this irradiated land, then all that's just going to be ejected into the earth. And the hurricane's the same way. If you blast a nuke in a hurricane, all that irradiated all that irradiated clouds and all that shit, it's just gonna. You pretty much have a hurricane, but it's irradiated. Like, bruh. Why? Let's nuke a hurricane. That's a good idea. And then you also have the fucking, like the nuke and Yellowstone. It's like, dude, what's with humanity? Like, back in the day, humanity was like, yeah, let's nuke shit, because obviously, like, that could fix things, right? Even when it was at the point where we realized that maybe radiation's, I don't know, bad. It's like, goodness gracious. Chompy chomp chomp over here, bruh. Chompy chomper chomper. Oh. It's so cute. It's so cute. He's just so adorable. Is that what you're being a princess about? Did you want, like, fresh water and fresh food? You didn't want to eat leftovers, you little Marie Antoinette little princess. Thought they could nuke tsunamis into existence too, as if irradiated ocean is good. Well, we already irradiated the ocean pretty significantly. I mean, Bikini Atoll, the Marshall Islands and shit. I mean, like, bruh. Like, America, the English, the French, like, I think the Soviets to a lesser extent. Like, we've nuked the ocean 8 miles away till Sunday. I mean, I think we've already irradiated the ocean pretty significantly. We stopped because we realized, like, hey, we can't really get a lot of data about airbursts and all this other shit. Maybe we should learn about that. So we started doing that instead. But weaponized tsunamis. I mean, a nuke could hypothetically do that. It'd just be a small tsunami. If you have a big enough nuke... Dude, imagine if the Tsar Bomba was exploded underwater. That would cause, like, probably the biggest tsunami in record history, if you think about it. Like, so, I mean, honestly, theoretically, it is absolutely a thing that can happen. It's kinetic energy. I mean, that's what it is. Like, with enough kinetic energy, you could pretty much artificially create a tsunami. So to use, a nuclear weapon to do so isn't really exactly far-fetched. I mean, maybe something like Castle Bravo, or something like that. Maybe it wouldn't necessarily create a tsunami, but if you had Tsar Bomba or something like that, then yeah, certainly. I don't even think so without a shadow of a doubt. I mean, think about the fucking Tsar Bomba, what the fuck that thing was. Like, that thing literally caused a shockwave that circled the Earth, like, 4 fucking times. And shattered glass, like, as far as fucking Norway. In, like, Oslo or some shit. And think about where the test site for where the Tsar Bomba was. The one time they fucking detonated that fucking thing. And they built one that was twice as big as that, but never did anything with it. Because they tested one that was half the size, because the Tsar Bomba was meant to be 100 megatons. The one they tested was 50. Like, they tested the one that was half the size because they're like, maybe the energy of this would be way too intense. And the one half the size was beyond insane. it literally tilted the Earth's rotation on its axis by like the tiniest minutia. It was like just ever so slightly. Like this, like it's actually kind of fucking insane. Like what that thing can do. So it's like imagine that underwater. So I mean, if anything, that would probably like fracture like the core of the Earth and like make like multiple different miniature tectonic plates or some shit. Like, I mean, it might as well be the equivalent of like the Chicxulub meteorite fucking hitting Earth or something, dude. Like, I mean, bruh. I don't even want to imagine what the fuck that thing would do if it was like detonated underwater, let alone 4 miles above or 4 kilometers above Earth or whatever it was. It's like, bleh. God damn it. So Sunken's rods from space would be cleaner and less expensive. How about we don't have weapons of mass destruction? How about just not? I'm more about that, where it's like, can we not have weapons of mass destruction of any form? That'd be cool. That'd be nice. I'm not about them weapons of mass destruction. Not about that shit. That beat the pops. I thought Logan came back to me like, bruh, my car died. I need to jump start my battery again. I still think global defense grid for asteroids would be a good idea. I don't think anyone disagrees with that idea, though. Like, even I'm okay with that. Like, you want to know how I think we could denuclearize? Retrofit our nuclear warheads to be like, you know, spacefaring defense weapons against like massive asteroids that are getting a little too close to Earth for our comfort. There you go. Boom. We're already testing, you know, different things with that shit. So, I mean, and I think there's already like, when it comes to kinetic energy, I mean, it's already kind of like proven that, yeah, with enough force, I mean, you could use like a warhead, you know, to alter, you know, the trajectory of an asteroid, and that's all it really takes. You don't have to like utterly obliterate it. You just have to like use enough force, like a nuclear warhead, or maybe multiple, to just shift an asteroid off course enough to where it, you know, it's more comfortably away from Earth, you know, or some shit. Like, so that's all it really needs, you know. So, I mean, you don't have to like, you know, obliterate the thing into a billion pieces where it all just burns up in the atmosphere. You just have to move it far enough away from Earth's trajectory where it doesn't stay in our orbit or go into our fucking, you know, atmosphere and hit, you know, the planet or whatever the fuck, you know. So they'll just turn the asteroid into a scattered bunch of mini asteroids. Got to get the correct way to deflect it. Well, the thing is, if there's a bunch of mini asteroids, they would probably just burn up in the atmosphere and just create a really badass fucking space light show. And I'm okay with that. Dude, seeing meteorites and asteroids and shit, you know, fucking burn up in the atmosphere is fucking awesome, dude. Like, I mean, so, I don't know, to have like an awesome meteor shower, you know, to watch, you know, like, that's, you're not gonna see me bitch about it. That's just fucking awesome. I mean, why you teasing me with a good time? You could deflect it while also having a bunch of, you know, little chunks, you know, burned up in the atmosphere and have an awesome light show. I mean, that's what happened with Armageddon, right? Or Bruce Willis saved humanity. You know, it's like not only did we get like the, you know, crack of the asteroid splitting apart and, you know, going between, you know, the Earth and shit and avoiding us, but we had an awesome, badass fucking light show of, you know, with a meteor shower and shit, bro. So, granted, many cities like Paris and other cities were literally, utterly obliterated, but you know what? Hey, you know, gotta crack a couple eggs to make an omelet, you know what I'm saying? gotta crack a couple eggs to make an omelet. You know, so, hey. Does that mess with the ozone layer? I don't know. I don't think so. No. I don't think so. I don't know what like asteroids burning in the atmosphere would have to do with the ozone layer. What are your thoughts on the Olympics? Open ceremony is badass, and metalheads unite for the fact that Gojira made like a "fuck the aristocrats and behead them all" fucking song, you know, and all that shit. Like that ceremony and the light show, you know, like look what showed me a little bit of that from earlier, you know, that like an hour or two ago, and I was just like, bruh, dude, the French went so fucking hard though. The French went hard though. The right is reigned over that one boxer. Yeah, the Algerian woman who they think is trans, even though it's literally illegal to be trans in Algeria. Yeah, that one lady, Imali Khalif or whatever her name is. Like, yeah, like I can't. You know what? The fact that the right and a lot of traditional conservative fuckwads are just triggered over the shit out of this Olympics just makes this Olympics based. And plus, we have our like retired Turkish hitman John Wick guy who has this cute little kitty. You know, like the duality of man. You know, guy over here. Like, dude, that guy. He won a silver medal, but you know he's the meme of the Olympics, dude. Outside of Gojira, like he's the meme of the Olympics. Just sitting there with his casual t-shirt and everything, reading glasses, just like, yeah, I'm just gonna just casually shoot and be a badass. I don't need to get gold. I just know I'm badass, bro. Mom thinks she's trans and is trying to be phobic by saying trans people need their own lead. Oh my god, dude. Yeah, Logan was talking about that earlier. I get the idea about like maybe the nuances of like biology and this and that about like, you know, trans people in sports, but like I'm just about like the idea, just make it skill based. Who gives a fuck? Like I just don't give a shit. Like I think sports can be fun stuff, but like I think it gets way too hyper obsessed, and I don't really think it fucking matters. There's plenty of people who are cis as fuck that have many genetic factors. I was telling about like Michael Phelps, for example. The reason why he's like the Giga Chad motherfucker that he is when it comes to swimming is because he's double jointed and has like other factors about his genetics that just legit make him, like, with the roll of a dice of his genetics, just that much fucking better when it comes to swimming. You know? So it's like, yeah, I can understand the idea of maybe having a conversation about that. But the fact on the virtue of someone being trans or not being equated into that, the only time it matters is to, like, you know, maybe if someone was trans once they, you know, like, started doing, you know, transitioning once they're, like, 28 or some shit. And even then, like, I don't really think it matters, okay? You know, I don't know. I can understand, like, maybe the science will say one way or the other, like, 20 years down the line, once we actually have, like, you know, some research and some studies about this stuff. Like, I don't really think, you know, the whole trans people in sports thing is going to be settled for a while until there's, like, settled science about it. And right now, I don't really think it's going to happen, you know, for now, but I do think, you know, like all in all, it's still in the side of, you know, trans activists, arguably. At least, you know, that's what I believe. But I don't know. I mean, you know, there, you know, maybe isn't a complete settled thing over that, but I don't really think it fucking matters. You know, it's like there's plenty of people who are cis that have way many different genetical factors that are just fundamentally an advantage over other cis people, you know, that aren't trans, obviously, you know, so I don't know. Same thing with this woman in Algeria who's, you know, fucking clobber stomped, you know, an Albanian female boxer. It's like, I mean, hey, like, you know, maybe that other boxer should have just, you know, gotten good. I mean, it's the Olympics after all. Like, if Albania's, you know, if that's what they're sending for their best female boxer, then I guess, you know, Albanians just got bitch made this Olympics. I'll send someone better next time, I guess. I don't know. Get good. I mean, whatever. Get over it, you know? Maybe a case-by-case thing, but if you do it that way, you see six folks like you were talking about with advantage over each other. Exactly. That's what I'm talking about. And maybe that's okay. Maybe it has to be taken by a case-by-case, you know, scenario. You know, and that's where I think, you know, the whole idea based off of skill sets, you know, is probably, you know, where sports really should be argued for. just based off of like skill sets and like skill tier lists and tier sections and shit instead of like gendered or whatever. Like I don't know, like it just to me it feels like the whole gendered aspect of sports just gets way overblown. Like, cause like I said, maybe there's a conversation about that stuff, but it just gets way overblown because even then, like, there's so few trans people just period that how in the fuck do you think they're going to have their own league? You know what I mean? When it comes to any sport, let alone just a trans sports league, period. I mean, it just doesn't make sense right now. Maybe down the line, sure. But right now, it's just ridiculous to kind of think that would be something that could happen because there's not enough trans people in any sport to make that a thing. I don't think enough trans people exist for it. That's what I'm saying. There's not enough. Like, there's enough trans people to exist in sports for them to obviously, like, be there playing sports, obviously, but there's not enough for them to have a league of any sport. There can't be, like, a trans basketball league or some shit. Just let them be the league assist, folks. Exactly. That's what I'm saying, Like, I just don't really think it matters. Because I think it's kind of ridiculous, because, like, all it comes down to is like, oh, maybe they're biologically different. It's like, well, so are plenty of cis people between each other. That's just genetics for you. I don't know what the fuck you want. It's like shit. It's just so stupid to me. I mean, it's just, and also very hyper trans investigative. Like, why be so obsessed over shit like that? Like, got something you want to say, kind of thing. That's kind of where it comes down to. At least when my friend Logan, that's not where it is, because he's okay with trans folk. I mean, he just kind of has little and goes about certain things about, like, people in sports and shit like that. Which, like I said, I'm alright with at least, hearing that out a little bit and having a back and forth with it, but it's like, I still think it's just overblown, and I think it just doesn't really mean shit at the end of the day. Like, I mean, because there's plenty of cis people out there that exist that could clobber stomp other cis people in the same sport. I mean, who are exceptional players and exceptional people. And it's like, they're not secretly trans. Like, Babe Ruth wasn't secretly trans. Fucking Jesse Owens wasn't. Muhammad Ali wasn't fucking secretly trans. Like, none of these motherfuckers were. But, there were exceptional fucking badass motherfuckers who were exceptional in their sports. In their field of, what they were, like, playing and competing in. I mean, it's like, so who gives a shit? Shouldn't it just be based off the skill? Got skills to pay the bills? If so, then, you're in those fucking, like, mega champion Olympian style leagues. If not, then, hey, you're in some of the mid-lower level leagues. Get good. Then maybe you'll get in those fucking major leagues and shit. There you go. Just base it off of shit like that. Because it shouldn't matter one way or the other. Because isn't that the whole point of sports? Based off of skill? If that's what it's fundamentally about, then make it fundamentally about that. You know what? It even did. I'm okay with the idea of having these separate leagues, but just make them equal and also have them, like, combined into the skill-based leagues and shit, too. Like, who's the best, men when it comes to the men-based kind of style leagues, and who's the best women when it comes to that type of leagues, and whoever happens to be trans in between, let them just compete in that shit. But in between all that, who's got skills to pay the bills, and who's the best of the best, when it comes to the leagues that they're in. Despite, the separate teams, based off of shit like that. It's not like you have to change everything. But it's like, shit, dude. Just made it sound mixing of Tron, Clockwork Orange, and another movie I forgot. The advantage of trans girls have fades of feature. Well, I mean, there's plenty of, like, trans people that are artists and shit, and plenty of people, who are trans, or who aren't trans who are. I mean, well, you talk about, like, the fucking, what was their last names? Something Husky twins? They were Husky twins? Once made fucking Matrix and shit. But they didn't make Tron and Angel, Clockwork Orange and shit like that. What are you talking about? Right now, about reaction my shit. It's important to me because my partner's gender fluid and I'm learning trans history. Oh yeah, I mean that's why it's important for me too. I mean I'm a queer person, maybe to a lesser extent. Kind of consider myself like binary, but not like overtly. I don't like openly like go out my way to say that, but I mean I kind of am in a sense, just because I don't give a fuck about my own gender in a way. Like it is what it is, kind of thing. I suppose. And also I definitely can certainly express a certain femininity about myself to the point where it's like, yeah, I kind of like that expression as well when it comes to like that female aspect of things. But like I said, it's not one of those things where it's like fundamentally important, but it's one thing I like to dabble with and explore about myself and all that shit. Obviously, it's part of my identity, one way or the other. So obviously, there's like a fluidity to it. But I mean, a lot of that I think it's just due to the fact that like the human form is just like very expressive in this way. And there's a lot of, people that honestly could be really actualize themselves in a lot of ways that, they might be kind of surprised with themselves in a way. Especially when it comes to gender fluidity, being trans or non-binary or, queer in some way or another. A different trans girl that made a sound mixing for those movies. Oh, okay, gotcha. At least you don't have a praise kink. A praise kink? What, like a worship kink or whatever? Like worshipping, like somebody or an aspect about themselves? Because I am kind of familiar about that, and elaborate what you mean. I want to make sure that we're on the same page about this. Is it like, like fetishistic, like worship stuff? Like cock worship or some shit? Or are we talking about like, what are we talking about? I just want to elaborate here. I want to make sure. Or like you were ignored as a child, so you jumped to any praise. Oh, that. Definitely not. I mean, I will admit, maybe there's like an aspect about my development for a minute where it was like that. Because I will say, like, growing up for a while, because both of my parents were blue collar. Well, my mom owned a small business being an artist, and my dad was blue collar. And, there was, definitely a period of time where they weren't really around, when I was a kid growing up. Not, like because they were neglecting me, but just because, well, they're off working, making money to make sure I'm taken care of kind of thing, But they at least, made sure that either I had somebody around me, or at least when I was old enough to be on my own, that they at least made sure I knew how to make my own food and stuff like that. Like, so it wasn't like I was just like, fucked off at my own house and just like, left on my own, with just defend for myself and just hope for the best, Like, I mean, I at least was taught that, like, oh, here's how to use the microwave and cook your own burritos or something like that. So, your partner can't make you melt by saying good boy, can they? Well, yes, but no. I mean, it can't just be out of nowhere. It's like, oh, you're just good boy. Like, that ain't gonna work. Like, it has to be in a certain context. Wink. A certain context, sure, but, like, just out of nowhere, or just, like, kind of randomly, or just, like, whatever, no. It's, maybe during certain roleplay / foreplay kind of stuff, and shit like that. Yeah, I have to also remember, I'm into pet play, bro. So, the whole, like, good boy and stuff like that, like, that is, I like that, but it's under certain contexts and certain scenarios and shit like that. It can't just be, like, randomly or, like, or whatever, okay? So, like a dog. Is she getting you into pet play? So is she. She's getting you. Oh my god, she's getting you into it, dude. Oh my god, she's getting. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yo, let's go. Oh shit. She likes calling me her pup. Oh my god. I low-key kind of love that. I kind of like that. I'm not gonna lie. Oh, that's so cute. Oh my goodness. Dude, that's how you know I'm into it, because it's like, knowing that, like, oh, that's so cute. And we need more, like, chicks out there that are into pet play, okay? Like, it's very men-centric. We need more chicks out there. Whenever I see, a gal out there doing that, I'm just like, oh, yay! Another one! I get excited because it's like, oh shit. So rare. It's just unironically, it's a fucking rarity, dude. It's like a diamond in a rough. It's like, bro, oh shit. It's like an oh shit moment. It's like the California Gold Rush kind of situation. It's like, oh, I just struck gold. Stuck 3 fingers. I don't know if I needed to know that, bro. I don't know if I needed to know that. Oh my god, I don't know if that was necessary information. Oh shit, what the fuck, dude. Well, this got kinky pretty quick. I'm glad Logan ain't here no more, because now look at the devolved, like, the degeneracy we're getting into. Oh, dudes, man. Oh my goodness. You know what? Since we're in this situation anyway, I'm gonna say fucking ask question. Does she have a pup hood? She got one of those hoods or something? Does she? Just curious. You don't have to answer if you don't want to or anything, but I'm just curious, man. Does she? And if so, second question. To a follow-up, if it's a yes. Was you wearing it during your little weekend, or I don't know, maybe multiple weekends of hanging out with her? We're just like, I'm a good breed. Was she doing some shit like that or whatever the fuck? Like, what was going on with that? Check this sword. So, don't answer publicly. Okay. I'm assuming that's what you mean. Because honestly, I know how furries are sometimes, and look, we are degenerate fucking filth. Okay? So I just know how we are. And I got a feeling, dude. You know? Oh. Well, diggity damn. She has a pup ears and tail. Aw, well that's cute. But she does have a full hood. You should, like, on her birthday, like, get her one. I can show you some websites. It wouldn't let me type it all out. Well, yeah, because YouTube's retarded. I know. Okay, YouTube sucks. I hate it. I wish it wasn't like that, but sometimes it just be. Gotta love YouTube being the nanny bitch of watching everything that you're doing. But yeah, I mean, I honestly, for a little birthday gift or even Christmas present, since, I don't know what's first, the birthday or the, Christmas, but you should give her a hood for her birthday, dude. She wants mail stuff. Well, 2 birds, 1 stone. I mean, there you go. Like Christmas, one thing, birthday, the other thing. Bada bing, bada boom. And for mail moods, look, I mean, I'll admit, I don't know exactly what that would be. Like, I don't know what would cater to such needs for that first thing. So, you're on your own about that one. Her birthday is the 30th this month. Oh, August, baby. Oh, shit. She's like 14 days, after my birthday. Oh, fuck. August, baby. Well, there you go. Figure out what the fuck she wants for some male trans stuff, and then on to Christmas, like, give her a pup hood. There you go. Boom. Then, you're catering to her first initial priorities, and then, or their priorities. Oh, you know what? Just clarify for me. What's the pronouns? Just clarify for me. I just want to make sure. She's trans, so I know maybe it varies, but I just want to make sure. Male clothes and a packer to have a bulge when she's male. Oh, well, you know what? I'm sure when it comes to the packer, you could probably find those pretty quickly online, and probably pretty cheap too. And a binder. Binder. Okay. And male clothes, they, them. Okay, they, them. Okay, gotcha. Just want to make sure. I did, because don't want to accidentally be misgendering it as an asshole or whatever. But anyway, yeah. But for male clothes, honestly, dude, what's pretty easy as fuck? Flannel. Honestly, flannel, plaid, legit. Honestly, like, it's the most easiest, kind of simplest thing. Like, a nice, decent, like, plaid/flannel button-up or something like that. I'm not gonna lie, like, a couple of those, like, it's kind of male style, like, kind of grungy style. And also, you can find them in email style, like, in kind of gothic styles, too. Like, there's, like, flannel/plaid that's in, like, black, gray, that can kind of, like, go underneath, like, a, all black kind of, like, gothic email shirt and stuff. She loves flannel. Fuck! Dude, the minds, bro. Oh, my God! I just fucking nailed it for you. Get her some flannels, bro. Get her some, dude, find some hella banging flannels. Boom. Oh my God. Boom. Oh, dude. You know what? We're nailing it. Dude, don't, disclose the information, but I'm just saying, I'm giving you some ideas right now. And also, when it comes to stuff like that, male clothes are cheap. So, like, you can find some pretty cheap, decent, like, flannels, stuff like that. I mean, find out what other stuff she might be into. Like, maybe some, is she into, like, boxy, or not boxy, but, like, kind of baggy style jeans, shit like that. Because if so, maybe you could find, like, a decent, like, flannel, baggy jean, kind of grungy, gothic kind of style, like, kind of setup a little bit, that she could kind of add to what other, or they can add to whatever aesthetics that they got going on. So, I mean, like, I don't know, like, we already got some ideas right off the bat. And also pretty cheap ideas, too. Just saying. They're not, like, getting, like, some decent male-based kind of clothes like that, not that, it ain't expensive at all. Actually, that'd probably be kind of easy. I'm sure, like, things like, like binders / like packers stuff like it would probably be a little more important, but if you at least want to, still at least, show that you're thinking about those type of things, shit like that would help, especially if you know that they're into flannel. Because, dude, I mean, I'm a PNW guy, and I kind of know a little bit how, like, trans/NB folks around here kind of dress, and, dude, flannel is a fucking major thing around here. That's just a PNW thing here in general, but queer folk in general, especially if it's not like other fashionable drip, like, some nice, fucking, corduroys or fucking nice, like, wool jackets, whatever for the winter, some, a vest or whatever, some random shit, like, it's flannel and plaid and stuff like that, or just like a band shirt or some random, design t-shirt or whatever, because sometimes I'll wear like furry design shirts or whatever, so like it's random things like that, but there's always like some other overlap with it, like a secondary, like, and flannel tends to be the main secondary a lot of times. Plaid and flannel tends to be the major secondary, especially up here at the PNW and with queer folk around here, especially in the PDX. Like, straight up. Got an important question after stream. Well, if you want to shoot me the question now, because I'm pretty much going to smoke the last bowl, get some food and stuff like that, and call it good, because I want to at least get some Z's, for my little rafting trip for tomorrow. And all that fun shit. So, because outside of, this fun little topic, I mean, I'm pretty much got nothing else in tank. And also, it's like 5+ hours of fucking streaming, so I've been going on for a while anyway. But you know what? A fun, little fruitful little stream. I had a little homeboy show up, and actually, wow, surprisingly, dipped before I even ended this. And little Zukov being a little goofball, wanting some attention too. You know what? Before we wrap it up, let's show him up. Can't say it on YouTube. That's why I say just show it on Discord. And I won't say anything about it. Just waiting on the cord. Oh, okay. But yeah, I'll at least read it real quick. But I won't. Yeah. Wait, is that the question? Because it's not even a question. What you asked isn't even a question. That's just a statement. And also, she got nothing to worry about necessarily, unless it's like the, well, never mind. I don't even want to elaborate. I don't even want to, like, infer what the question is, but, I'm just saying, she ain't nothing to worry about. Woo! Hey, Pop Pop. Yeah, I'm picking you up. Come here. Come here, Pop Pop. Showing you off before we wrap it up. Yeah. Asking if you're down. I'm not turning it down if that's what you're saying. Ugh. Aww. Little baby. Look at this little bump. Hey. Can we mind the tail and the feet and everything? Aww. Look at the baby. The baby. The baby. Oh. Specifically asking if you're down like the clown. I'm down like the clown until I'm dead in the ground, bro. Whoop, whoop. Whoop, whoop. Just gonna squeeze this little mutt. This little feet all just congealed. Look at those little feet. So feet. So, you told me to lose a weed. I know you've told me about it before. Oh, you big chibunga. Oh my god, dude. Really? Seriously, dude. You lazy bones. Good morning. Hey, what's up? Bop, 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 bop. Showing off a little pup before I wrap it up for an evening. Or I guess early morning, depending. Oh my god. Depending on what time it is. Ugh. For the electric dust? Nope. No, it's actually somebody that was from Florida from the not too long ago. Actually, last Saturday, after I came back from a karaoke stream, and they happened to just pop in afterwards. It was before like Hurricane Debbie showed up and shit. Which, hey, it seems like at least it didn't fuck everything up, which that's at least good. Oof, doggo. Ugh. God, you're fruit. Squirmball. Damn. Ugh. Wow. Wow, dude. This is absurd. It's ridiculous. These little feet still. Work is fine. Lost power 4 hours. That's it. Very cool. Well, that's at least good. I mean, well, better than, what normally it would probably be, I would assume. We'll lose some power for a short amount of time. I mean, that's honestly, like, probably the best outcome all along. New Mexico, the air is cold in the morning, like, till it's like 9. Dude, it's actually like 50 degrees right now. And it's so fucking nice. I can't even tell you, bro. It's like, I don't even know what happened, but like a cold front showed up like later tonight. Like around 8. I took my last break. I was like, bruh, why is it actually kind of nippy? It's like, dude, it's awesome. It's like, yo, it's actually nice and temperate and chill. Wasn't sweating my balls off like it was on my lunch break. Oof. All right. You fucking squirm. You little worm. Oh. You fucking prick. Ow. Oh. Fuck you. I heard that, you son of a bitch. Ow. It's been so long since he squished the nuts. Fuck. Oh, it's been so long since he's done that. Oh, you piece of shit. Ow. Dog nut taps you too much. Dude, it's been a minute since this happened. Like, oh my goodness. They woke up, saw a permanent video call with them. Permanent video call. Alright, no worries, man. But like I said, I'm smoking my last ball. Definitely now, at this point, to calm the nut tappery that he just committed on me. It's been a good minute since he got me good like that, though. Usually I'm pretty good at trying to avoid that, but yeah, 2 days ago. Yeah, and he also fucked up my bum because of that, too, because he was a little shit. But that was like a straight, full-on fucking, like, right-on dead center kicking nuts. Like, straight up. The last time I had a little dick cushion to kind of protect it, but that time it was, like, full-on, like, perfect press right up on the balls. Like, bruh. I'm still feeling it, but I'm at least can tolerate it now. What? Now you want to boof? Now you want to boof around like a little shit? My God, turd. That's an early question. Is Albuquerque acceptable now to free to fly? I did. Did I ask that question earlier? Because I know I asked you that like a long time ago. So was that by earlier early? Do you mean like a week or two ago? Because I did remember asking you that, and you never got back to me. So I guess this is you getting back to me. Oh, by the way, yeah, the question that I just remember from earlier, by the way, 2 weeks ago. Yeah, you can. Well, you know, at least that shows that at least my flight down there will be very cheap. Makes it a lot more realistic if it happened sooner. Because I pretty much have the financial aspect of, you know, the payment for, you know, going to Minneapolis all settled and all that shit. But at least, you know, for, like, the hotel and, like, just being there, that hasn't settled yet. But that, and on top of paying my buddy back, you know, it pretty much almost settled with all that. So after that, it wouldn't take that long to save up money. I just have to see about, like, how long, like, you know, round trip from, like, you know, 1 day to, like, you know, from, like, 7 days later or, like, 5 days. You know, I'll kind of, like, you know, do the math and kind of, like, plan out an idea or a game plan potentially or something like that. If you want, if there's, like, you know, maybe a certain time later this year that, you know, like, maybe November or December or something like that, that would be preferable or better for you, you know, when it comes to, like, you know, me maybe coming down, or maybe just at the very beginning of next year or something like that. You know, so, because I'll, you know, just tie it into whatever works best for you. My sleep bag, or we gotta get a couch for you. Okay, dude, I go camping and shit sometimes. I already have a tent and a sleeping bag, okay? Like, that's not a problem. You know, that's not a problem. But, gee, thanks for telling me that now, I guess. Like, a couch? Thanks. So far for a guest bed, I guess. Shit. Damn, bro. Damn. I'm not even worthy of being a dog on the couch. My birthday, you twat, November 29th. Alright. Alright, I'll at least try to shoot for that, as best I can. You know what? I think I might see about an idea about that now. I'm sure now. I'll figure something out about that. Because I know I'm going to probably have like some Thanksgiving shit that I'm going to need to deal with. So I need to at least consider that and make sure that whatever time frame, I go, it's at least works out with everything else in between. So, but all in all, I can make it work. We don't have a couch. Get one from fucking IKEA or fucking Goodwill or thrift shops. Just get one for like $50. There you go. Boom. So we need to get one for you. Get one for all yourselves. Get one for y'all. Like, I mean, you just have you should at least have a single couch so everyone could like chill and have a smoke sesh on, Like, every stoner bro needs at least one couch so everyone can have a smoke sesh on it. Even if, homeboy gotta sleep on it, hey, it's still a spot where the smoke sesh happens, sir. Gotta make that shit work. Where's my couch? Yeah, dude. I need my couch from IKEA. I don't deserve this. Ben's across the room and he is fucking laughing at me. Salty Paul, round as a ball. Too bad my back is bent. Don't know where a couch from IKEA went. Salty Paul, round as a ball. Okay, you know what? I kind of low-key want to play that song, honestly, because that's... For such an OG classic song, it's such a good song. Oh, by the way, yo, Venom. I know you got some shit about Paul. I know how you feel about him, but dude, guess what happened recently with Paul's ego? Guess what happened recently? Guess what happened literally 2 days ago? Ben from DP talked with Paul. Full-on voice chat, video chat, everything. Whole shebang. Chatting that shit up. Reminiscing. Reunion shit might happen. Paul was open about it. Ben was open about it. And apparently, Ben even got an invite from either Scotty or TJ to the last meetup, too. So, the whole animosity between the shows ain't a thing no more. And if anything, they're all kind of chilling again a little bit from it sounds like. At least maybe not TJ and Scotty reminiscing with them, but Paul and Ben are kind of like talking again. What? Dude, yo, yeah. Yo. Dude, for real. Here. Yeah, see? Right here. I'm not kidding. See?
I went into TJ because I wanted to beat that old man's ass, but I was
okay, out of context, I want to beat that old man's ass. Okay, I don't even know what they're talking about here, but yeah. Yeah, but here's Paul and Ben, dude. Chatting it up. Oh, wait, they had it. Oh, going to
maybe other people using like early voice changers and shit, like before people were really doing that. Like the Manatee was created during the Stallion era, but it's just
the Stallion era, dude.
Yeah, God,
might not be a part of that community much longer, sadly. Yeah, I haven't really heard from much from you. I mean, you and I need to have like legit like one of those streamcasts, like YouTube streams or whatever, like catch up a little bit, like voice chat status. Because you and I haven't talked in a minute. Because actually, there's like some stuff I actually kind of been wanting to ask you about, but just never had the time to really be like, yo, want to ask you. Because I don't know if you've been tuning in with Xanderhall lately, but have I heard some shit that dropped with him recently? Have you heard some shit that went down with the scuttlebutt around that? Because there's a lot of wild shit that happened around that, and I'm like, whoa. You know, it's like, and I've been kind of wanting to know what your takes are on it, if you even know about it. That's why I'm just kind of wondering if you are even aware about it or not. Because if not, I won't tonight, but I gotta tell you about it, dude, because there's been some wild shit that dropped. Too many talks folks there. Well, on DP, I mean, well, I think a lot of it's just because they really kind of heavily dibble-dabble in that locale stuff, and it's just like, can't stand Zan anymore. Ooh. Well, I don't know if you heard what happened recently, but honestly, the guy legit is kind of shown his cards to be a legit manipulative fuck. If he's being just shitty to folks like that. Yeah, and also apparently was legit, paid by, like, Progressive Victory, which is like a Democratic-leaning PAC and shit, so he obviously was purposely trying to, present like a narrative and an agenda that obviously wasn't his own, opinion or voice. So it's like, he just kind of really shown his face to kind of be a scumbag just because he wanted to take some pot shots at like Voosh and Mama or whatever. And, hey, you know what? Respect to Diamond being like, you know what? You're going to throw shit at me like this and you just continue to throw us under a bus, even privately, and doing it publicly now. You know what? You want that nuke that you always fucked on us over? Here's that nuke, motherfucker. You should check out Mama's streams about that shit, because, like, I mean, the first one, she was just kind of goofing on Zan, just kind of, being silly about, like, Vosh and his take about that or whatever, calling, him a Trump supporter, some shit. But then Zan, like, threw some hella shade at Mama over that. And she was like, you know what? You're gonna throw this bullshit at me, even though I'm still been, fair with you and nice with you, honestly, even though we haven't talked in a long time, and you're doing this, and you're throwing this shit at me. You know what? You wanted that nuke all this time? Here's that nuke. And it wasn't just a nuke. It was like a SAR bomba, but like multiple SAR bombas. SAR bomba orbital strikes. Like straight up, dude. I was like, whoa. Yeah, I subscribed from, I did. Yeah. I mean, that's why I kind of want to ask about it, because, like, I know you haven't tuned in. Last time I, remember kind of bitching about him, so to speak, well before any of this dropped. Like, you were kind of like, yeah, I haven't watched him in a few months, so I don't know what he's been about. And I'm just like, well, whatever, And honestly, a lot of his shit, I thought it was just because he just was like a smug radlib, basically. But there was a lot more nefarious shit to it, I was like, whoa, dude. And for all that to come to light and for that to drop, I was like, it really kind of almost validated about, like, how he operated even politically in a way. It's like, and he's just, and I even remember, him being like, yeah, I'm just going to kind of keep grinding and, just do my thing because all they want to do is defend Kiffles and this and that. And it's like, and even though she has fuck all to do with any of it, like, he wanted to deflect from that over and over again, I remember from D-Mom's stream about it. I'm just like, bro, like, you can't even own this shit, even though it's so overtly blatant. It's like, what? Like, you were sending literal death threats. Like, I mean, it's, dude. Like, holy shit. Feel my enthusiasm for him. I mean, like, and also what's fucked is, like, I just thought he was just, like, legit, like, kind of this smug, radlib, like, youthful kid who was just, like, young, dumb, full of cum, basically, you know what I mean? But, I mean, it just really showed that, like, he's just a sinister, straight kind of sociopathic little fuck. Like, I mean, manipulative shit, too, almost, like, honestly. Like, I mean, I didn't think it would be that fucking bad about it, but, here, seeing that stream and having all that shit drop and being like, whoa. I mean, I did a react to it because I was like, he was always kind of like an off and on topic occasionally. So to be like, for all this to drop, I was just like, holy shit. I was like, damn, dude. To be fair, Sam was right about Keffels, but he did wrong, but this. But he did it wrong, but this. Yeah, I mean, that's what I mean. Like, it just shows, like, even when he happens to maybe, generally be a victim, he still wants to, like, victimize everybody else, for his own weird victimhood. And it's just like, holy shit, bro. It's like, are you still conservative, or are you actually like on the left somehow? Like, cause holy fuck, everything, especially being like a fucking wage stealing piece of shit, like that alone is already like, who the fuck are you? Like, what is this Illuminati ass like fucking weird shit you're doing, you fuck? Stealing wages from your fucking editors who pretty much made your fucking channel. It's like, whoa, dude. You need to embrace him back in the day. Yeah, and honestly, how much you want to bet he's going to go down that arc? How much you want to bet he's going to do is like, I left the left because they're all toxic and pretty much, ostracized me and kicked me out. So, yeah, but these guys are chill. Like, how much you want to bet he pretty much, is all in all, this is just going to be like a little phase for him in his whole broader, like, right-wing career, because that's really what it looks like nowadays. Is this attempt to just, like, make it... Is he like a zoomy Dave Rubin? Is that what's happening? Oh my god. Dude. He's a Zoomer Rubin. Zoomer Rubin, dude. He's... Oh. He talked mad shit about that chick that left his body kicked off. Illuminati. Yep. Because, and also, he threw the rest of the left and body under the bus just on that virtue, and because Lance, the Surfs, happens to be on that show a little bit. And it's just like, I mean, and the thing is, all those guys on the leftist mafia, they just really didn't know about what Illuminati was about, because she didn't say anything about who she really was about shit like that. She kept that kind of close to her chest. When that shit dropped, they were like, oh, she was the one who said, hey, I'm stepping down and, I got some shit going on. And they were like, oh, okay. They just respected that and just didn't follow up with it. But then a lot of people were like, why is she ain't here? Are you going to address the drama? And they were like, wait, what the fuck? And then they eventually made a show where they did address the drama. And they were like, we did not realize what was going on. We just wanted to wait until we all kind of looked up about what was happening. And when we realized this is who we were like platforming and having, we're like, okay, now we're just not having contact with her anymore. Fuck her then. All of them were like that. They're like, nah. Like, after we realized who she was, like, and after, we realized why she stepped down, it's like, I'm kind of glad, they're all glad that she did, step down and she did that, instead of them finding out later down the line and having this whole kerfluffle. But still, it's just like, they just didn't know right off the top of the bat. I don't necessarily blame them, because, from what they knew, she just, made progressive content sometimes and was really cool, and would, debunk a bunch of, fucking MLM schemes and shit like that, right? Like, so, to them, they thought she was kind of cool, so to speak. And so I don't inherently really blame them for that. They didn't realize, what a lot of her background was until that shit dropped. But, once they realized, they completely cut contact with her ass. And frankly, ever since she stepped down, they never had contact with her since. Because when she was the one who stepped down, they were just like, all right, respect your wishes. Hey, if you want to reach out and maybe come back on again, cool. But she never ever did. And once they found out, they're like, well, we're just going to block her and just not contact her anymore. We just not talk to her. We don't want anything to do with her. Finally cracked to watch that show. Well, about time. I mean, The Left of Mafia is a cool show. I mean, because I don't know how you feel about Lance now at this point, but I mean, he doesn't really talk too much on the show. I mean, sometimes he'll pop off and do his thing, but it's basically mostly like David, Mike, and Matt Bender mostly just doing their thing. And then Rebecca will pop on occasionally once she gets off work and stuff like that, and she'll talk about her stuff, and then she kind of dips. She's there for a short time, but for a good time. And that's how she likes to say it. Not here for a long time, but for a good time. Yeah. So, like, she always does that kind of thing. Because they used to have Olay, but she stepped down just because she was kind of overworking herself and, wanted to focus more of her primary content, on, instead of doing that and the podcast and a bunch of other shit. So, they're still friends with her at least, but she used to be the other, she used to be the other host on the show before she stepped down, and then Rebecca took her place. But Olay put good graces in for Rebecca, and Rebecca's been fucking awesome. I mean, every time, she pops in and starts, talking about different shit, I'm just like, I'm always like really in tune to me, like, oh shit. Because even I learned some new shit, you know, even if it's just like some random stuff about like, like the, like different elements about like the, music industry within like the black community or shit like that or whatever. And I'm just like, and she'll like, drop some like hella fucking like info bombs. I'm just like, whoa. I'm just like, oh shit. So she's really cool. I really love, listening to a lot of her shit when she pops in and stuff. So it's a really cool show. Mike Rational and Ashore are good. The rest are meant to me. I think you'll like Matt Bender, honestly. I mean, give it some time. I mean, because Matt Bender's pretty chill. I kind of like him. He's like an oldie, like, New York punk guy. Like, I've seen some super chats talking about punk music, and he's like, oh, yeah, I know about that. I'm just like, wait, what? So I've actually kind of grown to love Matt Bender a lot. Like, Matt Bender is really cool. I think you might like him a little bit. I think, in a way, you might kind of see him as almost kind of like me in a weird way. Because it kind of feels like me. It feels like if I was, like, in New York. And also, like, 30-something and had kids. Like those explode. Whatever. Still don't like the Wasabi Soup Sabi. I mean, he's okay, I guess. I don't watch his content that much. I mean, if I find a video that I'm interested in, then maybe I'll watch it, but, Well, I'm subscribed to him, but, like I said, he's not like my main main watch. I kind of like the Cavernacle a little more. For, like, the British lefty YouTubers, I kind of like Cavernacle a little more. He's basically like British Mike. I kind of like British Mike. And Second Thought has the same thing, IMO. Man, I hear so many mixed things about him. I mean, because I kind of like him. I know he's got, like, some sus things about, like, Ukraine and some shit like that. And I'm just like, what? But, I don't know. It's why, I mean, I don't watch him, like, like, all the time and shit, so it's like, every time I hear something, I'm just like, wait, what? And whenever I just try to, like, watch him, or, like, try to find it, it's like, I don't know, I mean, I never really find, like, anything super concrete outside of, like, yeah, he definitely, I don't always agree with him, like, straight up, I will grant that, and I think a lot of it really is just because some people disagree and really just kind of vehemently about some things he says, and honestly, yeah, I do disagree with a lot, maybe not a lot, but like, various different things he has to say about certain shit. But, I don't know, at least when it comes to, like, the broader, like, like, regurgitating, like, kind of leftist thought into, like, normie, words, so to speak, when it comes to, like, economics and, like, workers' rights, shit like that. I mean, like, he's useful and a valuable, like, voice for that, so, I don't know. I mean, that's why I kind of like him, I guess, just because, like, he is, like, someone who can at least, help kind of regurgitate some of this more leftist stuff, to normies in a way. If that makes sense, right? Like, so, I mean, even with the flaws, with that in mind, and even with the disagreements I have with, some of the stuff they might say and advocate for, it's like, I mean, the fact that it's at least, able to at least maybe make, more normie type of people at least think about this shit, it's at least, I like that better than just them being immediately turned off by that shit, so I can't really, like, inherently, like, say fuck them for all that, once they're throwing aspects to seem nicer than they are. Yeah, I could kind of see that. I suppose with, like, the Soviet Union and, like, China and stuff, I mean, I guess there is, like, a complex history about stuff like that, but, I mean, to pretty much, like, overshadow, like, a lot of the wrongs and the faults and the problems of those systems, just because there were some stuff that actually was decent, it's definitely kind of, it can be damaging. I suppose just because, like, there's already so much, like, well, the damn Soviets and the communists and this and that, blah, blah, blah. Like, I kind of get why there should be, like, a kind of a resistance about that, but I mean, it's not a bit in order to kind of at least grant like a more of an open mind to learn about maybe some of those more positive elements is to grant that. Be like, yeah, Soviet Union during like the Stalin era, like had Holodomor, all this other horrible shit. But like then you had so and so who helped like establish a lot more of like this kind of like balance when it came to the working class, so to speak, versus like their standard of living and all this other shit. And when it came to the power of the state and whatever like, I mean, there can at least be a nuance about where there can at least be an open conversation that can be started. I suppose. I suppose I kind of I like that about him because at least now there's a conversation instead of just immediate back and forth partisan like fuck you because you're on this or whatever Point what they did right but admit what was wrong as well. Yeah, exactly. I mean, because I do the same thing for America, the fucking country I come from, right? I mean, it's like, yeah, there's a lot of cool shit that I talk about America I think is awesome, and there's a lot of shitty things that I obviously bitch about, right? So I mean, the Soviets, trying to say historically or currently, like, no fucking state is innocent from any of this shit. And you're about to not be innocent from my fucking rap, motherfucker. Would you shut the fuck up? Excuse me, bitch. Fucking princess. I think Doggo's tired wants bed. I think he is bitching about, like, can we go to bed already, Dad? Damn. I think he is bitching. He's staring into my soul right now, bro. Bro, dude. Can you, like, fuck off and not look at me like that? Jesus. Go. Well, let me smoke one more bowl. I'll have one more little bowl. Oh yeah. I think it just kind of comes down to like there is at least all in all like commonality between people, but there's just always like this massive fucking division that tends to be hung up, and a lot of people use those buzzwords and partisanship of the scapegoat of those divisions to just like kind of divide away from a broader conversation about this type of shit. Because Ticketmaster won't load on my phone. Well, as long as you at least have like a QR code or like the actual like barcode or whatever, as long as you have that, you're fine. You don't inherently need Ticketmaster for that, but as long as you at least got the ticket itself, it should be in your email. Yes, I think so. Yeah, so, yeah, I mean, as long as you, like, in my experience, even with, like, a Ticketmaster, like, email that with the ticket and shit, all you have to do is usually, there should be, like, a link or, like, a, somewhere in that email that you click that, and it should just take you directly to the ticket. By Ticketmaster, though. Well, it should send you an email confirmation where your ticket is, via your email. Like, that's usually where you have to pull it up from. I mean, if you want to, like, maybe tomorrow or something like that, if you want me to, like, kind of walk you through it a little bit, like, maybe screen cap, for navigation or something, like, kind of tell you where to maybe go. Because I also need to buy a couple concert tickets myself, too. Because there's a few shows I need to go to. But, yeah, so, I mean, I could kind of, like, show you, and maybe even, like, with maybe a past show, I could, like, look up, like, a past ticket and kind of show you, like, kind of navigation, maybe, or something like that. Because you shouldn't have to go for Ticketmaster directly for that. It should just be, somewhere where you can directly access it via the email. Because there should be, like, a, email directly, sent with that, so. Yes, please. Alright, yeah. Well, yeah. You just remind me about it, but yeah, like, next year, too, I'll try to, like, help you out with that a little bit. Try to figure that out with you. Because it shouldn't be, super hard to, figure it out. It's just trying to, just make sure you find like the right email for it, because there's like usually once you get the ticket, especially once you order it online, like there's usually going to be two emails. There's going to be the confirmation that's like, yep, you purchased it, and there's going to be the one that actually sends like the file of the ticket itself, and that's the one you want. So there should be, that should be like kind of the, like it's not all the time, but usually sometimes like it will just send the file of like the ticket itself, like if you have it sent to your email or something. So there should be a way to find it and access it without having to go for Ticketmaster. But like I said, I can, if you without finding it with what I said, then I could try to help you out a little bit. Because I deal with this shit all the time. So, but what I'm also going to deal with is getting myself some goddamn food and preparing for a ref trip for tomorrow. It says something about not sending a file until near the concert is ready. Yeah, they do that sometimes, where it will send a confirmation, but then the ticket won't immediately send until like a week or two ahead. It's done that for me too. So maybe that might just be the case where the ticket isn't like available for you quite yet until like 2 weeks or a week out or something like that. So that might also be the case as well. Because it'll do that sometimes. A lot of that's just mainly because it wants to make sure that like all the tickets / seating / space of a venue is actually like secured and stuff like that in case someone refunds it or shit like that, So there's sometimes that, shit happens. But yeah. But anyhow, if you're able to figure out, maybe I can help you out a little bit. And if not, maybe that might actually be the case. But we'll see. We'll find out together. Anyway, peace. Yeah, well, here. We'll do one more little cheers and cash out, and then peace out. Anyway, peace out. Get myself food, so